for New York Subliners, they had 2 huge chokes to get bumped out of the tournament at Major 3.
It's because of the point disparity, right? New York, they sit in that 11th seed, only 70 points to their name.
This is a must-win game for NYSL, and really in a scary position to even make the top 8.
And it's Paul again! It's Paul again!
They need every match win that they can possibly get.
They're on the outside looking in the champs.
Crim, this could be the first champ he's not even going to be at. He's the GOAT of Call of Duty.
Don't say that,
Mind-blowing
Jay.
to think
Don't
about
say
it,
it.
man.
It feels like this game 1 is about to be theirs.
After all this struggle, and after all this pain, I'm just gonna keep on fighting. The world don't know my name.
One of the Royal Ravens really came out the gates and surprised so many people at the beginning of the season.
The question still remains, what about now? What about the future?
Well, it's time for Gizmo to really show us what he's made of.
The fans of this team are excited to see if he can kind of right this ship.
Gizmo, it's a 2-piece!
A round 11 ace.
And the London Royal Ravens cause an upset.
You know they tried to stop me, they tried to bring me down, but now I'm at the top seat, so how you like me now?
Nero is flying around the map like Prime Scump here. He's 12 and 4. Look at Nero, he's still going.
It's Nero the hero, over and over again.
It's a casual 49 and 33 from Nero. 5,500 damage. That man was running around shooting suns out of his MP40.
You know they tried to stop me, they tried to bring me down, but now I'm at the top seat, so how you like me now? I can't stop, I won't stop until the top.
This is going to be the debut of our champion from Major 3 heading into Stage 4, the Seattle Surge. Every single one of these players, you could call them an MVP for what they bring and what they do on the map.
Fred's now setting up for the kills. He's got himself an AR. He's got himself 2. Here comes a 3rd. What a shot from Simp. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 3-0. Seattle Surge get the job done. Your major champions have not skipped a beat. They have not missed a step, and they have come right back in swinging.
Seattle, they're just flying high.
You in the big leagues now. You in the big leagues now. Yeah. My bare palm something to blow up a bomb shelter. My palms palm blow, aka
1, 2 for Crim, and it's still Subliners. Crim, can he hold it down? Oh my good God!
It's either firm handshakes or your firm hands breaking. Part of my patience as I pound the pain.
Fighting over Barn, and Hydra gets 2. Hydra finds 1. He's looking for the second again. It's Hydra with a 2-piece.
Keep your eyes to yourself, but I know you can't help it. It's the way that I dress, and all the girls say.
And he is absolutely wheeling and dealing death.
He gives me 5-1, finds the second.
You in the big leagues now. Yeah, you in the big
That
leagues now.
is that. The New York Subliners, they are looking spectacular. Ball from the top. Hydra finding kills all over the bloody place. It's a 3 for him. And it's a massive bit of work out of Crim.
The win is in. The miracle run continues for Subliners.
But don't put me in a box,
Simp
because
finds the
if you
first
don't
and got the second. Trying to center, can't quite do it, but it's Cammy. On the other side of it, it's King Cammy goes off. Havok going to 6, makes it a 7. Unbelievable now. Afro gonna get 1. Does, and tries to get out. Look for the second. You got Eddie in the spot against Vivid. He takes that down. Brad finds another for the game.
It's Championship Sunday. Let's go.
Hello, world, and hello, New York. Do you know what makes a legend? It's when they make the impossible look possible, and it's when they accomplish these impossible tasks that's placed in front of them, and it's consistency at its highest level. I'm talking Faker, I'm talking Simple, I'm talking Crimsix. The New York Subliners came into this year with a difference in opinion, and after necessary changes, they turned into something special. With the late push in the year to make it to our biggest event of the year, I'm talking champs, today is a day where we witness history and one of the greatest stories in esports history. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Major 4, and most importantly, welcome to the New York Subliners Last Chance. My name is Belly. We're out here in Brooklyn at King's Theater, and today is Championship Sunday, and this is all we have been waiting for our last Major of the year. We're breaking things down on the desk. You guys already know that we got Chance, aLLeY, and also Nameless. And Nameless, this is it, man.
You couldn't write a better story. This is so special. I got goosebumps during that intro. I cannot wait for the games to begin today. New York Subliners with one match make it into champs. It's just so incredible.
Right, let's take a look at the bracket to see how things have unfolded this event so far, because the New York Subliners, maybe they've been on a tear. The first game of the day for them, they went against the Minnesota Røkkr, where it was a nice 3-2 victory. And then after that, aLLeY, they clean sweep the Mutineers.
It was a reverse sweep that the ball just kept rolling. It was a hot trio against the Florida Mutineers, and the player to watch during that series was the man himself. Crimsix was on a tear with a 1.32 KD, but now they got to go against the LA Thieves, who have also been sweeping the competition since day one.
And Los Angeles has to look like the most dominant team this event, but the question remains, can they finish? Chance, take a look at the points right now. The New York Subliners, the only team that's in front of them are the Florida Mutineers at 160 points.
And look, they get the tie break, so yep, win one series and you make it there, but I gotta say, I'm nervous for them, man. Like, LA Thieves are looking terrifying. Both OpTic and Atlanta have come from losers round one and have both been on a tear. It's like, it's gonna be a spicy day, man, but yeah, like, if I'm feeling the nerves, I can only imagine what's going through the players' heads.
And the teams that have clinched their way to champs, you see it right there with the C right by their name. aLLeY, this is a good list, but still, there's a spot that remains.
There is one spot that remains, and the fate is all in the hands of the New York Subliners and their matches today. Florida Mutineers fell yesterday, and now they just have to close their eyes and pray, Val.
This event has been spectacular. It's been incredible, but also it's been pretty sad as we've seen hearts crushed as teams lost their way to champs by getting eliminated at Major 4. Nameless, it's been a rough ride.
It has been a rough ride, man, but there's only 8 teams that could make it. We've seen some teams fall, game 5s. I mean, we saw the sad story of the Paris Legion throughout this season. Hopefully those guys can keep their heads up high going forward and find their way next year. You know, Temp, the man on your screen right now, like, he had some bright moments throughout this season, and then LAG, a team that had a crazy fall from grace. These guys won a major, and then since then they haven't been able to figure it out. And I honestly feel bad for them because they look so much better in their last few matches, but just getting edged out by these teams, and that's the most painful one, Chance, seeing Attach not make it.
And look, I mean, we're seeing 3 world champs that not qualifying, right? Slasher, Hook, and then Attach for the final. Now we got the 3-time potentially facing the same fate. Like, I don't know. The music has me feeling some type of way. It is, again, just completely nerve-wracking. Like, this is it. This is legacy on this Sunday.
Right, you hear the crowd getting hyped up right now, rightfully so, because things are starting to ramp up here in Brooklyn. And also make sure that you get your tickets, because we're all going to LA next month, August 4th through 7th at the Galen Center. And aLLeY, haven't you heard? We're going back to Cali.
I mean, there's tears in my eyes. Hopefully the teams that aren't making it into champs will buy tickets as well and hang out with the crowd. But August 4th through 7th, you guys thought New York was crazy. It's still crazy. Champs can only get crazier.
Right, and let's take a look at the schedule for today. So the first 2 games, we gave you something special. The first one, we have the New York Subliners taking on the Los Angeles Thieves. And then after that, the rivalry continues. OpTic Texas and the Atlanta FaZe.
Listen, man, OpTic has had FaZe's number all year long. If FaZe can't beat them in the current state that OpTic is in, Atlanta FaZe will be mentally compromised going into champs, so they have to beat OpTic today. Otherwise, it might be chalk for FaZe.
Right, but I'm gonna tell you right now, the energy in this venue is absolutely electric. And aLLeY, is at its peak when the New York Subliners take that main stage.
And they're taking the main stage, and I cannot wait to see what walkout they have lined up for Championship Sunday. But we also have to talk about the fact that LA Thieves is looking final form, but so is Crim. Listen, he got his pants off, and unfortunately, they had a rough first 2 maps, but that's when the reverse sweep started, right? It was Crim and Hydra that was struggling at the beginning of the day, and now they are the 2 with the highest KD on this squad. And honestly, I'm kind of looking at Paulehx when it comes to this series now. We're used to this guy being the man on the map, the slayer on the map, and he has yet to get his footing. New York Subliners, they've still been winning, but when that guy turns up, I can only imagine how much scarier this team is going to get.
I 100% agree. Like, you know, Crim7 brought the sauce, and that, like, enabled Crimsix to play the best Call of Duty he has played all year without question. Like, man came out for the second series and dropped a 1.3, but I think you're right. Paul is truly that X factor. I think he's the guy, man. Like, everybody else has been getting that production in, and obviously he hasn't needed to step up just yet because the team has been cruising along, but today's that day. This is where you make champs. You need all 4 players absolutely frying, so he's the guy I have my eye on.
Especially with the maps that they have to go up against the LA Thieves on. I mean, you get the Triple Berlin Gauntlet, which is a map that LA Thieves have looked unbelievable on, and then, you know, the control is the most interesting between these two teams. They're going to have the Berlin control. LA Thieves, best Berlin control team in the game. So, you know, Crim has sort of done Paul's job. That's what we expect to see, a stat line out of Paulehx. So, yes, I mean, I will echo that. The desk is in unison. Paul needs to have a big day today if they're going to make this run.
And Paul is also kind of like that swaggy player, right? Like when I'm thinking LA Thieves and watching Kenny, the way he's been frying, it is just that swaggy kind of energy that they're coming out with. So Paul needs to be able to match it, needs to have that sauce.
Well, the team that's had more swag than others, and rightfully so, right? The Los Angeles Thieves have looked absolutely different. The crowd is getting hyped right now. You guys already know what's going on in that main stage. But Chance, seeing LA go on the tear that they have been on has been phenomenal.
You get to start out beating Atlanta FaZe. That is the instant, all right, boys, we can win this. Like, we know it now. We have accomplished that. And this is a team that has also always been better on LAN compared to online. And, like, this is the best they have looked all year. Literally, from day one, we were talking about this being a championship contender squad. And, well, today is truly their day to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this team and their performance, like, throughout the season, like you said, they've been better on LAN, but I feel like they haven't been able to rally together. And after the last LAN, when they realized, like, okay, we have this potential, Kenny can actually pop off in his new role, like, they started to get better practice because the search and destroy has just been lights out lately. I mean, Octane, the guy went from dropping double donuts in S&D to literally winning every single 1v1 that he's been put in. The strategies are on another level so much that they're 6-0ing a team like the Toronto Ultra.
A 1.57 out of Envoy versus Toronto? 1.08 versus Atlanta.
Insane.
This is the Envoy. This is the superstar, the Dark Prince we have been waiting for. And I gotta talk about the maps that Amp brought up earlier. The fact that they are squaring up. It used to be don't chow them on Gavutu. Don't chow this team on Berlin. Specifically the duo of Kenny and Envoy, because both of them have found so much success on that map and modes. And now there's gonna probably be 3 of them in this lineup.
There is. Yeah, there is.
Literally putting them in a comfortable position to literally sweep the series.
And whoever goes to the loser side of the bracket is going to be a tough one down there, an actual bloodbath, because there's a rivalry that's down there between OpTic Texas and the Atlanta FaZe. And Chance, I want to see if Atlanta could try to sneak one in before the year ends.
I mean, look, it's just like that's their storyline. Top 2 all year. They keep getting second in for OpTic. It is trying to get back to the top because that was literally the first major finals that we had. These 2 juggernaut organizations getting after it. And honestly, it was a fantastic series. I think it's going to be a good one again. But obviously, because OpTic has had their number, messing with Texas has not been ideal. Their S&D has been on point. And honestly, their stats are comparable. Both teams, it's the hard point that is shaky, if anything. But the other 2 game modes, well, at least Atlanta FaZe have been incredibly clean, and they have a little bit of a clear-cut edge of control as well. So I don't know, man. It's gonna be a fun time.
I just think, like, with OpTic Texas, like, it's just been such a scary tournament, like a miracle tournament for them as well. So many clutch plays. I mean, you think about the end of that hardpoint versus Breach, where Scump gets the big kill. You think about the Shotzzy kill onto Cammy in the search and destroy. Just getting away with some of these wild plays, clutching up for the squad. Like, it has been tough for this OpTic Texas team, but it's only right that they clutch up in those instances because Atlanta FaZe has to go through them to get over this mental hump.
And aLLeY, when it comes to the Atlanta FaZe, we've made excuses for them all year. And yes, they've been super consistent with the second place finishes, but right now, this is not a position that they want to be in. A loss to OpTic Texas right here before they head into champs could be a big no-no.
You know what, Val? Honestly, I feel like I've probably been one of the harder critics when it comes to the Atlanta FaZe, and I've been actually very impressed with the run that they are making in this tournament. They have jumped up to the 4th breaking team when it comes to hard points, and that is where they were struggling, right? And I talked about it in that Tuscan yesterday, like the engagements weren't really there for them, and they still won it with a very comfortable lead, and that told me that they were going back to the fundamentals. They were slowing down the game. They were starting to play with each other once again, and their S&D already looks disgusting. And when Atlanta FaZe's S&D is on point, they're bound to win a respawn, especially when they have fixed some of their fundamental woes. So if you're OpTic Texas, yes, you are the boogeyman when it comes to the Atlanta FaZe. It doesn't matter if it's 3v4. It doesn't matter who you plugged into the roster. OpTic Texas came out on top. But there's also a sense to that where it's Atlanta FaZe is due, and they are looking scary.
Well, let's also keep this in mind. Like, Atlanta FaZe is the only team left in this tournament that has held a loss in this tournament, right? And they've also, their 2 wins were versus LAG and Florida, so not the most impressive win. So I still feel like there's a lot to be desired out of this Atlanta FaZe team. Like, whereas they have been flying across the last 2 matches, those 2 matches were impressive. Not the toughest competition, so this is really a true test, and they need to come out on top here.
Right, and Chance, what better storyline is it for Atlanta FaZe? We talk about NYSL's story, but if Atlanta could beat OpTic, work their way to the finals and win this event, that'll send waves, man.
And look, you know, I think Nate was kind of, you know, brought up a good point. Their level of competition, maybe not their best, but I think their actually gameplay has looked a little bit cleaner. Certainly not the hard point. Both these teams sort of middle of the pack, but literally best S&D right now. They've hit their form in control where that used to be OpTic's bread and butter. And while again, like the map count maybe not perfect going to game 5 against Paris, on the flip side for OpTic, they're dropping 1v3 after 1v3. Like they're having some interesting moments where they sort of drop the ball, so the gameplay hasn't been super clean for me.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing better than watching your favorite esports land, and then afterwards you get off and you play some good old Call of Duty. Well, check this out. Whip out your cell phones right now because we're gonna give you a gift. If you sign up for the CDL newsletter, we will get you the Get Farm Calling card, and you don't want to miss it at all. But also, other than that, we're gonna get you a little bit of drip in the lobbies as well. You're gonna want to get that Champs pack because aLLeY, I like rocking a little, you know, sexy skins here and there.
Yeah, no, usually I'm used to going up against people in ranked play, you know, with their favorite OpTic Texas skin on, but, you know, if I see that championship pack in lobby, I'm going to be shaking up my boots quite a bit, Val.
You got that right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. It's Sunday, and you already know what's about to go down. We're about to head over to a break, but on the other side, Championship Sunday will take place for Major 4. The New York Subliners made it all this way after shocking the world during the Pro-Am Classic, but now it's time to go for real. Major 4, Crimsix is all about that time. Can he cement himself as one of the biggest legends in all of esports history? We'll find out on the other side as the New York Subliners take on the red-hot, dominant Los Angeles Thieves. We'll see you there.
Would you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? I'll give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome. When you come around, you thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I need to get in the vicinity.
Listen up, boys. We're new in town. So grab your zennies. We're breaking into Fenway. Once you're all inside with the precious cargo, it's time to blend in. We need to crack the Jumbotron code, figure out the cipher, and relay it to Nero. Once you have it all figured out, meet us down at the home dugout. We're only gonna have one shot at this. Let's play.
Yo, didn't you hear? Champs is trying to get back to Cali.
Champs is going back to Cali. See you there.
and gentlemen, welcome back to Major 4 out here in King's Theater in Brooklyn. Make some noise! So on that main stage, we're finally gonna get it. The New York Subliners are gonna continue their Cinderella story against the Los Angeles Thieves and breaking it all down. We got the best minds in the game. Chance, aLLeY, and also Nameless. And Chance, New York's run continues on.
And look, this is a matchup that we have seen repeatedly throughout this year. They have split the hard points, they have split the searches, but Control is the only place where there's an edge, and well, it has been the LA Thieves that have had that slight advantage. So when I'm looking at the maps and modes that we have for this series, I think the one thing that really stands out to me is gonna be that map 3, so that's where my attention's at, Belly.
All right, Nameless, when it comes to the maps and modes, and starting off on the first map, we're going to Tuscan Hardpoint.
I mean, yeah, we've seen some close calls on the side of LA Thieves on that Tuscan hardpoint, but yeah, the Berlins, I think they go in favor of LA Thieves, the map set here, but there's something I want to say about this. Like, we're always going off of the maps, talking about them. It is Championship Sunday, and there is so much on the line. Like, these guys just kick it into gear, and sometimes in matches like this, you just have to throw stats out of the window. But that being said, like Chance said, the Control is going to be the most important. You need Paulehx to get going there.
Yes, and when it comes to the New York Subliners, aLLeY, this squad has been phenomenal so far. I'm loving everything I'm seeing, and Crimsix is hitting form.
And I'm gonna be honest, I think these are just two teams that are boxing it up on some of their best maps because, I mean, for both sides, New York is still favoring those triple Berlins as well. I mean, they're on a 4-0 for stage 4 on that Berlin hardpoint game 4. So when it comes to game fuel keys to victory for New York Subliners, I mean, just ride that momentum at this point. Like, they got the reverse sweep, and they have just kept running since then. Crimsix has a 1.32 KD in the 3-0 versus Florida. Yeah, we can, you know, with Bryce's hot take say it was just against Florida, but regardless, it's a 1.32, and obviously, like I said, they're feeling good on that map 4. They're 4-0 during stage 4, and they're starting on good side, which, again, 75% win rate, Val.
Right, Crim's looking good with the stats, but Nameless, we're seeing vintage Kenny all weekend long. I'm wondering if he's going to show up today.
I mean, yeah, I think he will show up today. I think for LA Thieves, they're finding so much success, like in the hardpoint, but also the search and destroy. Like, search has been a pillar of success for this team. If they can come correct here versus New York and, you know, adapt mid-round, make those mid-round adjustments, clutch up in their ones like we saw yesterday, they have a good chance of taking this whole thing. And, you know, for the game fuel keys to victory for the LA Thieves, it's like just keep on going, like neutralize this crowd. The SMGs need to continue to fry this major. Envoy is a 1.25 in second, Kenny with a 1.16 in fifth. Like, they've just been popping off. And then also stay hot in S&D, like I was just talking about. They're in a 5-game win streak there. That has been their win condition. 12-2 round count this major. Just absolutely popping off in Surge.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to get this game started. But before I do, Brooklyn, you're kind of quiet, and I'm gonna let you know right now when it comes to predictions, you guys already know who I'm rocking with, baby. When it comes to my Zenny picks, I'm going with the New York Subliners. And Brooklyn, I need to know who y'all rocking with too. Y'all rocking with New York for what? Make some noise. There you go. They're talking for multiple reasons right now. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get this game underway between the Los Angeles Thieves and the New York Subliners. Let's lock it in.
For the rugged. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the.
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss.
All record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
Let's go, New York! It's time to get this winners bracket final started, and it is a coast-to-coast banger that's about to come to the stage. From the West, make some noise for your Los Angeles Thieves. Give it up for Envoy, Drazah, and Octane, your Los Angeles Thieves.
These guys have been the villains all year long. People are always telling them they need to do this, they need to do that. They kept the same roster and they have been frying. And what a time to peak in the season. They're trying to prove the crowd wrong. They're trying to shut down the Cinderella story, and they have a chance to do it right now. But there's a team in their way, guy. Let's bring it out the hometown heroes.
It is a team in their way. Now, for the hometown heroes, make some noise for your New York Subliners.
Walking their way to the main stage, it's like our life is a movie. Paulehx, Kismet, Paco. You guys already know when the legend's about to come out. The New York Subliners has made this run, and Major 4 has been there so far. But this is it, and it all comes down to now.
Make some noise for Paulehx, Hydra, Kismet, and wait. Where's Crim? Hold up, hold up, hold up. Where's the man? Yo, New York, I need your help, okay? I think I saw it on Reddit. We gotta summon Crim. Everyone, help me strike the pose. Get wide. Put those arms out in the air. Oh, hold up. I think I'm feeling it. Something's happening right now. Whoa. Whoa. Some noise for Crimsix! Your New York Subliners!
This is his story right here. aLLeY, the question is, can he do it all?
I mean, he dropped a 1.32 yesterday, Bell. I don't see why he can't do it. If I'm on the other side of the stage and I saw the Undertaker and Crimsix come out like that, and now they're huddled up, man, I'm shaking if I'm the LA Thieves.
All right, it's about time. Let's get this game started. Lando and Standy, take it away.
Thank you so much, Felly. Oh, my goodness.
Hold on, Landon. Before you get started,
okay.
I just want to see where the energy is right now in the Kings Theater. So, New York, do me a favor. Give me some noise. I don't think that's enough. That's not what I was looking for. New York City, give me some noise. All right, I think they're ready, Landon.
I think they're ready, Jay. I think they are ready indeed. One more W. That's what this is about.
All about.
One more W for New York, a grand final spot on the line between these two teams. And then we got Crim coming out like the Undertaker. I don't know what's going to happen at this point.
I have no idea what's going to happen. These teams didn't match up throughout stage 4. LA Thieves were able to take it all the way into game 5. But just the way both of these squads have turned up in this tournament, at New York getting the reverse sweep versus Minnesota and then coming out dominating that series versus Florida, momentum is going to be on their side, but they're going up against not an easy team in LA Thieves. They basically have been playing perfect Call of Duty all weekend.
And this is the LA Thieves that we have been waiting for, partner, right? This roster coming into Major 4. They made the improvements, right? They were known as the hardpoint team, the best hardpoint team in the game. And in Major 4, if you were to tell me that their record in hardpoint was going to be their worst, I would say, okay, I guess LA Thieves fell off. However, not at all the case. S&D and Control has leveled up to a point where now they feel confident going into Game 2, going into Game 3, and going into Game 5.
I'm pretty sure they're on a 5-game win streak in Search and Destroy. They're just changing the game, at least in their gameplay. Slowing down, letting the rounds develop, playing for map control, playing for your first bloods, and then converting those into wins. So LA Thieves, so far in this tournament, have been playing lights out. New York are going to have to step up, and I think the player that I'm definitely looking at is going to be Paulehx. You're playing triple Berlins. He's going to be the AR, trying to battle alongside Octane.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy, right? We know what the LA Thieves did. Kept this roster throughout the season, and it has been all about the ARs. The Kings Theater Brooklyn is ready to watch their boys desperately try to get that final spot in top 8 for champs. Here we go. New York, are you ready?
They are ready to go, and just to touch on a little bit of stats before we get into this map. Number 1, NYSL. So far throughout Stage 4 are 4-1 on this map. They are great and turning up to a whole different level, but Thieves on this map specifically, they are last in rotation win percentage, but they have a 3rd in break percentage. But here we go. P1 is where it's gonna start.
It is indeed. You look to the eyes of Crimsix off the rip, and he is the one that gets this series off right. A few early kills as both teams headbutt into the point, but it's ultimately LA Thieves walking away with some early seconds with a man on our screens. The guy that we're going to talk about a lot throughout this series is Paulehx. Drops in a big spot, and LAT continue to walk away with points.
Now 30 seconds remaining on P1 NYSL, trying to send multiple bodies to not give up all this time. Kismet finds 2, cannot find the 3rd, but that's going to be Paulehx with the trade. So NYSL able to break onto P1. They're controlling the spawns, and Paulehx finds another. Great time for them to at least try to tie this game up.
When a great nade comes in from Octane, so Thieves will reclaim control over at P1. Keeping things in mind, NYSL with the spawns over toward P2. You can get a lot of time on this upcoming HP. The boys in yellow look to lock down, look to hunker down, and prepare for what is about to be a break attempt out of Thieves. Kenny up and aggressive early, then puts that much more pressure onto Hydra. Paco trying to stay alive, but it's Kismet. The Bulldog comes roaring on through, eventually traded as LA Thieves make their presence known.
There's a lot of trades back and forth, but LA Thieves right now are in control of the hard point. All of NYSL just trying to get out of the back of their base. As trades go down, still time going in favor of the Thieves. Gonna be the final 35 seconds here. So if you are New York, you have to break this, and Hydra with that 2-piece might be the opening.
But the problem is that Drazah is still here. All things considered, not a whole lot of teammate support. And how about this start for Kismet? Most engagements at 8 and 6, but it's his SMG duo who currently finds himself on the spree. 4 kills in a row right now for the French Phenom. 10 valuable points as the streak comes to an end. Still left at column, but Jay, it's all about the race for next. Kismet here and LAT, they figure him out.
Yeah, that was a big 2-piece from Kenny to at least get him off of that time with the nade and eventually find the second. So NYSL were not able to pick up that remaining 15 seconds. But off the rotation, it's gonna be Thieves early. Hydra finds that first with the nade. Gonna put pressure on towards top fire. One player gonna be aggressive through vines. Envoy's gonna be able to find 1, but Kismet, he finds 2, and they're gonna be able to take control of Roof. That's 3 down, last player in the back. Kenny has to try to stay alive.
Trying to stay alive as desperate as possible. It comes down to a 1v1, and not only does Kismet stay alive for the moment, he at least gets spawns for the Subliners. A very desperate moment, because if that does not happen, the Thieves can continue to grow their advantage, but LAT will not go away. New York trying to hold things down once more. It comes down to Kismet, finds 2, and Hydra is there for the trade. Thieves giving them all that they got, but this SMG line will not go away.
Yeah, and the Thieves, they're putting a lot of pressure on it because they're going into a P4 where they are struggling to hold that one, a 54% hold rate. It's not going to be good, but NYSL are going to be here off the rotation. The battle is going to be towards the back. Paulehx has to use 1-on-1, cannot win it. So the initial 2 kills do go in favor of the Thieves. They have the numbers. That's going to be 3 dead. Last player is Hydra from the front, and all 4 go down. Thieves with a successful rotation.
We saw New York last time. They had a great hold when it came down to Church. Despite having spawns, the Thieves break right on through. Those guns are hot for either side of the stage, but it continues to favor LAT. Throughout our first 3.5 hard points, it just feels like LAT are in the advantage, typically in the driver's seat when it comes to rotations or when it comes to breaks. Nearly doubling the score of their opposition as Kenny looks to get involved in the fight, eventually taken down.
That's a big 2-piece from Crim. Still, the trades are in favor of LA Thieves, so Crim has to try to slow down, wait for his ticket to get to the play. Final 15. They're going to try to contest this, knowing that they're going towards P5. Kismet finds another 2-piece, trying to go for the 3rd towards front door, cannot win it. So the remaining junk time is going to go in favor of the Thieves, but off the rotation, Hydra does find 1, but Thieves have more bodies there. They're ready.
Yeah, a big P5 where we've seen teams most recently, partner, start to kind of figure out, right, this command center known as a very chaotic hill, but if you get your spreads correctly, if you toss out your nades right, there can be a potential for some breaks. Kismet cuts down his own teammate, and that is still going to be an advantage toward the opposite direction. The Thieves continue to walk away with points, and Envoy is reading them left, right, and center. Paul and Kismet combined for 3. Kenny, with no teammate support, has to back on up.
Kenny has to back up, but he loses the gunfight to Crim, so now all of LA Thieves spawning towards church side. It's a big 25 if NYSL can pick this up. First gunfight's gonna go in favor of Octane, and that's gonna be 3 down, 1 player left in the point. All left up to Crim. He does find one, but a huge one-on-one between him and Kenny for this final 10.
Oh, and it belongs to Kismet. The Bulldog in a very, very valuable spot, one of the biggest series of his entire career. Jay got added to the Subliners, and it feels like ever since he did at the Pro-Am, things have been different for New York. They've started to figure things out, and oftentimes, Crim has even said it, they rely on Kismet so much for information and for callouts.
He's a phenomenal player, the objective mind for this NYSL team. You see, they win their rotation, that's all 4 dead. Usually this is the money hill for the Thieves. But NYSL are now going to get aggressive, take Mack control. Hydra finds 2. He's on a 6-3, can pick up the glide bomb, but Envoy takes him down. But this has been greatly uncontested time at P1. NYSL right back in this game.
And for a team that sees so much success on P1, this is great work from New York. They continue to walk away with trades, and Crimsix has got some words for the Dark Prince. Kismet on 5, Crim on 5 as well. They've retaken the lead, and they could have glide bombs in their future.
Crim has a huge gunfight, cannot win it versus Envoy, so it's on Kismet. Can he pick up this glide bomb for his team? Early shots onto Kenny, but he's eventually going to get traded, so no streaks to work with. But NYSL are in control of the lead for now. All of the Thieves spawning towards the back. NYSL just going to decide to flood through P5. Big gunfights going into Octane, but he's cutting them down left and right.
Well, the turret has having himself a great start to this game. Eventually does get cut down, and that could be the green light now for New York.
3 down.
Stand clear as they all come roaming in, rummaging in now to the column. Hydra ends up cutting down Envoy, a big opportunity for a break, and at the perfect time as well. But it's, again, these well-coordinated nades, and despite the break, LAT rush right back in.
LAT rush back in, but Paulehx is able to find 2. Hydra with the 3rd, so this remaining 20 is going to go in favor of NYSL. They had the bodies for the rotation. Kismet on the chase, finds Drazah. So they take the lead right on back, but it's all about this hold. At least the Thieves did a good job last time around, keeping NYSL off this time. If you're NYSL, you need to get some bodies on that point.
And this could be a big 1v1. Octane waiting for his moment to strike. Kismet, is he going to read the player over toward his left? Some shots do come out, aware of his position, and he'll take him down. Holds the irons well, 27 and 20. Right now from Matthew Tinsley. Continues to send LAT to the grave. And New York are getting some much needed seconds. As you said, Jay, last time around, Thieves were able to break in almost effortlessly, but this is not happening the same way. Kismet now on 4. He's hungry for the 5th. Eventually drops, but again, it feels like the trades continue to go the way of New York as Crim puts the rat to use.
Flawless hold right there from NYSL. You already see Paulehx, the route man, gonna be off the rotation. LA Thieves are gonna flip those spawns. Not the best case scenario for them. Full 60 hold puts NYSL up by 55, in control of the spawns. You cannot allow the Thieves to have the hold that they had last time around. NYSL gonna be the first players in towards the point, but all the pressure coming in towards the back.
Oh, and it's a big moment. It's a big moment where New York has to hold on. Let's step aside and go to listen in this very crucial moment.
Two grass. I want the middle, middle. Two grass.
Middle. Yo, weak. Two grass. Watch your back. Grass. Draw the grass. I got one back. Nice. Let's go. One shot, nice. Done. You got your back door.
Some fiery and very motivated comms out of New York as they continue to walk away with the trades. LAT will get those final few points of scrap, but when you look at the scorecard, Jay, it could not be more one-sided NYSL have come alive in these second set of rotation.
The SMGs are taking over this game. 32 and 22 for Hydra, 33 and 24 for Kismet. Crim finds the opening two-piece. It's going to be LA Thieves in the time for now. But more bodies from NYSL. The nades come in. They're going to be able to get more time, 15 seconds away from taking map 1.
The Thieves, they're just got to break in. They've got to find at least one break. It is possible. It could happen now. They're able to find two, and Kenny puts the SMG to use. Hanging on by a knife's edge are the Thieves. Gonna have to give it everything that they've got. 20 valuable seconds left. Could it be the break? Could it be the break? New York, they just need one more. Here comes the nade. And Kismet puts his life on the line, trying to set up his teammates for success. The final effort for New York will come to a crashing halt, but it's about that rotation toward next now.
Yeah, and NYSL, they're already set up. You already have Hydra and Kismet ready for the push through middle of the map. They can close it out right now.
They can have it happen here. Kismet with another crucial double. LAT low on numbers. Here they come, and here they fall. New York, strike first.
What a performance by NYSL in those second half of the rotations. Usually the money hill for the Thieves is that P1, but once we got to that P1, NYSL were able to get a full 60 hold on that one. Then once you get towards P2, it was scrappy between both teams, but where NYSL really pulled off was that P3. Yeah. Such a beautiful hold to hold it for a full 60, win rotations towards next, and just get closer and closer to that 250-point mark. LA Thieves could not execute break on two of those hills that eventually cost them this map number 1, but the SMGs for NYSL come out swinging and take a commanding 1-0 lead.
I'll tell you what, man, Kismet came out with some fire. He saw so many opportunities where he was up in the face of the opposition. Jay, we talk about him so often as a support player. He's happy to sacrifice his life. A 0.9, it's fine if that's what the scorecard says, as long as it's a W in the end. And he came out with some aggression that the Thieves clearly were not able to handle.
Definitely were not. NYSL were just on point, and also Paulehx, he really didn't have the best start to that game. He was like 7 and 17, but the two pieces towards the later half of that game is what really started to set up NYSL for these flawless holds. 4 dead after 4 dead, just making it impossible for LA Thieves to try to contest that time, forcing them off the rotation, and then also losing their gunfights. Not the way you want to come out in this map number 1, but you're the Thieves, you're not going to be too mad about that. So far in Search and Destroy, they're on a 5-game win spree. So they have to make sure that they tie up the series in the next map.
It sounds so fun to say that, because it's like usually if Thieves lose the opening hardpoint, we're like, okay, well, this is panic time. This is panic time for the Thieves, but they've been in this position so many times previously. They lose that Tuscan hardpoint that they have been trying to perfect as much as possible. That's also the first opening HP loss for the LA Thieves. They've won every opening Tuscan hardpoint so far. It's been the key to their success. They don't have that luxury this time. And there you see the love from the fans. Brooklyn letting their boys know. We'll definitely catch up the flank once this is over, Jay, right?
100%.
Absolutely.
Best podcast for Call of Duty. Without a doubt. Shout out my guy Zuma.
Absolutely. Shout out to Tommy P. But tell you what, man, Berlin S&D up next. I don't know, it feels like that was a much-needed victory for the New York Subliners. Yeah. The desk was touching on it a lot, right? They need to come away with this because, as you mentioned, the Thieves are on a roll right now in S&D. You and I had one of their opening casts versus Atlanta, playing some of the best S&D out of anybody in the league right now.
They have just been taking their time in Search and Destroy, knowing that the team that they're playing against like to take map control, like to be aggressive. So as long as you play that neutral setup, get that first blood, it usually sets up Thieves to go out there and win the round. But on Berlin Search and Destroy specifically, in 4v3 situations, they're 11th in clutching. That's terrible. When you have the man advantage, you need to make sure that you're closing out these rounds, but you're going up against NYSL on this map, who are the worst defensive team on this squad. So it's all about these attacking rounds. If you can get these bombs down, force the play to come to you, that's the way LA Thieves secure this one.
And you also got to be aware of that, man, Mr. Octane. It feels like he has started to reach back into his bag. We know he could be one of the most dominant players that we've got in the league, and he can do it with the sniper as well. I'm sure very happy to have that sniper back here in Vanguard. Without a doubt, one of the most lethal that we've got in the CDL, and it feels like LAT have got that 1-2 punch. They've got Octane in the back with the sniper, and as of late, man, Envoy has been a man possessed in this game mode. I think he's number 3 right now in the league. And then also, on top of that, this is also top 5 KDs. He's also not just doing it in Search and Destroy, but he is doing it in the respawns as well. number 2 right now.
They're top 5. You have Kenny and Envoy, and I'm pretty sure Octane is the same exact KD as Kenny, so he's sitting in the 6th spot with a 1.16 as well. So LA Thieves, like I said, they've just been playing flawless Call of Duty all weekend. They come out kind of slow in that map, number 1, but this is where they have to respond to get themselves into this.
And we've had many conversations, some late night talks right about this New York team. And Jake, every time that we're discussing the Subliners, you're always telling me they got to win their S&D.
Yeah.
If they can win their S&Ds, they can be a championship contender. They can make it to a grand finals. They can win a grand finals in front of their home crowd if they can win these search and destroys. Considering everything that you've been able to watch throughout this season, what does New York need to do in this search and destroy and moving forward if they can continue to go throughout the rest of the tournament?
In this search and destroy specifically, it's all about just being aggressive on the map, especially on your attacking rounds, because you know LA Thieves like to spread map 2-2 split towards either site. But if you have more bodies at one point, just win the trade situation, get the bomb down, and then force them to retake. But for both of these squads, especially LA Thieves, the standout player is going to be Envoy at a 1.08 on Berlin search and destroy. But on the opposite side, the equalizer for NYSL, Kismet, with a 1.24. Has been taking over on this map.
Last time we saw the Thieves in this very map and mode, it was versus Toronto yesterday. A clean 6-0 versus the Toronto boys. We'll see if they can have that same magic happen. They've been on a run, they've been on a roll. And now we come into this search and destroy. New York up 1-0, and the Thieves will begin things on attack.
He's gonna start off on the attacking round. Gonna send 3 players over towards train side. 1 player who's gonna be on site. And I don't know if they're gonna spot Paulehx in position. He's laying down behind that bomb. Does get a couple shots down, but Envoy finds that first blood. Trey's not gonna be here, already a 4v2.
Yeah, your 2 players at top 10 in KD show their skills instantly in Kismet, the sole man alive, the one man who was on the opposite side. Now pulls out the big boy, a 1v4 found out, and it does not get much cleaner than that. Nobody falls for Thieves, and they claim our first round.
Just 4 up, 4 down. Clean round from LA Thieves to get that first blood. They find the player on site, and once you force it into a 4v2, just get that bomb down, play your numbers, get out with your life. As LA Thieves dominating round number 1.
And now for New York, no kills across the board. They'll look to try and reply in their very first attack here on Championship Sunday. We've seen a lot of those A hits, and obviously in Berlin you can see a decent mixture. So for Thieves, they will bring out that 2-2 split. 2 toward B and 2 toward A. Kenny and Drazah will be the first line of defense. The first blood strikes again, but it is 2 more in exchange for New York. They smell blood and they get the bomb down instantly, up 3v2.
They win the trade battle. So now to 3v2, you just have to hold your position, play these trades. Hydra, at least in a great position to take down 1, but Envoy wins that gunfight. So now to 2v2.
Wow.
Octane finds Kismet. All left up to Paulehx. 30 seconds left.
25 seconds to play with, a lot of time if you're Thieves. At the same time, for Paul, does not want to give away his position. Has got to play this one close. No eyes on the site as of yet. They can be defusing at any moment. Cuts down 1, 15 seconds to play with. And is Octane, does he hop on the defuse or will he hold on to the bomb? He'll use the bomb as cover. He used the bomb as cover, but it's going to be Paul who answers back and will clutch it out for the team. Paul, X, Y, and Z. Now I know my S&Ds, New York. Level it up at 1, and Paul, the superstar in round 2.
All just came down to COD timing at its finest. Envoy, he tries to tech that P5 area, but Paulehx, once he wins that gunfight, you know you cannot throw that shoulder. He had 24 HP. Octane, all he has to do is hit him with 1 bullet, but once you throw that shoulder, after regaining your health, get the information that you need to just stay down. He's not defusing, and clutch up the round. 1-1.
Crim7 looks like Spike Lee out here in the front row, cheering on his New York boys. You'd love to see it. Early nade out from Kenny. Will net Thieves, I believe, their 3rd straight first blood. And with that, the bomb will look to go down. Great pick comes in from Paul as he continues on his spree, and the Thieves look to set up shop.
3v3, Envoy's just gonna break these doors down. Give the clutch spot to Drazah a little bit easier. NYSL gonna send 2 players to dock. 1 player is gonna go on that flank. It's gonna be Paulehx. Working his way all the way around towards warehouse. Gunfights are gonna come in towards the bomb. Crimsix will find the first, but you gotta wait on Paulehx. What can he do on the flank?
Paul, it doesn't matter unless he can come away with this kill. The 2 members of New York still holding true onto the bomb site. Hydra ready to pop with the snipe. A 2 versus 2. Drazah and Octane holding down the site well, and the snipe will not land. The Thieves will lock this one down. The first bloods continue to favor them, and so will the round. 2-1.
It's all just on Drazah. Once he finds that kill onto Paulehx, they're perfectly set up to watch that bomb from either angle, back warehouse and boathouse. They just take their time, stall out as much time as possible until someone commits towards that defuse. Drazah's able to find both. 3 first bloods so far for the Thieves.
We'll see if they can keep it up. A lot of attacks. Attack victories up to this point. We'll see if it can remain the theme. NYSL going to continue to go over toward that A side. Only player in ear's distance is going to be Drazah, and with the information that Envoy gets, you can see the way that the arrows are now directed for the Thieves. They think this is going to be going down at B, when in reality, it is not at all the case, Jay.
It's not at all. Mind games right now from Hydra. Has multiple players committing towards this B site.
Hello.
NYSL, you can just get this down. Envoy just waiting right outside the door. He's going to be able to spot him and win the gunfight. Another first blood going in favor of the Thieves, but if you're NYSL, just get this bomb down.
At the very least, you do lose the French Phenom. But you've got site control. They have yet to plank down this bomb. They are still not totally comfortable as of yet. Had they found that pick, it very well could have gone their direction. Can he receive some shots? Ultimately stays alive. Trade. It's a trade. A trade happens, and that will favor the Thieves, given the time and given the lives.
So now the 3v2, Crim has to try to make a play, but he gets caught out by Envoy. All left up to Kismet in the 1v3. He's going to try to get the bomb down. Kenny's going to put down a couple shots. Everyone from LA Thieves are going to collapse. And once again, another first blood going in favor of the Thieves, now up 3-1.
A trade as well. That was not on my CDL bingo card today, Jay. Did not
I wasn't expecting that one.
Trade in that situation. Wild stuff. Wild stuff here in New York. But as you said, Thieves, so good in the early stages of these rounds. And it felt like New York, they had full site control, but just never elected to get that bomb down early. You never know where the Thieves could be hiding, especially with how lethal they've been in search to destroy it. Very well could have been a right call if you are New York. But the utility tossed in Envoy, looking to get aggressive. He rushes straight toward fire, but is Hydra going to expect it? Paul actually has his back.
So that's NYSL finally with the first blood going in their favor. Now in the 4v3. The Thieves are just playing for some information. They're going to try to at least take down Crim. Kenny does a great job of doing so, but Kismet immediately there for the trade. 3v2. Bomb is still going to be down towards bottom library. A lot of time, though, for the Thieves to work with.
Great long-range shots from Octane. As Kismet will look to back on up, see another day. Gets out of dodge and will join alongside Hydra and Paul for a much-needed round. Thieves yet to grab that bomb and really do anything with it. Still eager for information. It is currency. And game mode such as this, and Octane has got 3 players behind him as New York look to clear out the warehouses.
They're taking a lot of map control. They know that LA Thieves have to commit towards this B site. Octane's finally going to be able to pick up that bomb. It basically flip spawns on the opposite side, so Octane's going to plant it or backfire. He's going to be able to get this bomb down, but Kismet is going to try to at least put some shots down. 45 seconds down the clock.
And Octane at least needs one. He has to find one, especially if Drazah is going to be here. 1v3. Now for the Alaskan Assassin. Should have clipped those toenails last night. And New York, a much-needed comeback, a much-needed retake. They deliver and avoid the swing round situation.
They find that first blood. They trade efficiently to at least keep themselves in the man advantage. And then Thieves just wasted a lot of time, enough time for NYSL to hit the buddy system, wrap all the way through the back of warehouse, knowing that they have to commit towards this B bomb. And NYSL, they retake beautifully, now down 3-2.
A great return there for the Subliners. As we said, for the Thieves, S&D, it's been their mode, it's been their backbone. They cannot afford to allow for NYSL to get this one back, to level it at 3, but only continue to get this crowd more into it, continue to get the mentality of the Subliners back into it. New York, a 2-2 spread. Very well seen engagement in a moment's notice. Kenny able to strike. Another first blood granted for the Thieves. As Kylo Ken looks to readjust. and maintain that advantage, but that's right when Hydra strikes. A great opening into the A site.
So down to 3v3.
Oh, Paul!
Side of the aggressive towards the middle map. Unfortunately, Paul takes down Hydra, so it's a 2v2. Envoy's at least able to spot one. Paul cannot win the gunfight onto Kenny. So now Kismet, the Bulldog, in the 1v2, 45 seconds.
And he can absolutely do this. Oh, a great angle. Great angle if someone decides to come through Secret and just toward his right. He's gonna have a little bit of information to work off of. Kismet decides to reference back. 30 seconds left and the Thieves. The trap was set. And Kismet will find one. 20 seconds to work with an Envoy. He's gotta go hunting. He's gotta go searching. Where has Kismet gone? He's right in front of you! And the Bulldog will bite back. The 1v2 clutch, New York, right back in this S&D.
What a play from Kismet to just get that bomb down. He knows that they have to be pushing out the back of his spawn, the reposition towards back alley. Once he finds that first flood, you force Envoy to make a play. Are you gonna stick the bomb or try to look through back alley or intercepts? Gives him enough time to get his health back and clutch up the 1v2. NYSL have brought this back 3-3.
LA Thieves look to get incredibly aggressive over toward that A side. If you're New York, you played this very, very well. You put all your forces, all your numbers at this very site. Thieves could look for the first blood and honestly just get out of dodge. But a job much easier said than done. Utility toss. Plat somewhat clear, but still no overall information for the Thieves. As Envoy looks to wrap back, Paul does get some redemption. Finds the opening on the Kenny, and how about the flank for Hydra? Takes the double, and it's all on to Octane, and he will fall as well. And here come the Subliners.
3 rounds in a row for NYSL. Paulehx with the first blood, and right there, if you're LA Thieves, you're probably thinking, all right, let's try to play the trade on Paulehx. We know exactly where he's coming from. They all try to commit towards that A site, opens up the flank for Hydra to find that 2-piece. 4 up, 4 down. Clean round by NYSL, now up 4-3.
Speaking of 4s, you got Hydra, you got Kismet on those streaks as well. Something to think about. Hail Hydra indeed, my friend. Octane able to strike first. Crimsix will be out of the round. All they can do is provide some comms from the death screen. NYSL without their veteran, but Kismet, he's been the master so far. Brings things now to a 2v2.
2v2, a lot of time to work with. Rotate towards either side, especially with the Thieves playing over towards B. They have to decide to wrap back or at least push through. And they decide to take control of the opponent's spawn. Now NYSL and Kismet gonna be able to sneak his way in towards fire. They're just trying to play for information. Paulehx gonna be the guy.
Paulehx for 1. Envoy just below, no spot to feet. Can he walk away with the gunfight? Not gonna happen. Kismet, a 1v1 again. Can he come up clutch once more, or can Envoy, the player lately for the Thieves who has taken over, can he deliver and bring us to 4-4? A tense moment. 25 seconds left. Envoy lurking. Where's he gonna be at? And Kismet again! Absolutely sensational from Kismet. Granted, held the corner, but he has been nothing short of reliable in these moments where New York need him. Match point for NYSL.
4 rounds in a row for NYSL to put them at game point, and Kismet is also on a 6 spree. So if you are NYSL, just try to slow this game down, give him a free kill so he can earn that glide bomb, make your job a little bit easier. As the pressure by LA Thieves gonna go over towards B. They're able to spot Hydra on the cross, not able to take him down, but they get some good information.
Nades exchanged. Some new holes in this Berlin map start to be added. Craters Over toward the street, Envoy looking for a few shoulders, looking to check out, make sure that there's nobody hiding with the timing. Works out perfectly for Hydra. NYSL answer early. And Paul is gonna have that info on to Kenny. Can he find him as he looks to escape? Kenny brought low. Looks to reload the automaton, tosses out the nade. And it doesn't land.
Drazah does find one, makes it a 3v3 with the positioning right now of Hydra. As Kismet finds that kill, he's gonna be able to earn that glide, but you can call it in right now.
And Hydra stayed alive. Hydra stayed alive, absolutely. He can call in the glide bomb whenever he wants. Kenny brings it to a 1v1. No glide bomb to work with, but another 1v1. Paulehx versus Kenny. Bomb attained. And will he look to go for the plant? Is he gonna bait out Paul? Here comes the gun engagement. Here it comes, and Paul will deliver. And New York go up 2-0 in the series.
Clutch after clutch for NYSL, 5 rounds in a row to take this search and destroy and now put themselves in a great position. One map until they are eligible for champs. One map until they make it to the grand finals at their own major. Clutch after clutch by Kismet, by Paulehx. The mid-round adjustments right there from NYSL were too strong. LA Thieves could not react quick enough. And NYSL playing so damn well. Crimsix, he drops a breadstick. He drops a breadstick. The young guns coming to play in search and destroy, put them in the commanding 2-0 lead.
Crimsix was just happily sitting in the Jansport. He's like, young guns, take me to the finish line, boys. Take me to the finish line. I will be your guy when you need me in the respawns. But a very impressive WJ out of New York. We cannot stress it enough, right? A few months ago, a victory, an S&D victory over Thieves, cool, that's fine, right? But now versus this Thieves roster, a team that we have said played picture-perfect search and destroy, who just 6-0'd Toronto in this very map yesterday. Incredibly, incredibly impressive as the fans, they can feel it. They know that their boys are one map away from the Cinderella story being complete, from her getting to the ball. But you know, Jay, Thieves are not gonna go down easy.
They're definitely not gonna go down easy because their control that they're playing next is their best control, and that's usually the auto veto for NYSL. So they're gonna have to try to put something together in map 3 if they wanna close it out 3-0.
They are indeed, my friend. As we said, one map away are the New York Subliners from overtaking the Florida Mutineers and getting the final spot for CDL champs. It does not get more interesting. It does not get more intense than this. When we come back after the break, it is time for Berlin Control. Stay with us.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Championship Sunday here at the King's Theater in Brooklyn, New York. And we have got some very, very happy fans because right now their boys find themselves up 2-0 with just one map left. One game left before they can get that final spot for champs. But Jay, we got to talk about the S&D that we just witnessed. It was clinical. Yep. We got to take a look at our scuff play of the game. It was beautiful. It was sweet from Mr. Paulehx. What do we see here, buddy?
This came down to a 1v1 to close out this search and destroy. Look at how much time is left on the clock once Kenny finds his two-piece. Goes from a 1v3 to a 1v1, but he knows that the bomb is down towards that B site. Time is ticking. Eventually, Kenny has to commit towards the bomb plant. Takes his time, strafes around that corner. With that auto in hand, all headshots to close out that search and destroy. Paulehx came to play in that S&D. You can just see the defeat right there on the side of Kenny. Huge 1v3, could have potentially kept his team in the game, but Paulehx answers the call. In that search and destroy, you see Paulehx's family supporting the young man.
Oh, you love it.
Love to see it.
You love it. You see Mama X constantly on social media. She's got to be thrilled, knowing that NYSL are just one map away. But ladies and gentlemen, will it be here? Will it happen on Berlin Control? Not only are Thieves fans everywhere on the edge of their seats, but the same thing can be said, Jay, for the Florida Mutineers. They've got to be terrified right now.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I saw Sky tweet at every single player from the Thieves and say he was giving them a little bit of extra AR power, but NYSL, here we go. One map away from making grand finals, from putting their placement in towards champ. They're gonna start on defense, all out pressure towards A. Crim finds the opening two. Paul with the third, they shut down that push.
Clinical work when it comes down to Berlin Control. We so often talk about it's really about that A zone. B can be captured quite simply. Octane's at least able to handle business toward the back alley, and YSL are there for the trades. And now it's going to be the all-out focus for the LA Thieves at that B zone. And how about the gunfight victory for Kismet? Jay, he has been sensational.
He has not been missing any shots today. The LA Thieves are able to find that two-piece, able to stop that clock. First tick of aggression at B is going to come in. But NYSL, they're not going to give this one up for free. Kismet is going to try to attack this early shot. Eventually, Envoy does find the kill, but Crimsix does drop here. Just have to give this one up. Play for the retake, play for the hold at A.
And they're also going to send a few of their SMGs forward. Kenny does get dealt with, as the Thieves also do not want to give up any ticket control. They've got two players here.
Three down.
This is where things start to get a little dicey for NYSL. Keep in mind, player number 3, Kismet, he's going to be on the flank, trying to handle business, but Envoy is there for the 5 spree. Dives, looking for the 6th, and handled. But New York, they've got their one tick that they wanted over at the A zone. Now it's Hydra's turn, but Drazah is there to cut them all down. 4 fall in the feed, and the Thieves look to stack at A.
And New York gotta go. You gotta go, because this is gonna be a dominant round from LA Thieves to start us off. They're gonna be able to complete both points with 1 minute and 54 on the clock. That was textbook control right there from LA to now put themselves up 1-0.
Yeah, that is terrifying.
Yes,
New York,
it is.
they realize, they're like, okay, they're halfway there. They got 4 players in the point. No need to stack them up on streaks. Granted, Berlin Control, not the greatest game, rather the greatest map for the glide bomb, but still do not want to give the opposing side any advantage, any unnecessary items. As Drazah and Octane will come into round 2 quite proud, considering the streaks that they sit on. And YSL, their first look now at the attacking side. They've got that same strategy in mind. It's an all-out hit toward A.
Yeah, they have to match the aggression that LA Thieves were able to put on in the very first round. And they already find that opening 2-piece. One player on the flank is going to be Kismet. He finds 2, so that's going to be 3. Make it all 4 down. The push to A is going to be good. You just have to stay alive, because it's so much more difficult. You can capture this A point off the rip. First tick is in. They have multiple bodies. Second tick is on the way. And LA Thieves are just taking their time at black.
Oh my goodness, this is absolutely clinical. Crim eventually falls, but Paulehx still here. Eventually handled, but you still got the SMGs. They're still roaming. They're still here. Hydra with 2, and Kismet with the 3rd. Nobody's still left around the point. They are still capturing this. The time is still halted. Hydra continues to be in the face of the Thieves, and they do not want to allow for him to go on a run. NYSL answer with the early A capture, and now have 1 minute and 50 on the clock to get just 3 ticks at this B zone.
We do not usually see that A point captured off the rip, but that's going to be 3 dead. Last player in the point is going to be Drazah. What can he do for the Thieves? He does find the first. Can he with the second? So that could potentially slow down the aggression from NYSL. He's trying to do everything he can to stay alive. He gets taken down by Hydra. There's multiple bodies here from LA Thieves. Trades going back and forth. LA Thieves, they hold.
Thieves with desperation in mind cannot afford to give this offensive victory up. But you may not have that decision. Decision could be made for you, especially when Kismet is on the map. Players continue to get close. Live advantage firmly in the favor of New York as Hydra eventually dealt with Paul, the soul man, inside of the objective. Gonna see what he can do. Also does get dropped. No ticks yet for the Subliners. Thieves, this defensive start has been perfection.
They've been holding strong as the first tick is about to come in for NYSL, but look at the lives remaining. 16-10. Your NYSL, if you can find and clean forward, that's exactly what you want to do. But you also want to trade efficiently. LA Thieves are able to find 3 in the feed. Now it's going to be on towards Paulehx. Can they at least take down 1? So he can trade effectively. 55 seconds. LA Thieves are doing a great job of just holding down this B point.
This is very, very impressive work from LAT. Envoy now on 6 in a row. And if you're New York, I guess you take somewhat of a different look. You got Hydra currently placed in toward fire. And he also gets red. Perfect reads out of the Thieves across the board. And they have done their homework in library of all places. A great job here off the rip. Crimsix with the first blood. Envoy now extends the streak to 7. 1 tick is all they have to speak of, and they cannot find the Dark Prince. Paul eventually shuts him down. 15 seconds to go as the lives continue to thin for either side. A current 3v5. It is up to only just a mere few. New York have got to get onto this point, but Octane is here. Octane still lingering. 2 players, now 1 player left. It is all on to Paco. It's all on to Hydra, and the Thieves hold them off.
Such an impressive hold right there from LA Thieves. Usually when that A point is captured, it's not easy to hold down that B point, but they maintain map control the entire time. 1 player was focused on the fire push, just in case any NYSL players try to play for a couple spawn kills. You keep control of water, you play your corners in towards the library. And they were winning a majority of their gunfights. Now, able to find themselves up 2-0 on this control. Also up 2 segments, just in case it does go to that round number 5. Envoy earns himself a glide bomb as well, and it's going to be the push all the way towards A once again.
And how many times have we discussed Envoy throughout their series? He has been the spark. He's been the guy to bring them back, to bring them from the depths. An incredibly confident LAT team rushed their way right into this A zone again, and watch that progress bar begin to fly. Already halfway there as New York begin to scramble. They're hitting flanks, they're hitting routes that just are not customary. Kenny now on 5 in a row, and the Thieves can do no wrong. Perfection again at the A zone, and now 2 minutes to work with. New York are gonna have to pull off something special if they expect to see a 4th round.
Yeah, they need a miracle right now because the first tick is about to be complete. It's all gonna be on the SMGs. What can Hydra and Kismet do? The contest is gonna be here. Hydra finds the first, Hydra finds 2, and Paulehx with the second. So that's gonna be the last player up in Octane. They equalize him. Now all of LAD's coming off spawn. They're gonna rotate back towards water. It's gonna be on Crim to hold this down.
Oh, Crim did everything but just get that final bit of damage onto either of those players, and he'll get found out. First player cleared is the Thieves. Honestly, rock at this like it's a hard point. Take 1 down, start to move in, start to force your way on forward, but it's Kismet again. Captain Clutch, who comes away and sets his teammates up for success. 1 tick through from the Thieves, but that is all that they have got as of now. The SMGs doing everything they can to be as unpredictable as possible in a very small area here at this B zone. They continue to line on up LAT with 2 bodies in, and with the ARs on the outside, it's gonna be difficult. It's not gonna be easy, but 2 off the rip could be what they need. Second tick captured as Envoy looks to get a little dicey. Eventually falls, and New York break in perfectly.
New York just have to hold strong. A minute left on the clock. At least try to force this round number 4. Down by 3 lives. Hydra gonna be the player. Hold down towards water side. Drazah does find an opening kill though. If you are NYSL, it's gonna be on Kismet. Drazah finds 2, but that's gonna be 3 down. It's all gonna be on Paulehx. He finds 1, but now the stack is gonna be in the Thieves are gonna close it out.
Looks like it's gonna be here. Crimsix will fall. He will hit the deck, and LAT come roaring back in this control. The best way that you can possibly answer is with a 3-0 smack it on Berlin control, and they do exactly that, Jay. Impressive work across the board, and a stunning performance once again out of Envoy. Goes 21-12. He is having himself an event.
Turned up to a whole different level was Envoy. Earns himself the glide bomb, doesn't even need to invest it to close out this control. And it was just all on the attacking rounds for the Thieves. Like the early pressure towards B, based off that first round, they worked towards B, ticks, and then they were transitioning over towards A. It was beautiful, but they were doing that against NYSL, who the #1 defensive team on this map. So LA Thieves just came back and made a statement to now put themselves down 2-1. But we're not leaving Berlin just yet. Berlin hardpoint up next.
Yeah, it's the thing we talked about coming into this Berlin control. It's like, Jay, we obviously know that New York is up 2-0. They're feeling good. But the Thieves are not going to just roll away, right? They're not going to be one of those teams that's going to be dramatically affected by this crowd. We got a group of veterans on that side of the stage who realize the importance. They realize, hey, this is a lot for them as well. They're trying to make the finals. They want to be in their first finals, first major finals under the LAT banner. And they come out roaring in this Berlin control. And I guess somewhat of a positive, you're going to do another Berlin respawn.
Definitely are. It definitely is a positive for the LA Thieves because as of recent, these guys have been so dominant on this map. Used to be one of their bread and butters, especially when you think about the Thieves roster. It's Kabuto and it's Berlin. But the last time that these 2 teams matched up, it was NYSL able to take it away by only 13 points. It was very, very close. But NYSL are the best P3 team on this map. And then LA Thieves are the best P4 team on this map. So it's all going to come down to those rotations. Who's going to be properly set up for both of those money hills for these squads?
And I feel like it sounds like a broken record, but I'm going to ask you the question regardless. Like, who do you look out for when it comes down to this Thieves team? I feel like I know the answer, but I want to hear it from you. Who do you think can help lead the charge?
It's going to be Kenny. Kenny is the guy that pulls out the 30-yard a majority of the time on this map, and he has that takeover ability. And then the opposite side, you're playing AR maps. They didn't really have the best map #1. I'm looking at Paulehx. He returns up in that search and destroy. Everyone on NYSL basically didn't spawn in on that control. But this is where they can close this out in another hard point. With their ARs, especially with the way that Crim played yesterday, a 1.32 in that series versus Florida. If he can have that same energy here, I think NYSL have a great chance of closing this one.
It's very possible, my friend. It is still very possible. As we said, 1 map away. Still are the New York Subliners from grabbing that 8th and final spot. When we talk about champs, though, here are our numbers so far throughout stage 4, the records for either side. And it's hard, right? It's hard to avoid the left side of the screen. Granted, you have some great hold percentages, break percentages are there as well, but for NYSL, a 12-2 record, an average point differential of +56, that is mad.
Just remember the beginning of the year with this NYSL team, they could not win a hard point. It was like a 13-14 losing streak. But ever since they made this roster, hardpoint has been their bread and butter. 12-2, that's dominant.
That is.
All throughout stage 4. They go 4-1 throughout qualifiers. The only loss that they lost to was the LA Thieves, and that was losing both search and destroys in a 6-3 fashion. They take the first one. Now it just comes down to doing what you do best, and that's winning your hardpoints.
Now realistically, avoiding the stats, avoiding, what are the game 5 records, etc. Do you feel like it has to be a W here for New York? Like if the LA Thieves start to get something going, right? They start to get some momentum on their side. They're winning the respawns. They're in the midst of trying to make that reverse sweep. Do you feel like it has to happen here for New York? They got to close it out in 4.
Yeah, this has to be where NYSL closes out because that last map, Desert Siege, they do have history on it. The last match of Stage 4, and it was Los Angeles, able to take it in a 6-3 fashion, so they know the playbook. They know exactly what's going to come. This is where they need to close this out. Such a beautiful crowd, everyone in the King's Theater. Amazing venue. As map 4 is getting ready to start, NYSL 1 map away from making it to the grand finals and having their champ spot in their back pocket.
The final fist bumps come on through for either side of the stage. And maybe the final bit of words said to each other, some let's goes, some let's do this, and maybe some words that we can't necessarily say on broadcast either, but hey, it is what it is. Berlin HP. Could this be the map for New York, or will we have a Game 5 on our hands? I know given yesterday, we didn't see a ton, but lately, throughout Major 4, and through our first few days here at the New York Major, we've seen so many of those final maps go down. As we take a look at NYSL, the more preferred side, as we head in toward Berlin P1.
This P1 time is going to go in favor of NYSL. Hydra finds the first. Hydra going to be aggressive. He finds 2, but that's going to be the Thieves coming out on top in the trades. Beautiful break from them to not allow NYSL to get a majority of this time already. As now all of NYSL is going to try to set up this pinch, but there's multiple Thieves players here ready for the cutoffs.
Yeah, very interesting pinch. It does go down for New York. We'll see if it does pay off. Oh, and so far it is not panning out the way that they would have liked, but here comes Kismet, eager to strike, and he'll take down 1. Back-to-back headshots, and he'll have some words for Envoy as well. Kismet comes into this hard point with something to prove, eager to close out the Thieves in just 4. New York will have the advantage, but as we head toward P2, it is the Thieves with spawns.
Thieves currently now with spawns, but they're losing a bunch of gunfights. Hydra and Crimsix combined for all 4. Thieves are the last in rotation win percentage on this map, and it showed right there as NYSL able to get a clean 4 dead. Now it's all about the setup. 1 player, actually 2 players going to be able to slip right on through that water side. Octane finds the first, and that's the initial 2-piece. Now it's Hydra's turn to strike.
It's the Hydra and Paul. We'll have to try to take down the rest of the Thieves. Hydra drops, and Paul does as well, clearing out the base. Will work out quite nicely for the Thieves, but Kismet, I didn't even see him on the map, Jay. It feels like he is like 3 players on the map. He does not leave that hard point and strikes again when LAT don't even realize it. A great break opportunity for New York as they're in the driver's seat to grab these final 10 seconds, but with spawns at their back. Thieves, a great push to try to rush on forward. Hydra will grab these 2, and once more, it is the Thieves with the rotation. P3 up next now, partner.
This is their worst hard point, but this time around, they're gonna have the spawn, so it's all about holding this setup. There's only gonna be 1 player in towards point. Crim, he's not able to spot him.
I've not seen him.
Stun does not go through. He's gonna sneak his way onto the contest, but Envoy eventually takes him down, but at the same time, Paulehx and Hydra are combining to take control of the spawns, and they are able to flip. Now it's all on Envoy. The trades come in, and NYSL, a successful break.
A successful break and a successful spawn flip. LAT, as we said, this hardpoint has caused them so many problems recently, and it will again, a headache and a half. You felt like you were about to take the lead, and now you're staring at the Subliners, getting ever closer toward that century mark. Triple digits just a moment away as Kenny, the last player pushed up. Well, to make his presence felt, but Kismet puts him in the dirt again. Thieves run back toward the train with their tail between their legs, hoping for a much better hardpoint this time around.
And this is their money hill right here. Perfect setup. Having 1 player committing towards that overextension through water side. 2 players pushed out on trains. It's on Kenny to at least stay alive on that point, but Kismet wins a huge 1-on-1. So now that's going to open up the pinch. It flips the spawn now for Drazah. All you have to do is win your gunfights for your NYSL, but Kenny and Octane combined for 2. Kenny with 2. It's going to be 3 down. Kismet last player up towards Warehouse, and you see the spawns for NYSL all the way across the map at 5.
Yeah, and that's why Kismet, right, just decides to hold off, wait for a few teammates off the spawn, and he strikes. He strikes not for 1, but for 2. Perfect plays coming out of Matthew Tinsley, setting his teammates up for for success as Crimbot indeed comes away with 2. LAT will still with the spawns, 10 seconds left, but New York got the break that they wanted. They at least hold off LAT from getting any unnecessary seconds. Now toward P5, Thieves with map positioning.
Yeah, but if you're New York, you do struggle on this hill. You struggle with the chain towards P5 and P1, so you have to maintain this side of the map towards top flat. It's gonna be Crim. Try to keep him off this time. He does find one, knows the positioning of another, but Hydra's gonna be there for the assistance. Time not going in favor of either squad, but once Kismet finds that kill towards top 3, NYSL starting to soak some time.
And if you're Thieves, right, you have this interesting moment, this interesting conversation on how we want to try to break this, right? They've got the spawns also. Do we want to go for time? Do we want to try to go for these long rotations? Hydra hungry for 3! You have got to be kidding me! Not even 3 players could take down the French Freedom. It's the 4th that ultimately does it, but New York are firing on something different, and the most important part, Jay, is that they didn't lose spawns.
And look at Envoy, though. Envoy's going to be the player on the route. He does find that opening kill, and Drazah from the front finds another. That's going to be 3, make it all 4 dead. Worst case scenario right there for New York. Spawns flip, so now they have to try to break this from the front. LA Thieves do have train control for now, but that opening 2-piece might be the opening that NYSL looking for, but Kenny shuts it down with 2 of his own.
And this is the player to look out for, right? Player number 6, N Kenny. We have seen LAT make some sensational comebacks, some dominant runs versus both OpTic Texas and Atlanta FaZe in this very moment. Kenny has been the guy, and can he do it again? Rush it toward the outside, and Hydra is there for 1. Octane with the AR. And medium range is at least able to shut down Kismet for the time. LAT, great job to try to even the score, but New York come rushing back on in. The cavalry arrives, but is it gonna be long enough? Is the time gonna work out for them? It does not. LAT grab the final seconds, and now we rotate again toward Library. Chaos going on right now in Berlin.
LATs are able to take the lead, but multiple players here from both squads. All gonna be about these gunfights. Envoy and Drazah combined to win the trade battle. That's gonna be 3 dead. Last player up is Paulehx. All 4 dead. Once again for LA Thieves. NYSL with the back spawn has to execute this break, but you also have to flip those spawns. The break has to come in now.
New York cannot allow for this one to get away from them as well. They cannot afford for these kills to go the way of LA Thieves. As we said, the P1 and now at P2. If LAT play their cards right, it could be 3 straight hard points. They've got the spawns for next, and New York thankfully break in. But it was a necessity at that point. It was necessary. LAT, a big moment in this game with Fire up next. Let's step aside and go to listen with them.
Fire taking from Fire Hydra. From Fire and Fire tank. He's in Fire. They're gonna be in front of me, guys. I'm gonna play this guy. Fire Fist, he's just holding Fire heady. He's just literally sitting on it. I need to get fire. You need more fire? Fire. I'm telling fire. Get top. Hey, I got fire. Nobody fire. I have real fire. Fire crimp. I have fire. Two fire. Two fire challenge. I'm trying to look at it. Stay down. I have cross. He's in fire zone. I have cross. I'm gonna die. Oh, he got front. Green time. Nice. Stay down. So fire crimp. Small trap. Nice. Let's get this. Maybe front lane. He probably rotated. I'm going up mid. Let's go.
LA Thieves starting to heat up, and more specifically, the Alaskan Assassin putting them on skates. Now at 4 in a row, LAT have got the advantage, but we go in now toward trains. Drazah continues on his reign of terror, and the Thieves come roaring across the entire side of Berlin. Let's step aside and go to a listen with New York now.
One last steps. Red calm down, slay up. Let's go. One shot out of. I'll take one shot, bro. Nice. Back inside. Back alley, Stay left. You got me crossing. Finesse.
Dead. Got you.
Yeah, I'm stunned. I'm getting there.
Yo, I spawned dirt. Someone get time.
Sidewalk.
He's on the creek. He's on the creek.
Yo, long. Kenny, last kid. Going to the window. Goodbye, jump on sidewalk.
Yo, in train, Drazah.
He went to the window. He's P5. Kenny's P5.
I don't see him. One shot in train, Drazah.
P5. He's low, close.
Kenny, one shot.
Give me a sec.
I'm looking at
Where'd he
P5.
go?
Yo, P5 dead. Yo, back alley, Drazah weak.
Kenny's dead.
Yo, he's in train.
Watch your train.
Kenny train. Get that time.
Yeah,
Drazah weak counter. He went back in the train. I'm watching enter. Just finesse.
And NYSL, the communication is clean, the intensity is there, but Kismet with that 3-piece allows them to get right back into this game. Only a 4-point game. Going into P5, it's usually going to come down to this P5, P1 chain, but that's going to be all the kills going in favor of the Thieves. They're maintaining map control.
And I don't know about you, Jay, but this just feels like a hard point that's going to come down to the wire. Yeah. It's going to come down to one rotation, maybe a single gunfight, considering how tight that this lead has been throughout the entirety of this Berlin. Like, we've seen maybe 20, 30 points at max, constant breaks, and constant spawn flips. But right as we say that, Thieves get a moment. They get a moment brewing, where they not only do great at fire, but they're holding things down at P5. NYSL starting to run out of gas.
Have to flip this spawns. You cannot allow them to chain it to P1 because LA Thieves, they're going to be set up early. A lot of time to make this a 40-point game. Now NYSL has to haul all the way across the map. It's going to be on Kismet. Can he win this gunfight? At least flips the spawn for one of his teammates, and he does. So that's going to be 3 dead. Last player in the point is going to be Drazah. He gets taken down in NYSL. Win their gunfights off the rotation. They cannot win it here, but they can get pretty damn close.
They can get very close indeed. LAT running straight through the door, but Kismet is here to greet them. Hello, how do you do? Oh, and Paul picks up right where he leaves off. Hill gonna be vacant for the moment. Crimsix hot off a spawn, trying to put as many bodies in this point as possible. Contest the Thieves. Do not allow for a break. One player on the flank is gonna try to make a play, but it's a team nade.
Or that again.
And it's a team nade. 4 go down, and while New York cannot win it here, it's going to be another lead change and a mad dash toward the library.
Paulehx is going to be the only player here for NYSL. He does find one, puts himself in a great spot, but Kenny, the cutoff man, is trying to cut off everyone else on NYSL. The opening 2-piece is going to be here. That's 3 dead, make it all 4. NYSL off the rotation, are able to take the lead. 10 seconds away from closing out the series.
240, 235. Kismet knows where they are. He knows where they are. Thieves, they've got to rush in. They've got to rush in, but it's Kismet again. It's Kismet again. New York, a city where dreams are made, and we just saw one. A miracle run in these last few weeks has netted New York the 8th and final spot at Champs and a grand final position here at their major.
What a performance from NYSL in those final 2 hard points. They're able to get a clean 4 dead, hold down that P1 for every single second. And then off the rotation, it was Crim and Paulehx starting off with the gunfights, but to close it out, Kismet, my MVP of the series.
Absolutely.
Takes over in map 1, dominates in search and destroy, multiple clutches out of him, and then in that hard point, 2-piece after 2-piece, whenever he needed to do. For NYSL to now close out this series, make their own grand finals at their own major, and they have their spot at Champs. Florida, heartbroken back at home, but what a performance from NYSL to close this one out 3-1.
And you gotta tip your cap to New York, man. I mean, we came into Major 4 wondering if it was even possible. I mean, is there even a chance? We were crunching the numbers. We were going over every single stat. Is it possible? Who do they have to beat? And to sit here right now, to say that they went from 11th, the 11th seed, now to the 8th, is truly one of the more crazier and unbelievable stories that we've seen in Call of Duty history. The champ streak for Crimsix is still intact. And my goodness, it has got to be a good feeling, Jay. As a New York fan, as a subliner guy, as a New York native, it's got to be an unreal feeling, man.
They did exactly what they needed to do to at least make it the champs, but job is not done. This is their major.
Yeah.
They're set up to go out there and win their own major. NYSL. Top 4 team. They are disgusting,
They are, man. They are absolutely terrifying. It is a W for New York to kick off Championship Sunday, but the best part is that we've only got more banger games still left to go. That's going to do it for myself and Jay here at the Major, but now we send it to the main stage. It is Blaze, not joined by one player, but joined by the entire team.
Thank you so much, Lando and Standy Subliners. Coming into this event, the 11 seed, your champs. It wasn't looking good for you, but the Cinderella story has came true, and you guys are going to champs. Make some noise for your Subliners. Crim, with your squad side by side, coming out here like the Undertaker. Man, how you feeling?
Well, first things first, I'm not doing that again, because I played like ass. My teammates are gods. My teammates are actual gods. Anyways, you know, basically, it was the worst of the worst, right? And I told these guys, I was like, dude, you guys think Simp has an opportunity to, like, do something like this? No. I played for 13 years. 13 years. And I've never been in this spot. To me, it was a challenge.
Yeah.
And for these guys, it was my duty to keep their heads on straight. You know?
And you did.
Yeah, because we went to fucking battle. We went to battle.
It was war all weekend long.
Yes.
4 days in a row, they got it done. Now, I want to talk to Paulehx here. As Paul, what a series here. So many clutches in the SND. What does it feel like to qualify for champs like this with your team?
Amazing, bro. We put in so much work to get here. It's not even funny. Like, coming into this team, I knew we were at a deficit when I first joined the team.
Yeah.
I knew it was gonna have to be a comeback story.
Yeah.
But to come in 70 points, like, if you looked at the points coming into this, you seen the 70 probably chalked us up with
Nobody
errors.
had hopes, but it was your major, though.
Listen,
you had this crowd.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, like, what everyone else thinks. I don't give a fuck, honestly.
Yep.
It's just about me and the fucking team.
You in the squad right here. You in the squad.
Honestly, we've been on, like, fuck everyone.
Yeah.
So that's our thing right now.
And that vibe has shown in the scoreline. The French phenom is Hydra. Paco, just a few words for the crowd because you fried. You absolutely fried.
I don't know what to say. Like, I don't know.
You are fucking beast.
Beast. The French phenom.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Like, I don't know.
Well, you know what? Let's talk to the beast next to you, the bulldog himself. The what?
He's not a mad dog anymore.
Oh, Crim said he ain't the mad dog. He's Cerberus, okay? The three-headed beast. The walking triple kill. Kismet, after that series, how you feeling in the moment?
Ah, dude, I love you guys. Like, the energy in this venue is unreal, and we hear every one of you guys, and without you, I don't know if it's possible. So, you know, 50-50, we're here, and that's for you too.
And it's for y'all as well. One last time, going to the grand finals to win a Major 4. Make some noise. Hold up, Crim got something to say.
Yo, Crim 7, you're coming to champs.
Crim 7's going to champs is what he said. He said, get ready, you're going to champs, okay? That's gonna do it for us on the stage.
Wait, is this on?
It's on, it's all you.
I'll pay for your shit if you need me to. I'll
He'll
pay. I don't care. If New York won't pay, I will.
He's gonna pay for you. You going to champs, Crim 7, okay?
Let's go.
Let's go. Hey, it's love across the stage.
Crim's looking at him like it's his son.
Belly, take it away.
All right, New York is absolutely loving it, and the Subliners booked their trip to the grand finals and most importantly, champs. But aLLeY, when I see you on that main stage, nothing but animals because those guys are good.
Did you just have somebody that looks at you the way Crimsix looks at Crim 7, man? There was nothing but hearts in those eyes, but Kismet, this entire series, I mean, what a performance out of him. This is a player I feel like has been overlooked for the past couple of years, and he just went on that main stage and dropped 41 for the win.
Yes. There, you are not wrong. Like, look, listen, you need to give him the keys to this city with how well Kismet has been playing, because it's not just the fact that he is doubling up people's kills in the game. He's doing it the same thing with Hilltime. He's doing it with the non-traded. He is like consistently throwing up some of the best performances in Respawn all year, on top of the 1v2 clutches, on top of the fact that he wins his ones. Like, he's the MVP. He is playing
100%.
out of his mind. A 1.28, like, it is truly unreal. He was their best player that series, and like, bro, it's just, he has been incredible, and he is a late pickup to the team. This dude was in
the
Challengers.
guy was in Challengers frying, and then now he comes into New York, and they are in the finals. An impossible feat these guys just accomplished. That is so wild to see. And like you said with the Kismet plays, I mean, the three-piece in the hard point, they just got out of the gauntlet of a spawn trap. They needed somebody to make a big play. Like, this just wild plays all around from this team, and Kismet in that series was the MVP 100%. But also, let's talk about Pimp for a second. Let's talk about him for a second, because in 10 years, when people trying to say he's playing against Pummers or whatever it is, this was the most impossible feat that he has just accomplished. They started off the year as the top 2 worst team in the entire league, and they did it.
They finally did it. Yep, New York Subliners made the miracle run come true, but like Standy said to all of New York in here, job's not finished yet. Let's take a look at the game fuel tactical play where Kismet went absolute beast mode and dominated in a 1v2.
I don't even know which one we're going to pick. You have so many options, but the 1v2 will tip the cap. And by the way, this is timing down to perfection.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. And the fact that he instantly, it's not even this play for me, it's the one following this, the 1v1 versus Envoy, because the way he played this one obviously made Dylan overthink the next one. When Kismet goes and lays that bomb, the 1v1 versus Dylan, and sits in office and just lays there, he knows Envoy is getting flashbacks from the round before, so Envoy is checking all of his corners. He's going outer, he's checking every death. But the one that he misses is the one that Kismet was in, and it was plays like that. And we now have our top 8 for Champs Bell.
Let's go! New York Subliners finally did it. From 11th to 8th, nameless, they made it.
I know, and I gotta say, man, being that #1 seed going to the champs is looking a little bit scary right now. So, you know, our next match, Atlanta FaZe versus OpTic Texas. If you're Atlanta FaZe, you want to get to that grand final, so you know what you're working with in that matchup.
All right, Chance, you will not be on the desk for that one right there, but I want to hear your thoughts about that matchup.
For the OpTic FaZe one? I mean, bro, it's as good as it gets. OpTic has had their number all year long, but if you have paid any attention to Atlanta FaZe over the past few years, you don't know what to expect. You just know they're gonna be ready to fry. I mean, they've been shooting bodies all weekend. Like, it's the only weak point they have is hard point, and we both know that is not gonna last. So, like, I don't know, man. I think it's gonna be a banger of a series, and I'm kind of excited to see how the crowd gets into it.
Oh, it's gonna be so fun. Ladies and gentlemen, Brooklyn has been special, and this event has been my favorite yet. But coming up next, the rivalry continues. The Subliners are waiting in the finals right now, and the LA Thieves are waiting in the elimination finals. But the team that will challenge them will be the winner of FaZe and OpTic Texas. Coming up next, the rivalry will be there, baby. It's gonna be Atlanta FaZe, a team that could not win an event yet this year, facing off against OpTic Texas, the squad that won Major 1 and has been a thorn in Atlanta's side. Can Atlanta finally get the revenge? We'll find out right now behind Simp and the rest of the boys. We'll catch you guys there.
cinema. I got a power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over here's a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get
Mountain Dew and NYSL are giving away tons of prizes all weekend long. Grab your friends and join the Major 4 Metaverse event in Dew Centraland for your chance to win. Visit nyxl.com/dew.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
New York, welcome back to Major 4 and back-to-back for one banger series to yet another one. NYSL booked their trip to the finals and we saw that amazing game, but this one right here is going to be built a little different. We got OpTic Texas and the Atlanta FaZe. What better matchup would you want? Joining me on the desk, we got aLLeY and Nameless, of course, right? But also, my man Lando, great commentary. We just walked off of a banger series.
Oh my gosh, dude, that was unbelievable. That was wild. Like the story has been set in play for months. We came in, like we said, we came into Major 4 wondering if it was even possible, right? Could it even happen for New York? And the fact that we sit here where we are, they're not just in the top 8, but they're also in finals. Truly one of the best stories that we've seen throughout Call of Duty history, buddy.
Yes, sir. And when it comes to the maps most between OpTic and FaZe, Nameless, this rivalry is it.
Listen, this has been a lopsided matchup when you look at this rivalry that we have here. I mean, FaZe has been getting absolutely smoked by OpTic. The series count is 5-0 in favor of OpTic Texas. I mean, and we're talking about a 12-3 respawn record. And looking at the maps here, it's a little bit interesting because FaZe gets rid of Gavutu in this series, which is, you know, a map that FaZe has looked good on. So the Hardpoints are playing Bocage and Tuscan. Bocage, I mean, both these teams can get hot on that map. We've seen OpTic have some tough Bocages, though, as of late. The Bocage Search and Destroy, I definitely favor OpTic in that one. They've been looking unreal in their last couple of series, clutching up in the end there. But I mean, this is just one of those series where like FaZe is playing like they need to get over the mental hump. They have to come out here, guns blazing. Arcitys has to be the guy to step it up. Over time, he's only had a .79 against this roster this year.
That's absolutely insane. And aLLeY, when it comes to OpTic Texas, the crowd is electric whenever they take that main stage. But for me, who's been still in the show, has been iLLeY.
I'm right there with you. We plug iLLeY back in, and in stage 4 qualifiers, I mean, he picked up right where he left off. Unfortunately, it was the SMG duo that was struggling to get on their feet again. Now we come on land, and the OpTic Texas, the green wall, they just refuse to go down and stand strong. Even when it seems like OpTic is down and out, when the fans get behind them, the momentum starts hitting that switch. And it's been Shotzzy who has been turning it up. And I see those two Bocages right off the bat. That should be a map Shotzzy takes over on. So, like I just said, Shotzzy is finally getting going. It's huge when it comes to the game tool keys to victory. A 1.14 KD in 3-2 win over Ultra yesterday. 123 kills. That guy is straight moving on the map, and got to shut down Simp with a 1.38 KD on both Cage S and D. Another woe when it comes to Atlanta FaZe in this OpTic matchup. Simp actually struggles as well with a 0.89 in their history in this matchup. So need a big map out of both of them, or OpTic just continue to shut them down.
Yeah, I feel like FaZe's strategy here is interesting. Like getting rid of that Gab and playing on Tuscan, a map that they haven't been that great on. Like they lost to Paris on it, right? But I guess they're feeling confident that like Shotzzy isn't the same Shotzzy that they were playing against in those 5 other series. Like he's still trying to figure his gameplay out. So, you know, they're going at him on a lot of the smaller maps, and you know, that could be a bad decision if Shotzzy comes to play today.
Right, and when FaZe comes to play, the crowd is definitely gonna boom, but Lando, at the end of the day, we all know who they are.
Yeah, oh, we absolutely do, right? We know really who both of these teams are in some ways, but at the same time, they've had some uncharacteristic losses lately, right? With this OpTic Texas team, right? With the new addition of iLLeY, while he has picked up the pace, there have been some uncharacteristic moments. And for Atlanta FaZe, you could say the same thing, right? Some odd losses, some losses to LAG, some losses here and there for this FaZe group. It's a weird situation, Bill. It's like, it feels like we know what we're supposed to expect when it comes down to Atlanta versus OpTic, but I don't know, I feel like I'm looking at SMG players. I'm looking at the Tiny Terrors. I'm looking at Scump and Shotzzy. 4 players who I feel like I would always know what to expect. This time, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, for the game field keys to victory, Atlanta FaZe, they have to lock down the control. I mean, they're 7-2 going up against OpTic Texas, 2-6. I mean, throughout this year, OpTic has smoked them in control, 5-1. That's been the major edge that they've had, and OpTic looks more human than ever in that game mode. You need Arcitys to bring the slaying. As I was just saying, 0.79 versus OpTic this season. It just ain't gonna cut it across that stage. You're gonna have Dashy, who, I mean, there's an argument for him to be MVP, right? Yeah. So it's gonna be a big one.
All right, so it's going to be a big one for sure. Let's take a look at the team stats as well to see how both of the teams have been doing so far. Atlanta FaZe and OpTic Texas, the 2 titans of the scene, and Lando, take a look at that.
Ooh, wait, that's pretty interesting, Vel. I mean, somewhat even across the board in certain things, but obviously the biggest difference is going to be that search, destroy, and control, especially. You got the 11th team versus the number 1. We talk so often about the intangibles. Can you win hard points, but more specifically, can you win 2, 3, 5? Can you win those search destroys, win those controls? Obviously, based on stage 4, Atlanta FaZe have the clear edge.
And the control is just so interesting because it's like the 2 best year-long Tuscan control teams. Yeah. And FaZe looks like they're at the top of their game when it comes to that map. They're 4-0 this weekend on it, and that's a map where previously, like, OpTic has beaten them on, right? Like, plenty of times. I remember when Dashy was just popping off, dropping numbers against them on that map. So if they can get the edge and take the control in this series, could compromise the players.
And the house looks split right now. Atlanta FaZe.
No, it ain't split. It ain't split.
We're going to have some fun right now then, because whenever OpTic takes the stage, I love to see what the crowd has to say, and it's going to be time for Pick'ems. Lando, starting with
me. You got to start me again.
I got it, man.
It's all right. It's fine.
Ladies first.
All right, you can start with me.
Go ahead. I appreciate it.
This is going to be an interesting angle to take for sure, because OpTic is 5-0 when they go up against the Atlanta FaZe, but from the Atlanta FaZe I saw this weekend and this past weekend in their search and destroy and the control woes that OpTic has faced, Atlanta FaZe has gone against the crowd multiple times, and I think this is the time that they get their piece of the pie. I'm going to go with the Atlanta FaZe.
The Atlanta FaZe for aLLeY. All right, I didn't expect that one. Nameless.
I mean, how can you predict this match, right? Like, we have no idea which team is going to come to play here. I know it's going to be a banger, but if I had to pick a team, I got to go with the Atlanta FaZe. I just feel like these guys are due for a victory versus OpTic Texas. OpTic Texas is still trying to plug iLLeY in and get comfortable. They've had some massive clutch moments throughout this tournament, but that's not going to do it against Atlanta FaZe. I think they get them.
All right, this might be New York's house, but the green wall is so strong here right now. Lando, are you going to make him boo one more time, or are you going to make this whole crowd yell?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm still going back and forth in my head. I'm like, you know, I look at Atlanta FaZe, I look at OpTic Texas, and I'm like we said, what OpTic Texas are we going to get? Atlanta FaZe, are they going to be those same demons? I'm going to go different. I just feel like something's in the air right now. New York, it is magical.
Okay.
I'm going to say that OpTic Texas take it, Phil.
Oh, me personally? The crowd is loving it. Me personally, I think the dream scenario is in the script right now. Crimsix made it to the finals, and the fact is, if he goes against Scump,
that's fair.
That's
a good point.
Wild.
As a Call of Duty fan, that's all I would ever need. But I want to hear what the audience has to say right now. Let's go ahead and put the cameras on them right now. I know we're in Brooklyn right now, but if you guys are rocking with the green wall, make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. Atlanta FaZe and OpTic Texas are taking the main stage. Let's go ahead and get this game started.
Scump finds 2 on the point, flushes him out. Now protects a few players on one, but Shotzzy, it feels like he cannot miss. He cannot miss. Lead, not able to get away. To 1 versus 1 we go. Dashy coming through in the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls out the pistol and gets it done. Afro.
aBeZy going huge off the rotation single-handedly.
It's the guts, it's the glory, it's the championship for FaZe.
All right, New York, let's get it! It's time for another elimination matchup, and we got a dirty South banger coming up to the stage. The first team coming out, make some noise for Atlanta FaZe. You got Cellium, Arcitys, aBeZy, and Simp.
And while they are unbeaten, right, when we talk about versus OpTic Texas, they've yet to beat this roster. Now could be the time, right? They have suffered so much criticism, called the Silver Surfers. This could be the recipe for success. You take down this OpTic team en route to hopefully getting into that final. It could be exactly what this team needs. But Blaze, it's time to bring out the other side. It's time to bring out the favorites. Let's bring out OpTic.
Let's get it done. New York City, make some noise for OpTic Texas. Give it up for Dashy, iLLeY, Shotzzy, and Scump, your green wall.
It hasn't been an easy run for the OpTic Texas going through this losers bracket, but the Pope, iLLeY, is back on stage to bless this green wall, and oh, has he done his job when it comes to this squad. They are looking better than they have in a very long time, and now they must keep the streak going against the Atlanta FaZe. Guys, let's get this game started.
The stage is set for this Dirty South matchup, and I got 2 awesome casters to take it for you. Merc, Maven, let's get nasty.
Listen. I have casted a lot of this matchup over our careers, and it's just never not fun.
Oh, it's never, especially with this crowd, you know what I mean?
I feel like just in the venue, like the temperature's up 10 degrees. Like,
oh, yeah.
It is a packed house. Everybody is ready to rip and roar. Let's have some effing fun, man.
Oh, I think that's what we're going to do, right? Yeah. I mean, obviously, both of these teams fighting for top 3, both doing it from losers round 1. And now, you know, a little bit differently on the Atlanta FaZe side. It was a little bit cleaner. OpTic, they have been clutching up. It reminds me of their Major 1 run, going deep, going to that Game 5. And, well, a lot of the times it's been through Bocage Search and Destroy. We're going to have a couple of Bocages today to start. And you saw in that veto process, I was in the back when Crowder and Rambo were going back and forth. I mean, a little bit maybe different than what some might have thought. You know, the Kabuto gets vetoed, so Bocage and Tuscan are in. The control for me is the one that I thought was quite interesting, but FaZe, they've been so good on control.
I actually come to ask you because a lot of times, even as the talent or the analysts, like,
you know, you see the vetoes after they're done. For fans, you don't get eyes on that at all. You stood there and actually watched it go down. Were there any like kind of takeaways?
Yeah, I mean the Kabuto being vetoed was.
Well, more about like the dynamic between like how it goes down. Like, was there anything to it?
Nothing crazy, but I think there was a couple of decisions where like Rambo's like, I'll be right back. Like,
yeah, that's
threw him off guard. Threw him off guard a little bit. But it sounds like map 1 loading on our points. Let's get it, yeah!
Oh, God, it is time. OpTic FaZe, one of the greatest matchups in Call of Duty esports history. Let's hit it one more time as the players and the fans get ready for this monumental moment. What a weekend it has been. Banger after banger. Give us one more bit of magic as the Bocage hardpoint. Here we go.
With those vetoes, this map number 1 underway. I mean, FaZe, they want to play Bocage as much as possible. They are happy about this. OpTic 3 and 5 throughout stage 4. A lot of repetitions. They've lost a couple of close ones. I think the big thing is like, they're just not finding the time. Someone's got to be that super soaker.
Well, yeah, every time we watch, it's like, you know, they get 10 kills in a row against the squad, or they're popping off and just nobody really in the hardpoint picking up a lot of time. We'll see if they can work on that, or if FaZe can do what maybe a Breach did. Such a good job keeping them out of that objective. Get the kills all you want. We're not gonna lie to get time, but Big Brucey was on 4 in a row before he gets laid to rest. Now to Shotzzy. It is fluid, it is fun to watch. One of the best POVs in esports, but it'll be cut down pretty quickly.
Big moment here.
And this is the big one. We get ready for our next hard point. It's RC's winning a one-on-one inside. Playing out deep will be Cellium. But it's iLLeY with the crisp headshot, but it's Cell deep from the tank that lines up multiple. We'll see how these spawns get influenced over the coming moments.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the last 10 seconds there at P1, it was all FaZe in the kill feed. I mean, OpTic still had spawns, but you were not set up at P2. So it's similar to what we saw yesterday, right? With that Boston match where you have the spawns with 20 seconds off the clock and not a lot of time earned, just because the kills came in for Atlanta FaZe right as that comes in, and now the break behind this man, aBeZy. Just feels like he's always the one leading the way, leading the charge for Atlanta FaZe. 5 and 3 start off spawn. Here comes OpTic.
And not that aBeZy has been back to form where he is the #1 sub in the game without question when you talk about the entry capability, but he has been better in moments this weekend, right?
Yeah, 100%. And when you look at the head-to-head, 0-5 versus OpTic. I mean, last year, if you were an OpTic fan thinking you're going to win 5 times versus Atlanta FaZe this year, you're pretty darn happy.
Yeah.
Because
right.
it just felt like you couldn't find a win against this roster. But they're going to be playing with confidence, but FaZe, they want to get on the board.
They want to win desperately. I mean, the first thing I saw aBeZy, we walked in the building, I'm like, oh yeah, you going for another second place? And he just rolled his eyes, was so annoyed. I'm like, I'm sorry, man, maybe too soon, but we'll see what they can do. 15-point advantage right now for FaZe. iLLeY just trying to hold the wide cross. They've got everybody set up around the hard point. That's going to be a flurry of kills now for the OpTic Texas side. They're doing a good job just racking up this time. The timing a little bit unfortunate there for iLLeY for a second. He's at least able to snap back and take down one. And now you take the lead. You get 20, 30 straight points. It's been a great job here on this hard point and hold from OpTic Texas. Cell trying to surge forward and rip everybody out of it. Now it'll be a mess inside of the point.
And honestly, both teams do a very good job pushing through the front. FaZe on P2, OpTic here on P3. You kind of keep them trapped back there, but now FaZe with a good chance. 10 seconds left. They're going to fight for this scrap time, but look at the mini-map. Shotzzy, he's able to win a huge one-on-one on P4 rotation. Shotzzy and iLLeY are going to spawn up at P4. A nice win there from him, and that's going to put them in that setup.
And we're exactly tied, right? 48-48 as we get ready for this P4, and iLLeY snap-a-doodle-doo. I thought it might be 3, but runs out of ammo, hit down to 4 HP. Able to stay up hands, but that's will take down another. They continue to line up as Cell with the protection of the fence. Just able to get away. Bide his time for a moment. Shotzi's winning them on the other side of it. iLLeY and Shotzzy. It takes 2 to tango, and tango they are. And Shotzzy finally finishes it. That'll be 4 in a row, up to 9 and 8. A great, healthy chunk of time here for Texas.
One of the best P4s we have seen from OpTic all week long. You get iLLeY pushed out. Now you get Shotzzy pushed out. 6 in a row for iLLeY. The Empire duo who won a ring versus Atlanta FaZe, trying to put on right now to get them into a top 3 position. to have, what, a 40, 50-point lead based off that P4.
Yeah, it was 48-48 going into that. Like, that was lights out from Texas.
And now on rotation, Shotzzy finds the opening again. He is so good in these situations. He's gonna hear that click. You're gonna have Simp on the hill. Cell, though, he's gonna get flanked, and now Simp, he's in trouble. The OpTic sandwich is coming in, and there he goes.
Yeah, he's the salami. Some part of that sandwich is everybody collapsing around him, and now the equalizer. It's aBeZy that's able to push in and find two. Spawns there now for FaZe, and a little bit of a rally. Now with 40 seconds remaining, you can take the lead or at least bring it close. And ooh, it's a nice movement, a nice chow, but Dashy holds the L trigger, hits his shot in the other half of the Tiny Terrors, wins it tower side. Now you enjoy your moments here if you are FaZe, and you look to bring it back. These guys are just, they're throwing out haymakers, uppercuts.
You might want to highlight that sort of aBeZy two-piece right there, because there's a moment where, I mean, OpTic, if they're able to hold on to that hill, you're up 100 points. That doesn't happen. FaZe able to come back into the game besides his ballsy kill behind that. Now, what, 3-point game? Obviously, OpTic, they're slaying well. You can see the score, but it's a pretty balanced effort. The key for me for Atlanta FaZe are getting aBeZy, the aBeZy you want to see.
Yeah, there's still like 3 minutes on the play clock, because it's been a lot of uncontested time, right? People have been able to actually get holds for 40, 50 seconds, but sometimes you don't see a lot of on Bocage. Scump just wait for the help to come back, and we'll see where he's going to take his next fight, but it's a stun that's going to greet him in the face and slow it down here for a moment. But we get back to mid-map. First to get inside, it'll be Texas. The engagement's going around the outside of it. Shotzzy, it's able to take two on the right side of the map. Everybody spawning bottom currently for FaZe and looking for an opening. Just a flurry of multi-kills from Cell and Shotzzy, the superstars of these teams. Now aBeZy's turn, up to bat, not able to do it. What do you see on the map, Joe?
Well, I was just gonna say, right as that happened, right, when we got into that skirmish, it's actually Cell. He wins a big one-on-one Riverside. All his teammates drop, that gives them those river spawns. He's on 5 in a row. Maybe the one outlier for this Atlanta FaZe team throughout the year, so consistent, match to match. But it's Cell winning that one-on-one, now sets up FaZe over towards P2. Now maybe you're looking for that glide bomb. The timing, does it go his way or does it? The slide hits. He can do it with the auto. He can do it with the MP40, an MVP for a reason.
Yeah, guy's a freak. Yes, he'll get the glide. I didn't think he spotted him at first when he stepped back to the door, but whatever.
Sometimes you just slide and it works.
Yeah, no, yeah. He caught him with the slide 100%. Contested in the hill for now, but look at the kill feed. It's a flurry through for Atlanta FaZe. iLLeY going to be the lone man left, and he will get dropped. Now take a look at the white arrows as they spawn out. They're starting to collapse around the point, but up on the balcony, it will be Cellium. Right back to his reign of terror at 19 and 14. 30-point advantage for FaZe. As Cell tries to get it done from the tank, he will drop, but the crossfire is there for an instant trade. And now aBeZy, he's trying to cut off these reinforcements. Just get nasty towards the spawn. He might have taken a second if it weren't for the last spawner there deep. But a nice sequence here from FaZe. And this is where, like, when OpTic Texas had a big hold, FaZe would answer, right? Okay, FaZe take the lead. They have a solid one. Now's where you need to get back in and get a rhythm with your Texas here.
Yeah, we'll see if it happens. Shotzzy with the opener.
I gotta wait for a second, I thought.
It's Arcitys and Simp trying to work the back tanks. aBeZy's gonna spawn on his teammate. So it's a bit of a pinch here with Cellium through the front door. That's what's gonna happen. Shotzzy, he's gotta react. He's gotta react. He does.
Dude, him and
Dashy trying to do what they can, but it's FaZe with the close spawns. The slaves are in now. The back window fight gonna go the way of Arcitys, but it's Dashy just holding them in the back here. This is a big trap, so you're looking at the fight on the hill. The fight goes the way of Scump.
Yeah, you just want to hold that trap as long as you can, but yeah, Cellium's going to be, how often we see over multiple titles where he'd be the one to get that kill to get them out of a trap, whether it's control or a hard point, just win some nutty one-on-one to get them a little bit of breathing room. He said there was some pressure on Arcitys in this matchup. So far, he's having a solid one. Just over a 20-point advantage, and Dashy's pistol just a wee bit different than everyone else's, it feels.
Magical. I mean, that pistol is just insane. And now we're back to this P4. It was an OpTic hold that gave them the lead on the first rotation. It can do it again. aBeZy, though, taking a long route Riverside, trying to set up a pinch. You're gonna have Arcitys and Simp on the lower tank, but you're waiting for aBeZy here. You're waiting for that number 3, and now he is going to go. Simp and aBeZy break on through. It's just a little bit too easy for the Tiny Terrors.
This is a crucial moment now for OpTic Texas. You just got broken. You're down 15. We're approaching that 200-point mark. Somebody has to go large. Let's get to a listen in now with OpTic Texas.
On the stairs. Once people take him on the stairs. Stairs. He's going big door right now. Nice one.
What's big guard? I'm pretty sure he's close to big guard, guys. Water to our right.
Yo, water 8, back to Victor. Watch out, you pushed out. He's Victor again.
He's Victor.
Victor, same deck. One shot cell.
Watch far right time. Far right ult. Try to hide water in your side.
Close. Absolutely.
Yo, what's top bar? Top bar
Dead, my bad.
You're going water? Yeah, water. Make sure we go around. We need spots.
I need time.
Go around here, guys. Make sure we go around.
Yeah, I got you. I don't see anything in the back. Yo, aLLeY back window dead. Good shot.
Yo, try to get
Yo, no, back door. Good shit. Back window. Back out. One guy's back out. Cell. Dead. Watch out. Yeah, we flipped. We did flip. They're just running in the back.
I'm just soaking.
Yo, he just crossed.
I have out. I'm just gonna eat it.
Back house, Abe.
And maybe the big moment just happened. They're able to get in. Cell's going to call in the glide as well. It's able to take down one. Simp there for the second. But Texas, they've been in and around the point. Tower control still going to be going the way of Atlanta FaZe. So they're able to battle back through. And the streak helps bail you out there. You get broken, but you get back in behind it.
Yeah, and I think what you like from that listening, the small talk there from Shotzzy, just making sure we need those spawns. They have to come in. The problem, though, there was only one more player. Shotzzy, that's big scrap time. Going to get them off of that. That's why FaZe, they go right back to it to find those couple of seconds. 2:29 now for Atlanta FaZe. And this is what's tough, because on this middle hill at P1, you're just trying to get a second or two if you're Atlanta FaZe. That's going to allow OpTic not to get comfortable on the rotation over to P2.
Cell continues to hit 28 and 21. Back to mid we go. Simp just tucked away in the corner for now, relying on the teammates to find the kills around the point. They're doing just that, but pushing through. It'll be Scump that's able to clear them out for a moment, but somebody to reinforce that objective again. You want every second here.
10 seconds already. They need so much time.
Massive time. It's a 5-spree for Arcitys before he drops as he's going big in the closing moments. They've got it locked down. It's a spawn out for Texas and FaZe. They'll hit first. I'll be honest, I didn't think it was going to be that clean in that hard point until I closed it out like they did, right? Like, they just kind of lock it down.
You just put yourself in a tough position. I mean, obviously all the killing going the way of Atlanta FaZe. You had RC's on a 5-spree there. Huge for him. I mean, he's been getting bodied in this series all year long. That's why they're 0-5. But for Atlanta FaZe, this is their hardpoint pick. And you know, when you're looking at champs down the road in a couple of weeks, OpTic, the thing for me has to be that Berlin hardpoint. The fact that that is going to be an auto veto time and time again allows a map like Bocage to come in a series like this where FaZe is like, yeah, we'll play Bocage.
Yeah, no, we've casted a lot of FaZe this year. Whenever we cast Bocage, it's like they just look better than a lot of teams. They do. They make it look slower at times than you expect it to be. But as we check out some of the highlights early in the game, you know, it really was trade of blows, right? Like 40-second hold here, 40-second hold there. As everyone kept answering back and forth. Was there kind of a big turning moment for you where FaZe took over the game?
Second rotation P4. I think that's where OpTic, they had the spawns, but it was the aBeZy and Simp sort of sandwich, if you want to call it, inside of that barn. It was a 3-4 down for OpTic. It was too clean on the side, and that's when Cell goes on that 7 spree.
Yeah, it feels like there was a huge moment. You know, we talk about P2 early in the game, and Shotzzy one side, iLLeY the other. Everything just seems to be in rhythm, and kind of struggled to find those moments as the game went on. Just got a little bit scrappier as we went, at least for the OpTic Texas side. But you had some good moments. You had some highlight plays from each of the players. You're rearing and ready to go as we go to the search and destroy. And when you talk about search and destroy between these two teams, just historically, where we at?
What, I think OpTic's 5-4. You know, obviously
that's
much
been the close mode, right?
Yeah, the respawns have been so one-sided. But still, I think that's even a surprise, right? If you would say that, I would, you know, I feel like FaZe would have that advantage historically. But OpTic, they've been great at it. And Bocage search and destroy, it has been the magic for OpTic. I mean, it's where they've clutched so many times throughout this weekend. Those map 5s, those big moments, they're gonna come in one more time.
Yeah, it just feels like you're going to like around 10 or 11 and something wild's happening.
Just those individual plays.
You see Rambo Ray up there talking through with the players, kind of keep their heads straight as we get ready and prep for the second match, talking through what we can get ready to do in the search and destroy. And I just got to feel if you're FaZe, I mean, you just, the last few years since the inception of this team, the CDL, whatever starting point you want, there's not many situations where they've been underdogs. There's not many situations where they've lost to a team multiple times. I mean, honestly, their league records to the first 2 years, like they were losing like 3 series. Like it has been so dominant this is like one of those times where you really got to feel they're going to be fired up for some revenge.
Yeah, 100%. In their search destroy has gotten better, as you can see here. OpTic 8-4, FaZe 7-4. Round win percentage goes their way. That first blood conversion, first in the league throughout this stage. I think that's really important because, I mean, you know, when aBeZy or Cell, someone's finding a pick on the map, winning those 4 versus 3s, those 4 versus 2s, but who has been so clutch has been OpTic Texas. Those rounds are going to come into play. Those 2v4s, that player finds one, how quick is the trade? FaZe, their teamwork needs to be on point.
And do you think it's something that's been, I mean, it's been a little bit weird with you know, teams like Ultra that have really typically been very good in search, or like FaZe, like teams haven't found that same footing. Is it just, is there kind of a lack of creativity in this title? It's just sort of like who executes better in what they're trying to do?
Clutches, right? I mean,
or that,
the individual moments that tend to happen, especially on the map that we're sticking with on Bokash.
Well, a deep breath in the crowd, a deep breath on stage. Lock it in.
And they've lost a lot of map 1s this weekend. They have.
No.
You know, they've been down in 0-1, but they've been able to respond.
Yeah, and I think I touched on that kind of, I think it was yesterday, where I was just sort of like, that is what, with the difference between them, maybe when they won Major 1 versus recently, like, they were able to go down, bring it back, whether it was a reverse sweep, winning a 4 and 5, that clutch factor was there, that belief system was always there. It felt like that kind of went away for a little bit, but you've developed it again this weekend. So yeah, I don't think an 0-1 hold means shit right now to OpTic. Like we've been there, we can bring it back.
There's 2 players so good in search and destroy for so long. Simp 1.39 on this map. iLLeY 0.63. Obviously it's not the best out of iLLeY, but he just had a fantastic map 1. But he's their play caller. He's the one making sure they clutch on up.
Always stay on Bokash. You highlighted how solid this has been for this OpTic Texas team. The miracle moments, the clutch ups, the grit to get to this point. You're frustrated with the losers bracket start, but step by step you take it deeper. You make it a championship Sunday, and now here, where heroes are made, what you got in your bag of tricks as we get into the round 1 map 2. And we'll start it off from Dashy's POV, just some wall bangs in for information, but nobody home for now. As they'll now play around the opening.
Yeah, very slow round off the start for FaZe. Maybe just avoid some nades, don't allow those first bloods to come in. And really for OpTic, it's just sort of an information game. But watch number 7, Shotzzy, he's the one. Just maybe trying to find a timing Riverside, but that is being covered in Simp. Lurking on up, 1.39 on this map.
Sneaky.
Doing it with an auto. We normally don't see that.
And on the other side, you gotta see both these players trying to leak forward. Keep an eye on that number 4. And Shotzzy here, number 7.
Ooh, baby.
Is you gotta think they might be the ones
they're wrapping this. They're wrapping this. Cell is gonna have no idea. This could either work really well or really bad. I think it's gonna be really bad for Cell. Shotzzy just lurking right in that position, and now on the rotation, Arcitys, he might get caught as well. He might get caught off guard, he does.
Shotzzy, the Reaper, just set up, hunting for more. Shark playing with his food. There's a 3rd. Ace. Can he find Simp now for the ace as he dominates and takes over this round? 1v3 for Simp. Maybe an ace for him if he can somehow pull this off, but 30 seconds now to go. Slipping and sliding around, looking for the opening. Shotzzy not the one in the position to find the kill as of now. Or is he? There's the ace in round 1.
And I don't know what the play call was from FaZe. They had info. I'm not sure. But the fact is Cell's just watching middle of the map. Nobody's looking over his river. That's where Arcitys was. But he rotated off of that. They stacked over towards that ace side.
Yeah, it felt like they got some information that
there
side.
Was something there.
Like Simp heard something when he got pushed up. I'm not sure, but
and I mean,
if you have Arcitys tower, I mean, who knows how that plays out?
Yeah, I mean, he's probably dead, Shotzzy.
Yeah,
you know they're able to lock down that rotation, but it doesn't come in, and Shotzzy with 4 in the round.
That's one hell of a way to start a map 2. Shotzzy, that's one way to start a round 2. Shotzzy, he's gone already. Simp will take him out of that one. So no more kills. Add on to that 4 streak. aBeZy is hitting through that back cut as well. You have a 4-on-2, and the aggression is going to pay off. I think it's a stun. They get the information on Scump. I believe he's the one that was tagged with it. I get another one soars in as well, but he's able to back up for now and work with Dash.
And look at this from FaZe. They have sight control, but they are so worried about giving up a play. Right, so they're just taking their time, waiting. When is OpTic going to try to to get back into this round, but it's just sort of a full stop. As now aBeZy going to start to work over towards
the
B,
plays happen here. It's a small map. Things unravel so quickly. Now the plant though. Scump like, howdy doody. Oh, fortunately being held. Cellium's got the angle. Dashy's got the gunfight though on the other side of it. See if he can pull off the 1 versus 4, but kind of the position we saw Simp in. Not a lot to work with, and oh my, a nade greets him. It's about a 13 health, but we'll get back to full, and we'll look to re-engage. That's not a fun gunfight, I think, for either player, so he'll reevaluate the situation, run into Arcitys. FaZe will get the round. In the early round aggression, so what, Simp with the first blood, aBeZy follows it up, and they've got bottom side map control locked very quickly.
And for FaZe, they like going towards that B site on offense. That's where they have more success. 60% of the rounds that they win is over towards B. Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just going to be like, I mean, I know Simp or aBeZy can kind of be the entry playmaker on the other side. Shotzzy a lot of times will be it here. It's like, did they get ripped out of the round early or did they make a play? They're just going to be the one engaging first, more often than not.
Now you can see, right, that round 1, because it was so slow, there's no over-rotation. Arcitys is probably going to stay there, look over Cellium, as Cellium's looking at just the middle of the map. And this is a very slow round from both of our teams.
We'll see how it plays out, but yeah, I mean, that number 2, that's kind of looking over Self.
Nades, they hit. You saw him throw it. Both of those players, Shotzzy and Scump, able to connect on his Simp back tank, and now it's on aBeZy.
Now RC starts to leak over. The nades are huge. Another one for Shotzzy, and working on another ace. Now 2 in the round. He pushes on forward, and there's a third. Shotzzy taking over.
There's no
in
way,
these
right?
rounds. I'm not sure who got it.
No, he didn't get it. Either way, he's got 7 in 2 offensive rounds. He is just working the map.
Yeah, it's Dashy that'll get it. I thought for a second maybe Shotzzy hit some nutty shots there, but now he's in the process of pushing out. But good teammates to open up the map.
And that's what happens when you slow it down, right? You know FaZe is going to get in their default setup. Where is a player? I mean, how many times have we watched this map where someone on defense is looking over A from that back tank? When you slow the map down, I mean, listen, those nades are going to connect. So now, again, a readjustment is going to have to come in for FaZe.
Yeah, you see Shotzzy off the map right now if you're FaZe. I mean, when he's been involved, it has been insane. He's got a chance to find another one here. RC's backing up. Information there for Shotzzy. He's hunted like some sort of wild tiger cat as he takes down another. Dashy involved as well. 4v2 advantage, looking for the 3-1 edge.
They did hear that. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Bomb down right outside of A. You get a few tags in. Not the easiest kill. You're just hoping you can get maybe one free one. Someone getting a little bit greedy.
And again, a very spread setup. What we're seeing in these clutch rounds, you have basically Shotzzy watching or River. You have 2 players all the way into defensive spawn. Scump's really the only one forward. He's kind of your information guy. As soon as the plant starts over towards A, it's going to be on him.
Well, and there's the information. Little window peek. Chow comes in. Simp able to take that. Now they begin to rally over. You brought it back with 1. iLLeY, little drop shot. Nice one-on-one win. Now just down to Simp. 1 versus 3. Nothing he can do. OpTic Texas get back-to-back rounds. Shotzzy this time on defense, able to stay up in the early go, and you saw him hunt his prey, get another early kill.
Yeah, and Arcitys, I think it was number 8. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe Dashy or iLLeY. That's who Arcitys saw. Or around middle of the map. It was not Shotzzy. Shotzzy was further than he expected. The timings were off for Arcitys on that flank. He's trying to reposition, and then look at that, but Shotzzy just a little bit too quick.
8-1 now, another 4 streak. But these offenses have accounted for 7 of his kills. Can he take over again? It'll be Dashy. That's back-to-back first bloods for Dashy. The first bloods are dominant right now for OpTic Texas.
Now you're going to try to react if you're FaZe. You need some map info. They're going to try to take a fight. They're going to try to take a fight from lower tank. But OpTic, they're pretty ready for this. They are sticking with one another around this barn. Here we go, here comes the push. Simp, he's gonna have some info, he's gonna find one now. His duo in aBeZy, he's gonna make this a 2-on-3 for Atlanta FaZe. They were down a man, Cell's there for the trade, it's all on Shotzzy.
Why not? Most of the damage has been in the early going, but can he do something nasty here? He glides across the map.
He's like a bird.
Yeah, he really is. There's the plan, now the chance for the 1v2, and what a moment it would be, and a monster map already for this young man. Here comes the push now for Simp and Cell.
It's just a gamble, right? When are they gonna hop that bomb? That's always going to be the question. No, crowd, we're gonna be hush. Thank you, here we go. He's on it, Simp gonna get that defuse. And it's just it's a tough situation. It's a 50-50. Maybe he's thinking they're not gonna jump it early. He's put into a tough spot, but props to FaZe. They got aggressive in the 3 versus 4. They were able to find those kills.
You just gotta make a choice, right? Like, do you gamble it for a bit more time? But the insta-hop, as the transfer comes over, no clutch there, but he'll carry on the streak, so he's still on 4 in a row. See if he can get towards the glide. aBeZy wants to hit it, and it's a big win. Scump just ripped out of it. He's 0-5. Scump cannot get anything going. It's been the Shotzzy show on the other end of it. We'll see if Scump can bounce back within this map. It's now Shotzzy. Looks for the angle, but it's Dashy from up top. It's able to cut him down. aBeZy then on the other side. That's his second within the round. And we just trade back and forth. Shotzzy, another one. That's 5 in a row.
Well, he's gonna
6 in a row. 6 in a row in a round in Texas.
And FaZe are split there. They both take individual one-on-ones. aBeZy and Cell are just on different pages. They aren't together. While Dashy and Shotzzy play back-to-back, they get the reposition, they find both kills.
4-2 now, and a chance for the glide.
Round just falls apart after that first blood.
And 1 for Shotzzy. How high can he push? Another first blood coming in from Simp. You've needed him if you're FaZe, but, well, you couldn't close out the last round. Can you do it this time around? Stay within 1. It's a huge round. Bring this to 3-4 if you can. They're able to recoup bomb, but look at the pressure on the bottom side of it. Starting to come forward, and aBeZy just able to rip him. Gets the spot. He actually snaps onto the second. Gets some help from Simp as well. On the other end of it, can't take it. It's iLLeY that's in the one-on-one. FaZe. Sometimes they get aggressive and it works out.
Well, okay, so let's look at it. That's now 2 defensive rounds in a row for Atlanta FaZe. What were OpTic doing on offense? They were playing very slow. And so Atlanta FaZe are like, let's not play reactive. Let's get after it on the map. They did it in the 3 versus 4. They were very, very active on the map in that one. Simp able to find that first blood, then 3 players pushing through Lower River side. They're just taking the fight to them.
Yeah, a lot of times it's the offense that dictates the pace, right? FaZe like, nah. We're gonna control this. And they do control the round. But who will be the king of the first blood in round 8? That's gonna be a very fast plan in. 45 to work with now for Texas on the 4-on-4 retake. Arcitys will be playing all the way back. The forward players. Simp and aBeZy. Simp sort of, I don't know if he's like, where am I getting shot from? But he just runs right out the door. That is an easy one for Shotzzy. That's his 11th now. And they're getting picked apart. It's the MP40 of Scump. He's finally going to get involved. aBeZy, though, trying to be the difference maker, not able to do it. Arcitys and Cell, they are going to fall. You get the 4-on-4 retake. Plenty of time for the defuse. Was there a key gunfight there where it fell apart for FaZe?
I mean, the Simp first blood is huge, but it's actually Scump. Scump, to me, gets 2 in that round, but Arcitys is actually lurking lower B side river. He's just waiting to go on that flank, come through P1. Scump's able to read that. He finds Arcitys, and then that gives them the 2 versus 4.
I said, last I looked at the map, he was playing so deep, but
he was watching the flank. As soon as Simp dies, he has to go. So he's trying to make a play through lower B, but Scump read it.
One more round now for OpTic Texas, tie us up at 1-1. They've been no strangers to the 0-1 hole. They've been so good at equalizing in this map too. It's another slow build-up for OpTic, but a more standard setup, not a ton of aggression out of FaZe.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not even that standard. You have like no one looking over towards A. It's more of like a B stack. You have one player just watching that top window, and Simp, he's kind of the info. Actually, he's not even up top, he's down low. So a little bit different for them. They're worried about the nades towards the back tank side. Now they're gonna reposition a bit. Here comes the push. Simp, he's ready, but 3 players gonna rip his face off.
Yeah, he sees everything. And now aBeZy, he's like, can I find a timing in behind enemy lines? He gets checked for a moment, he's holding it, but not gonna matter. Dashy is there. He was worried maybe they split, but they continue to hold. In control is Shotzzy with the beams. Now on Arcitys, 1 versus 3. Texas a player away from a 1-1 scoreline.
And again, look at this, very slow from OpTic, very slow. Where are we gonna go? Let's group up. Do not allow anything to happen. Arcitys, what can he find? Finds the first. Now on 1 versus 2, they're gonna double down. 1v1!
He hits a bullet, but it's not enough. Texas, they take the S&D, and what seems to be clockwork over the course of this weekend, digging themselves out a hole in the search and destroy, and for years that's not something I said for OpTic, but here we are.
Just a nice game plan for OpTic, how they wanted to play that map. It also helps when Shotzzy does what he does early in that map. Because you gotta think of it, without Shotzzy, I mean, Scump's 0-5, 0-6, he's having a slow one. Sometimes, big games, you need a big player, and you get that 14-3 out of Shotzzy.
And he had 4 first bloods. I mean, they had 6 total as OpTic goes, and it felt like some of those early kills just kind of forced FaZe to do things maybe they didn't want to do yet. Like, you have to rotate somewhere, you have to pull a man from something, and more often than not, OpTic were able to execute behind it.
Yeah, I mean, you had some, 4v4 plants. If you're Atlanta FaZe, you had some positions where it just kind of fell apart for them. And now a big story is this control. What has been so good for OpTic, it's kind of gone away. And then for Atlanta FaZe, this is where they have become dominant.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about this matchup, what is it, like 5-1 to OpTic?
Yeah.
5-1, 4-1?
It's a lot to a little. 4-1?
Yeah. So they have absolutely dominated. But yeah, you talk about where teams have improved, they've completely flipped, and now I don't know, but it's an important one. You always preach it.
Control.
You preach it with CTF, with Dom, whatever it is. The map 3 just
don't ever say that word again.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't ever say domination.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, please. No, 100%. I mean, if you just look at our major winners the last couple of years, this game 3, such a momentum shifter, especially deeper into these tournaments. Just feels like if you're, I don't know, 70, 80% in this mode, you're probably winning the tournament.
It's just wild to think. I know the OpTic roster is very different than historically, but for so long, it just felt like if they lost that map 1, you're like, uh-oh. Right now, just they have that S&D pedigree to get it done. They take it 6-3. They tie us up at 1-1. We continue to go on. OpTic FaZe. What a matchup it is for Call of Duty Esports, and what a weekend it has been. It is the final day. It is Championship Sunday. Who is going to be crowned? It's been a blast and so much more action to come. We're having a blast here. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Hello and welcome back. Let's go. We've got banger after banger. What a start it was. The intro just with Crim. I mean, I had chills. I was ready to go. I could have run through a brick wall after that. And now we get to OpTic first FaZe, which is crazy because it doesn't even feel like it's been the biggest story of the weekend with everything going on with NYSL. But we are here, and reverse card, it's FaZe that are looking for revenge based on how the past couple of years have gone. But we got to talk control now because you said this was a key one for you, just based on how the matchup has gone and how these teams have improved or not improved, the opposite of that.
Yeah, I mean, for Atlanta FaZe, they've won 4 touchscreen controls at this major, 4 in a row. So, I mean, since their losers round 1 run, that's really, they've controlled it. And then for the OpTic side, they're trying to find the control magic that they once had. This team, you know, obviously switching between rosters, it can be tough really to get on the same page. But, I mean, they have a ton of repetitions. With iLLeY back in the lineup, it just feels like sooner or later it's going to click. But there you can see, in stage 4, 2-6 on the other side for Atlanta FaZe, 7-2, #1 in the league.
So just as clear as we can be, between these two teams when they have played each other, OpTic have dominated control. But that is how it looks right now leading into this matchup. So, will stats mean anything? Probably not.
Probably not.
I mean, the one thing that stands out, at least FaZe on this map, is when we cast them, versus LAG, that round 2 offense, that insta hit, like that was unbelievable. And OpTic have had their fair share of thrilling openings too, but more often than not, who can pull off something wild and wacky on offense? We know OpTic, I mean, defensively when they set up, they can be unreal here, but time to go. Map 3, tied up 1-1. Let's continue on at the NYSL Major.
Bit of a FaZe strat. Well, not really a FaZe strat, but what we talked about right over towards B is OpTic. He's gonna find the first. Now what else? Is Atlanta FaZe, though, they're gonna rotate. They read that quickly. Simp was able to stay alive. Plat. And now it's just 2 players gonna stay alive. And for OpTic, when we catch them on this map, it's their ability to stay alive when working towards B, playing around the slaying, allowing Scump, allowing Shotzzy to find picks to just be the thorn in the side of the defense.
Yeah, and I mean, when we saw success here for FaZe, so when they were in good defensive positions, who was it more often than not that was roaming? It was Simp. It was Simp that was getting in behind enemy lines. It was Simp that was finding openings or just staggering the push. And look at number 4, shocking. It's going to be Simp that is going to be the aggressor. He is going to be floating, finding timings, finding angles. One of the smartest players we've ever watched when it comes to game sense.
I mean, talk about game sense. I'm talking about you, dude. The prophet, just right away, speaking that into existence.
I may not be the smartest Call of Duty mind, but I do watch it a lot and cast a lot. So every now and then, you know, you hit the mark, Joe. Scump into church. Say a little prayer. He didn't have time because Simp is there and he will drop. iLLeY looks for it. It's Simp again, just taking these one-on-ones, getting into these positions. And what he's doing is just making, he hasn't allowed Texas to group up once, like for a big push, because you got to deal with that first.
Well, they were on A that entire time, so that's really it. It's just you were hoping Shotzzy or Scump found an opening. Scump gets cut down in church, and Shotzzy, he gets taken out over towards P5. So that sort of roaming, you know, having iLLeY and Dashy over towards B is not there yet. And already a minute and 20 on the clock, but a nice win for Dashy, maybe to open things up, and I lied because Cellium and RCs are gonna find 3.
Yeah, I mean, you put a 50-yard line tally right across the middle of the map. It has been tough to find any property across that if you are Texas. Now, maybe the most forward you have been. They do pick up RCs on the flank, so they're able to shut that down. Players coming off of spawn, you have a 2-on-2 for just a brief instant.
Just need them to stay alive. You need them to stay alive, iLLeY and Shotzzy. Shotzzy gets the play call to throw an A to Plat. iLLeY, he's gonna chow behind it. Nice teamwork there. But now everyone's gonna have to wait. 40 seconds left, here we go. But just again, 1 second, I think, just a bit too staggered for OpTic. It's Scump and Shotzzy are like, we gotta stay alive P5. Let's just try to chill here and get a good team push. But FaZe has given them nothing.
Yeah, it's just so difficult because more often than not, you need a couple successful team pushes, right? Like, it's pretty rare you
haven't had one.
Yeah, it's pretty rare you get one break and stack that gets all the damage done, right? Like, it's a process.
This is gonna be their first one with all 4.
Exactly, with like 4 players in this type of position. It's been so difficult to find, and it is Simp that is lining them up, and aBeZy that's following it up. We have 6 seconds left to go, and it was a great hold from FaZe. Now Texas, you need to answer in kind.
Yeah, it's just very clean, right? Over towards A, when OpTic just kind of have the point, they're just pausing the clock. They didn't allow those roaming players to find kills. They didn't allow it to make it messy. Then over towards B, you never got iLLeY or Dashy in the positions they want to be in with the autos.
And you're right, because it's like we always focus on the kills around the objective, but like, it's the kills to get there. It's like you need to make it messy and make them make decisions first, right? Like, make them scramble, then try to execute, but like they just never got there.
And this is what we saw, earlier in the tournament. This hit over towards B. You'd have one player in Cell kind of force their way, maybe just give them some info, but it's going to be a two-man push. Simp gets taken down, but they're flying on the B zone, but 3 players off a spawn now for OpTic. As everyone for FaZe is sort of rotating over, but Dashy is there. The rest of OpTic is there, and well, that doesn't work.
They deal with it. You hope if your FaZe at least get a tick. They're not able to do that. I think the 2 players split the nades pretty well and survive for a moment, but each get hit and a couple bullets come through and they drop. They'll rotate this right across, start to work on that.
Timing Scump just got with aBeZy, but it is just so back and forth over here. And well, Scump thought, he cleared it all. He gives the comm to Shotzzy, but he's behind enemy lines, is Scump.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if aBeZy heard it and is giving the call over.
I don't think so.
I thought for a second he might have gotten the information, but apparently not. So Scump will be able to get through on the flank, able to take down one. Simp should follow that up and be able to get the kill, get back onto the point. Scump tries to play his life, but he will get dropped. Minute left to go, about to finish A. Lives-wise, you're about even.
This is a big moment here, right? This is when they're trying to find some openings, working with some map control. The clock is paused, and they're doing just that. There's the first kill from aBeZy. A now secured, a minute added to the clock. 3 players here for FaZe, make it another one. Cellium's gonna try to get in a position in Texas. They're trying to fight for top radio.
You've already found a little bit more success in just getting forward near the point. Now, it looks like they're gonna have to retake here, but you've made it messy for a moment. You've made OpTic scramble a bit around the point. They picked up the push through and staggered the reinforcements. It's Shotzzy that got forward and cut down Cell. Just trying to make sure they cannot get into that position. As Shotzzy continues to do a great job, it's aBeZy that he's gonna be able to drop next. And he backs it up for now. Just a moment to breathe. His FaZe players coming off the spawn, looking for the next plan of attack. You'd love to get this if you can get it to like a 5-kill advantage and really start to bleed them out, but you've kept it tight if you are Texas. But FaZe are trying to make the push, and Shotzzy is setting it down. Let's get here to Atlanta FaZe listening, kind of listen to some of these pushes.
Yeah, no, I'm staying up. So, Frankus. I'll see Dashy Arch. He's behind this tank. Dashy behind this tank. I'm sliding bottom. Front, you tank front.
I'll see front.
I'm in front. I'm trying to get your mid. I'm coming front.
Okay, I'm looking
top radio. I'm needing your plat.
He's low. He's low. He's still bottom.
He'll be behind us.
40. I'm name plat.
Yeah, I don't see I'm with you, Tyler.
Nothing crazy, just kind of calm, calling names. I say nothing that crazy.
iLLeY
gets 2, but aBeZy.
That might be enough, though. It might be enough.
iLLeY goes crazy. aBeZy now 4 in a row, just trying to pre-fire at the edge. Can the reinforcements get there in time? aBeZy and Arcitys, they're getting it done around the point. Second bit of progress going to be so close, but aBeZy and Arcitys will drop. 21 seconds to go. 5 lives remaining now for OpTic. So little time, but the pauses you get there for a moment.
But the big thing, the time. They have 4 players up, so no advantage really for FaZe. Here we go. They're trying to get on through. Scump holding on. iLLeY with another one. 10 seconds. It could be on Cell.
He just feels like he's got to wait, but the problem is he just can't wait. There's no time. The defense has held. They shut it down. It's 5 in a row for Scump. But do you get to the second bit, or is it 1?
I didn't see. I think they got to 2.
Okay. I couldn't remember which one they got to. So
but
still,
man, that 2 from iLLeY. Obviously, Scump off a spawn finds 5 in a row. But if iLLeY doesn't get 2 rounds done, they stack that point.
The first thing I said, I had to listen. It was like nothing too crazy. As I'm finishing the work, just everything goes. aBeZy soars in. iLLeY makes the play. It's insanity. more of a default approach from OpTic this time around. No early B aggression. Some big fights going down mid-map. Again, just continue to keep an eye if you're watching for the defensive roamer. A lot of times it's going to be that number 4 that's looking for these spots. You basically had everybody here for now, so that's going to force the 2 players off spawn to funnel down towards B.
Those red arrows.
They are just sprinting down to meet them.
They know they're spawning roof. Cell's in position. He's able to find 2 somehow.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Arcitys is staying at A, but his spot's going to be up. They're going to know it. Shotzzy now just trying to get to his team.
Yeah, it's like both those roamers just run into each other as they're wrapping through back Churchside Alley. Shotzzy gets the timing. Nice snap there from Arcitys, and he needed to be big in this series. He's doing it right now. 15 and 11. And I think shooting well, I mean, all the top players can shoot well, but in this particular matchup, when you have players like Dashy on the...
Winning one-on-ones.
You need to shoot very well. Because we've seen some top players just, I mean...
I think he's a confidence guy. I mean, you can tell he gets frustrated.
Yeah, yeah.
100% wants more of himself. Played well on map 1. Now doing here in map 3. You can see in the lives, what, 7 lives already in advantage for Atlanta FaZe. So for OpTic, you're just thinking, is it the same thing as round number 1? You need to group together. You need a good team push.
Yeah, I mean, offensively, if it's not pressure towards B early, I mean, you're hoping what? You can take a 4 to 5 life advantage on offense. You'd like to, if that's possible. You play it really efficient, but you don't get that. It's FaZe that dominate the bottom line of the lives department. So they're in a good position to hold, but it can just take 1 or 2 moments.
Scump gets P5. Now they're going to go. Now they're going to go. Shotzzy with another one. OpTic flying on through. This is when you get Dashy and iLLeY in those spots. But a nade hits onto iLLeY. And it's like, great, you got so many kills. If you're OpTic, you're going to pause the clock. But with the nade hitting, with a kill coming in, it just stops.
How important are those nades, man, when you're coming off a spawn and you got to deal with that mad moment on the point? They're able to hit. Speaking of nades, unfortunately, Shotzzy is going to take out iLLeY. There's a few through on the feed for FaZe as well. Now RC's looking to take his one-on-ones, a little sliding back and forth, and the centering is there. Scump will get dropped, sit back to spawn. Look at number 7, top side of the map, and Shotzzy is trying to roam on through, and it's Simp that's lurking inside a church. So both those guys just looking for their timings and openings.
Yeah, Shotzzy is trying to find something here. Looks like Simp kind of knows it. It's going to be 2 players, and there's going to be the first. But with no P5 control, they're going to have to flood through Church Alley or through radio, and Cell's going to reposition. So you have to spot him.
And he makes that look easy, because you got a player like Shotzzy, it gets underneath you there. You know, you may start to panic a little bit, but...
Half of your bullets hit the railing?
Yeah, no, 100%. It could be a stressful gunfight, but Cell makes it look easy. 12 seconds to go, and still just no forward momentum offensively, really. You had one moment, but it didn't last long. And aBeZy, that's going to be number 6. 23 and 15. He'll take that 6 spree now into the half. Defense, defense, defense thus far.
After that 3rd kill on a shot, he was thinking about it. Yeah. He was definitely thinking about it. He's on 6 though. We'll see if he can find that glide.
Does he look dead? Is he dead?
Yeah, he's just making sure. But that's just why FaZe have been so good here on Tuscan, that defense.
And you just gotta, I mean, I think it's big here. If you can get the glide, and then you, let's say, you should have a defense in round 5 like that. Yeah, that could be a bailout. Got to get that next one though first. Just looking for the fight. He wants you to slide and shout so bad.
A little bit differently too, because most people, they're not the first one in, but I think
did his own
as well.
His own nade like hit him through the ceiling?
Yeah, I think that's
what it looked like, at least based on the timing of it. So that's unfortunate. There will be no glide through for FaZe. They line up for a moment for Simp, but he can't center on the second one, so Scump will put it down. Now right over to Shotzzy we go. You're up a life. You need 1 bit of progress. I mean, the one positive thing for FaZe, I mean, you gotta think, when Texas finished, they were like a 7 or 8 life hole, and you've kept that even. Maybe not taking the advantage you'd like to, but...
Well, they had a chance. I mean, they're just gonna stick to their standard offense, what we saw in round 2, because they almost won it. It was a big play. Shotzzy just waiting, biding his time as Simp and Arcitys do get taken down. And you know what? If you're gonna lose fights, let it be all the way over here, away from B.
It just feels like when it's 2 teams of like this capability, it's like what defense makes a mistake maybe on the B side, like who's making the play. Yeah, or who does something insane, which all of these guys have the capability to do. It's Dashy that's pushed through on the other side of P5, and he's able to catch one of the cross. He snaps back with the pistol as well. Oh, Lord in heaven, what is in?
And think
that
about
man's
maybe
pistol, God!
Maybe what helps you in a round 5 offense, maybe a glide here. Maybe a glide if he can find it. He's on 5 in a row. He still just has the pistol out.
Leave it out. Yeah. Screw your main gun. No, put it away.
So this spot aBeZy. This could be number 6.
Just pistol him in the face, dude.
Nade in hand. He's gonna hit. He's gotta back down. He would love to have this glide.
The reach out, but it's Simp. No glide. Minute to go. That's your teammate. Just a little shot to the back of the neck. Bit of a tickle. Hey, buddy, I'm here too. What was that to say? They're grouping up for a 4-man hit, but it's Dashy again, man. He's getting to these mid-alley cuts and just finding these multi-kills.
That's what he always does. I mean, Tuscan, it's always been his playground where he's been so good, but 3 dead here, a chance. One player gonna be on it in Cell. He's gonna try to reposition, but Scump, one more bullet takes him down, but Cell is here.
The slide.
And FaZe just gonna get on it, try to pause the clock, and they're winning their gunfights. It's what they were doing earlier. But OpTic, they found an opening. Behind iLLeY, and it's iLLeY again.
Yeah, just trying to keep it as close as you can to the lives department and stop this clock as much as you can, but there's only 2 of them here now. Arcitys continues to lie in wait, trying to dance and dip and dive away with 9 HP, but Dashy, what feels like his 40th multi-kill within this round, just continues to pop on the feed. You now dwindle to under 20 seconds. To iLLeY we go here for a moment. Nades raining in all over the place. Setting up the next push, but it's Shotzzy through the fire and flame that's able to pick up the kill. This is gonna be the last effort. Cellium, he's lined up 3. Simp has picked up another. The one player wrapping back is gonna be Scump. Can he be the hero that they need? There's some tags in, tries to cut the reinforcements, and that is a big play from the vet. And then on to another. Time is gone to round 5. We go.
Does not panic in that situation. I feel like players, they might jump onto the point, try to find a kill. That's when you get caught. He realizes it's only 2 players from FaZe at the moment who are pushed up. Immediately slides over to P5, finds the reinforcements coming in, does not allow anything to happen.
Might be a different story if 2 points are done and they're about to finish the cap, but with that situation, just make sure they can't get grouped up again. Great play.
All right, can they find an offense? Sometimes it feels like a round 5 or round 11 just feel different.
Right.
For that attacking team, what adjustments can they make?
It's just both teams have been like perfect, like lights out on defense for the most part. It's hard to be perfect that long. Like it is. You miss a comm, something goes wrong. Anything can happen. This time it'll be aBeZy. That's pushing on in. He finds an opening, and he's trying to make him pay. Scump able to 180 and snap back, but
this is already a good job. They found so many picks just on this A zone, just dealing with the life advantage of FaZe. At least Shotzzy gets spotted. He does, but a nade is going to connect on to Arcitys. So from his own teammate, there's going to be 3 dead for FaZe. One more player hit here in aBeZy, but he just backs away.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a much better situation where you don't have that 7 or 8 life hole. I mean, you're already up against it, just trying to take B, but it's like they never really had a decent chance at it. Now you're even in the lives. You're about to finish the point. Pretty similar to what we saw FaZe on the last round, and Shotzzy's trying to find openings on the other side of the map. I'm not sure if he thought he had the kill or was trying to back down from it, but he can't finish it.
They're making it messy, FaZe. They went for it. They went for it before this was done, and this is where the lives drain. This is where they drain a little bit for Texas.
And the clock just dwindles a little bit more, right? A difference of maybe only 10, 15 seconds, but it just seems annoying to deal with. Like, you think you have it done and they just hit it again? All right, so now it comes down to 1 point. The all-important pinnacle at B. Lives, we are right around square. 2 up for FaZe. 2 down now for FaZe, though, as they're going to get picked. The onslaught starts to come forward, and Arcitys is up to the first. Cellium not able to do it on the second. You've got a 3-on-1, maybe 3-on-2 towards the point for a moment. You're waiting for Dashy to rally back into this. Dashy looks like he's going to wrap through the mid-cut. Shotzzy trying to find the opening. Headshot through, onto the point. Stopping the clock for a moment. Now Scump looking to surge forward. Cellium could be in trouble.
There's only 2 players on it. It's not that fast. FaZe gonna regroup their needs.
1 bit done.
Scump doing a great spot, lurking. They're gonna deal with them. Here we go on the pinches. Arcitys. That's gonna be 2 dead now. Can Dashy stay alive here? This is where him and iLLeY are so good.
Look how close it is to the second part. Oh, it's so close.
They're
to
gonna
getting
get on
done. So close.
They have a life advantage though with a minute to work with. So still a chance here for OpTic.
I mean, that's the best sequence they've had on attacking B, without question. You get some damage done, and yeah, you take advantage of the lives, which could end up being huge. Dashy's putting shots through, the next player goes to peek and just gets ripped out of the window. You don't have a ton of time now, 35 to go. Simp is pushing, I don't know, but that smoked him.
In FaZe, they get aggressive. They do not allow them to group up. It's aBeZy and Simp who take it to him. Shotzzy though, just lurking in the shadows as he always is. 8 versus 8. Here we go, the game. The swing game. Who's gonna go up 2-1 in the series? OpTic have to win this offensive round.
And where aBeZy has struggled, he has been great. 37 and 27 in the map.
Gotta get on the point. Here's the push.
Here we go. 2 dead. 2 dead for either side now. A scramble around the point. Cellium and Simp going big from the back in FaZe. They hold on defense. It is just defense all over the place. But they stand tall to seal the map 3, take a 2-1 edge. And they're just, I mean, this is just 2 teams filled with incredible players that were not making a lot of mistakes or leaving a lot of holes.
And listen, like between these 2 with the matchups, I mean, honestly, FaZe have not slayed this well against OpTic all year. Like you have aBeZy playing well, you have Arcitys playing well. Really, when you look at the stats, it's mainly Simp and Cellium versus OpTic who contributes a good amount. But you can see 37 and 28 for aBeZy. Just not allowing Shotzzy Scump to get into those positions. When they're winning those first gunfights, it just shuts off the roaming Slayers.
I feel like sometimes the talk with aBeZy has been so focused on the final struggles where like, it's not just been that. It hasn't just been that. He has not been himself in a lot of series. Just this year as a whole, that's a big time map. I mean, he leads the way in damage. He was filling gaps wherever he needed to. He had a monster one, and it's got to be a confidence booster for him just being within this matchup. It's got to be.
Yeah, now what? We're gonna stick on Tuscan. Tuscan hardpoint between these 2 teams. And the story for FaZe has sort of been, they play for that scrap time and time again, just going for it. But it feels like at times, I mean, that's how they lose.
Yeah, I can't decide what they're trying to do sometimes. And you know, we talk with Crowder quite a bit, and you know what they're working on. And I think since they've come together, they've been a break-heavy team. Everyone knows that. They're going to play aggressive. They're going to hit everything. It seems like sometimes they feel more comfortable not playing with the early setup. Like they feel more comfortable with attacking together and pinching out a hard point. But to me, it's just sometimes it's just a little bit of both. And I don't know if like 2 people are trying to do one thing, 2 are trying to do the other. But like sometimes, you know, it comes down to that final P1 and
P5 to P1, right?
And a lot of time, you know, they want to retake from mid. Like it's so hard to just headbutt that side to side, but they just don't. It's like there's just this moment of like the brain shuts off. I'm not sure, but they've invented new ways to lose Tuscan hardpoints. I don't care if they are up 150 in this map 4. Like I don't feel comfortable if I'm a FaZe fan. Just how many times have we seen them fall apart on this map? So many.
Now for OpTic, you get to your hardpoint pick. It's just, you get into a game 5, Berlin Search and Destroy, where they have had success versus Atlanta FaZe. Back against the wall. I feel like if you get to the game 5, I feel like every OpTic.
We all deserve a game 5. We need a game 5. With how this weekend has been, in the sheer number of game 5s, and the incredible story within YSL. And if you pick 4 teams from a brand standpoint or a story standpoint to be left on Championship Sunday, this is what you wanted. We all deserve a map 5.
I'd love a map 5.
Yeah, we need it. So we'll see if OpTic, behind the incredible coaching and the very sexy voice of Rambo Ray, can get them rearing and ready to go. But you see Scump with a nod, just kind of listening to what the OG has to say. Lock it in. This is the situations where you have gotten better as of late. You're in a hole. You are not phased. You find a way out of it. This map 4 is crucial. Well, it's everything.
Yeah, we'll see if OpTic can continue on playing LA Thieves, who It was a close winners final. It was a close one, back and forth, some clutch situations.
It's crazy because like
especially those hard points.
Yeah, Thieves have been like, I mean, they've been the closest to playing. There's no perfect COD right now, I don't think, but as close to playing as a team as you can probably get. And then they just ran into Destiny there. It feels like they did. Like you ran.
Sometimes nothing you could do.
Yeah, you ran into Destiny. I don't know if there was any way they were winning that just based on how fired up NYSL was, but you see the stat line there for Big Brucey, Dashy. 1.3.
They're
spotlight out.
Of Dashy and Dashy.
They should. They should. He has been an animal, just eaten on the map. You need it here. And you can see how focused, dialed in, locked in he is. So look at the hardpoint stats for these teams as we get ready to roar into the map 4. So this is how the hardpoint looks. I mean, you're right around 50-50 for both teams. It's
not great for either, which is surprising.
No, right?
It felt like maybe the one game mode FaZe had it under control, but throughout stage 4, they have struggled. For OpTic, you know, you just had you had Proluded, you've had General, and just again, in those respawns, trying to get on the same page. The key, though, you could see for OpTic, they're really struggling in break percentage 10th. Where Atlanta FaZe, they're struggling in holding, but yeah, they're like, we'll just break it again.
Yeah, I don't even know if they try to hold. Honestly, sometimes it's like, is it more fun to them just to break over and over?
Yeah, probably is.
Like, listen, Crowder, I hear you. It might be easier to set up an L trigger, but I want to run at him. Oh, okay, all right. Well, then I guess do that, aBeZy. Oh, the pressure on OpTic Texas. The pressure started from day one. A loser's bracket start. And team by team, step by step, you climb this mountain to try and get to a final. You're close, you can taste it, but you're not quite there yet. It's FaZe that's standing in their way. Map 4 as our adventure of Tuscan continues. And everyone's blowing up.
Yeah, all the nades starting to hit. Simp, though. Him and aBeZy gonna fly out fine, too. You know, we've seen it a couple of times from OpTic. You want to push through ruins, you want to push through the middle of the map, but aBeZy, he had such a huge game number 3. He's bringing it here in map 4.
Well, I just think if he's going to be in form and kind of the aBeZy we expect from recent years, if he's playing like that today, which might be the case, it's going to be scary for everyone involved. But Bunny Hop Chow, not going to be enough. As the king of Tuscan and Dashy will shut him down. Right over to Cell, little snap back, and the shots are on point. The rotation now up for Texas. You get 0 points there. You lock it down if you are FaZe. They love the break. Texas love the hold. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, it's just back and forth battle, P1 to P2. Now OpTic need to respond with one of their own. We saw it on Paulehx. They do it here on Tuscan. Cell's gonna be the man pinching through TJHaly, waiting for the nades to hit. Here comes Atlanta FaZe on the break. Trying to find anything, but very slow. Now, behind who? Of course, it's aBeZy.
There's the opening kill. aBeZy's able to find a second, I think, behind that. aBeZy and Simp just tearing them apart. You really just have one player left here with the close side spawns going to OpTic, and Shotzzy able to deal with it. So you're close to bringing it right back and tying up this game. Someone has to rally into the point to pick up the time. Nobody in the hard point for now. And honestly, that one nade from Arcitys to kill the person out of the hard point.
10 seconds.
10 seconds, right?
Yeah, I mean, OpTic doesn't want to leave like they're...
Yeah, no, I get it, but
it's just, yeah, those nades, so important, but they're going to find the scrap time, and OpTic, they're like, all right, we'll set up for P3.
It doesn't seem to matter, you know, through Jetpack Hall did we really start talking about, like, do they hit with like 10 seconds left? Do they hit with like 50? I've watched them hit with 2. They don't care.
But you're looking for those nades once again. aBeZy just, you know, some players like to get pushed out, especially Shotzzy. Scump on the other side. Here comes the push though through P5. Able to find one throw. The stun slows them down now. It's up to his SMG duo to find a kill. It's going to be on Scump. He's got Arcitys to deal with and just trade so far. But you see Cellium work in the back, all the way through that back alley. It's a tiny terrace right now.
Yeah, and this is why you feel like you can break, because you have Simp and aBeZy. But on the other side, you've got my man Bruce, and the spotlight is up, and he just shuts them down the second they get through. But it's another sequence where there's nobody really in the hard point, at least for a moment. It's a difficult gunpoint for either player, both trying to use their movement to the best of their advantage, and Shotzzy, the movement king, able to take that one. You've got, what, 10 seconds left, so they'll get the final bit here, and Arcitys again, that's another nade. That's gonna be a difference in 10 points. I mean, 2 Arcitys nades. Now it's right around 20 points.
Yeah, but on the rotation, I mean, heck, it's going to allow OpTic to have a 4-man push over towards P4. That's going to be 3 dead. aBeZy, the last player alive. Dashy is weak. He's looking for the player with the pistol, of course. Got the rat in the back pocket, and on the skirmishes, it's going to be those 2 players that Simp and aBeZy. Simp with a double.
I mean, you go 3 for 2 there, and what, a 2-on-4. You take that every single time as Simp comes flying around the edge. What a big sequence that was, because you spawned all the way deep out opposite side of P1 if you're the 2 remaining players for FaZe. You had a bit of a hike, kind of where you see him popping right now. The fact they hold that long, and these sequences where they are down in numbers, somebody is going up clutch to keep them in and around the point. 20-point difference between our squads. And really just looking across the players, I mean, just kind of iLLeY, 6-12 kind of stands out a little bit, but otherwise.
Him and Scump, obviously, you're hoping for a little bit more. I mean, Shotzzy, 13 kills, aBeZy with 14. Those guys doing what they are, but almost everyone positive on the side of Atlanta FaZe. The slaying is there. iLLeY gonna pull out a 3rd MP40 to try to get Mixy. Maybe that's what they need. It's gonna be 3 dead, P5 control, and this is one of those hills. We'll see it towards the end of it, who gets set up over towards P1, but big time for OpTic to keep that score within 20.
I don't think it matters. I doubt it's gonna go to a P1 somehow. I don't care what FaZe are up. It just will. And Shotzzy, a lovely bit of work there with the MP40. That'll be 3 in a row and shuts him down through the window. Now, hungry for more. Oh, he was hungry for a grenade, apparently, because it goes right in his back pocket. There's a second one. It's another Arcitys nade, as they have been on point.
But it's 15 seconds, so you take this. You're going to have one more play here in Shotzzy, because he can do whatever he wants right now, but on the rotation, aBeZy's going to be there, but he's going to have more OpTic Texas members to deal with. Dashy and iLLeY with the autos getting set up.
And they like to push this from mid. That is where they like the retake to come. I know it hasn't really popped yet, but that is where the pressure is going to come from, and this is why. These angles that you're able to get through the mid cut, if you've got one auto out wide, and it's done to perfection. I mean, Arcitys has been a hero with the grenades late in the point. He wins a 1-on-1 there to count for like a 10-second difference, and then the other 3 players go huge on the point.
And now you need an OpTic break. Try to keep that score close. With Shotzzy going on this pinch, you're going to see the spawns flip out. So Simp, he gets pushed up side church, but OpTic take it on the hill. 30 seconds left. Big time needed for them. It's just, again, you're going to ask for a break. Or does FaZe go for it one more time? It looks like they will. iLLeY's going to sneak on through. You already see Scump working through P5. They know FaZe is going to do this. And FaZe, they might have just screwed themselves. We'll see where the spawns come in. They do.
They're still going to do it every time. You asked the question, but yeah, they're going to hit it. Whatever's left on the clock, they're going to go for it. Because they rely on their ability to break, and they did it last time. I think it was aBeZy. They got 3 on the push. And that's why the pressure is in Texas. You're going to have the early setups. You're going to have them almost every single time. You can't let aBeZy come in and try you. And unfortunately, he's been able to find multi-kills. And just like that, you're onto the point. You've got them out of the hard point.
They do have the close spawn though. Shotzzy's able to find one. Dashy stayed alive. A bit of a retake here. You talked about aBeZy. It's Shotzzy on the other one. He's able to find the multi-kill. He gets 3. He's up to 23 kills, trying to do everything he can.
But how quickly does that become messy and no one's in the point?
Yeah, pretty fast.
It's just fast, man.
But it's still 30 seconds, still tight. But there we go, with 20 seconds left, FaZe is going to get on it, and now you can see they are all the way across the map at P3. All of OpTic going to fight for scrap.
Listen.
Oh!
Listen.
They all line up for aBeZy.
It might not be traditional Call of Duty, but they make it work. And he's the difference. He is the reason why they can get away with these things sometimes. And when he's struggling, it is hard to do. When he's 26 and 16 and finding opening kills every push, they're a different team.
Yeah, everyone positive on the side of FaZe. Now over to B3. You're going to have FaZe early on in the hill. A push through the middle alley. Here comes OpTic.
Now their turn to break. Cellium, though. He is dancing around the fountain, not making it easy to find a peek. The wide peek on the crouch is going to come in. Simp then off spawn, able to take them out. Now you're really starting to build this lead. It's getting to scary hours right now. You know you need to break desperately if you are Texas. The nade will get them out of the point for now. The nades have been crucial on either side. Should just bleed away some of that time. Get them out of that control.
It's never over on this map.
100%. 100%.
Gonna have Cell just trying to deal with the last 15 seconds. And well, it's an Arcitys nade. It's just onto his teammate. That's happened a couple of times. The scrap time will come in for OpTic Texas. That'll keep them within 50. Over at P4, FaZe is gonna try to get into a setup. Shotzzy, unfortunately, does get taken down. That stun comes in.
And again, last time they had a setup here is one of the few hard points they've had like early control of. It came down to what? Like RC's making a play, Simp and aBeZy, like you had numbers a couple times if you're OpTic and you couldn't get the breakthrough. And who's on the kill feed again? Just lighting it up inside a church. It's Simp and aBeZy that are gonna go massive. You're over the 200 point mark. You are getting close to a victory. You've not been able to beat this OpTic team this year. And it's not over yet. It's another team kill. That's the second nade for Texas that has hit this sequence. You get in and then things fall apart oh so quickly.
I think it's Dashy twice who gets teammated. He was top church, one hits him, and then right there, he gets taken down. Allows FaZe to get back in. The Cell just holding it down. He's on 5 in a row. A glide bomb might just secure them to win, but these 10 seconds are huge. Now it's a rotation over to P5. Shotzzy's got to go for it. He's going to try to do what he can. But they two-stack it.
This is where FaZe have collapsed, though. On this P5, and then if you get there to the P1, this is where they have collapsed. Have they fixed it? Is this the moment where they get it done? Or to OpTic bring this back? So far, it's FaZe inside, 10 points away from victory. Nades hitting inside, second by second. The dreams of OpTic and their fans just falling apart. Simp lining him up. Nobody gonna get close. That is it. They close him out. There are no late game heroics. FaZe for the first time this year. Shut him down. Take out OpTic. Continue on. And Joe, you can bring up any point you want. aBeZy's 34 and 21. He had a series.
Yeah, he had a series.
He had a series.
They're
He
going
had
to
not been like that.
To keep that up, especially when, if they do get to a final. FaZe dominated the hard points, dominated the respawn. Still some work to do in Search and Destroy. For OpTic, listen, from losers round 1, you had a very tough, stage 4 qualifiers. They go 1-4, but I think they showed a lot of grit, a lot of clutch scenarios, which I think is big for them going into champs. But they have some things to focus on. The thing for me has got to be that map pool.
The map pool, and you kind of said it yesterday. We were watching OpTic, and the same could be said for a lot of teams, but just a little too sloppy at times, where you were worried against a team like this, they might be in trouble. Like, it was just a little too sloppy. And not to say that FaZe hasn't had those moments, maybe against Paris, but I guess you felt it a little bit more with OpTic.
Yeah, and just look at this. Like, if we look at this scoreboard, look at the engagements, and it was the opposite before this. It was Shotzzy being slow. Even yesterday, he had 40 or 50 more engagements than some of his teammates, 30 and 27. Just so much faster than the rest. It just feels like at times just not on the same page. It really stood out to me in that Berlin control yesterday versus Ultra. Well, but at the end of the day, he's got 30 kills, just needs a little bit of help. And the slaying on the other side, too strong. It's Atlanta FaZe. They're top 3 once again.
I think that's worth talking about. Maybe it's a little bit too far ahead of Scump. And I'm
Mama
not sure.
Crowder, hello.
Hi. I'm not sure if that's Scump needs to pick it up or Shotzzy needs to find the right pacing, but most of the time, aBeZy kind of did it himself in some gunfights, but usually who was there to follow it up in a lot of situations? Like Simp was there. When they needed to break it, they were hitting it. You'd see aBeZy, you'd see Simp on the kill feed right after it. That's
traditional 1-2 punch. Yeah, Shotzzy's a little bit more creative with his routes.
And there, you didn't have the 1-2 punch on the other side, right? And maybe because they were getting knocked out by Simp and aBeZy, but like that, it just felt like a difference. It really,
felt like a traditional Atlanta FaZe series.
Yes, it did. It really did. And you saw aBeZy, from the get-go, from that opening P1, like just held forward. I think he got 3-4 kills in a row. The triple there, like he was a magician and a man to follow him up more often than not. And in the early going, I know RC's stat line doesn't look insane, but the couple of key nades that he had were big early. He wins the one-on-one of the first P5, I think, to be a difference of 15 seconds. But some little key moments. Those are the little key moments that is the reason they were ahead for the beginning half of that game, honestly. Big part of it.
Now you can see Atlanta FaZe win all of the respawns against OpTic. OpTic top 4, finished 4th. OpTic, Atlanta FaZe is gonna take on LA Thieves now. And I think if Atlanta FaZe is playing like this in hardpoints, I think if you saw the LA Thieves versus New York series with the hardpoints, LA Thieves, they made some crucial mistakes that they were not showing. Obviously, you have to give props to the NYSL guys like Kismet and Hydra just popping off with their talent. but this should be a crazy matchup when it comes to the respawns.
Kismet at time, I mean, he's doing a lot of the aBeZy type stuff,
Yeah.
right? Like he's just been a man on a mission, so that matchup is going to be insane. But yeah, we've wondered all year with FaZe, like what is the issue? Is it Vanguard? Is it a question of how they want to play the game? And multiple times you're like, is it just aBeZy? Just needs to hit that level again. He makes everything easier. He makes the mistakes go away, but he has one hell of a series. FaZe will move on. OpTic are knocked out. The madness that is NYSL Major Championship Sunday continues on. Veli, guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Merc and Maven. And finally, it's been done. Series by series, Atlanta FaZe has been falling to OpTic Texas. But right about now, it's way different. OpTic Texas has officially been eliminated from Major 4. And we'll catch them next time at Champs.
Man, just a crazy series. I mean, with the Atlanta FaZe, I felt like, you know, the Atlanta FaZe team that was dominating last year and the years prior, it was the team that when you made a mistake, they pounced on it and they ran with it. Yeah. We did not see that throughout this year for the majority of our majors, but this match right there versus OpTic Texas, it happened time and time again. I mean, you look at that offensive push that they had, it was literally just Simp. He was in the back, he gets a kill, stays alive, and just that play alone right there, OpTic's not able to kill them, so the rest of the team can get pushed up. They get 2 ticks, and they don't win the round, but that seals the deal because they guarantee the defense in the end there. It's the small plays like that, the small plays like the Arcitys nades to stop them off of the scrap. Like, these are things that Atlanta FaZe is known for, and it happened throughout this one.
And looking at the stats right now, Cellium went absolutely nuts, Sally.
I know, and honestly, we're never surprised by that, right? We're never surprised by 1.32 out of Cellium. Honestly, I do want to take a point, though, to talk about aBeZy with the 1.29. That is the player I feel like we've kind of honed in on for most of this year to be struggling, to be the struggling one when it came to the Atlanta FaZe squad. And for them to get this W over OpTic and for Tyler to kind of be the one that was popping off, it's Tyler's Tuscan at this point, man. I would not go up against that guy when he's shooting like that.
I've been saying that Tuscan is aBeZy's playground, but Lando, that was insane. And a good amount of Atlanta FaZe fans in the audience as well.
I was kind of surprised about that. Whenever they won, I was expecting some boos, maybe a few people to get kind of ticked off, but no.
The opposite.
It was the opposite. So maybe they're earning some fans along the way. I don't know, man. But just to echo what they said, just a great victory. And the players that we were talking about, the SMGs for either side. I think we hit on aBeZy, we hit on Simp. Oftentimes throughout Major 4, it was the combo of Cellium and Simp together. This time it was aBeZy. 1-2 punch is one of the more difficult things to face off against in the league, and they showed up.
And let's talk about, like, they decide, you know, FaZe, they get rid of the Gavutu, which is a map that they're great at, and they play them on Tuscan, and it works out in their favor. Also, the Bocage, like, that's a map both these teams have had battles on all year long. And honestly, it was neck and neck up until that P2, and that was Cellium. He went crazy. He was pushed all the way up in tools, gets a 5 streak at that time, and from there, I mean, they got a full 55 points on that hill. It was basically GG. Just the little things when FaZe is able to run away with it. Tough.
Also, we got to give credit to Arcitys. Just that random nade to knock off 10 points from OpTic Texas. But also, one of the biggest swings in that round to me was the scuff play of the game. aBeZy was on absolute fire. He lined him up and knocked them all down from his P2 to P3 rotation. And when it comes to aBeZy, a lot of criticism has been there. But look at him. He murked them, knocked them all down, and there was nothing else to be said.
And can we talk about the control alley as well when he was on the point?
Insane.
Like, it's the same spot. Like, in church alley. Do not chow aBeZy.
Multiple times, and he always gets away with it. Like, there's never an instant trade. Like, he will always go another 4 or 5 after that before finally get taken down. Plat and P2, stay away. If somebody yells me out, aBeZy is like one-shot Plat, I'm booking it the other side. Don't worry, guys, I got P1.
And the one thing, too, in the last 5 Tuscan controls that we've seen from Atlanta FaZe, they are 15-3 in round count. Like, they are not going to round 5s. They're not having these, you know, very neck-and-neck games. No, they are dominating. They're winning their attacks. And I said it earlier, that one round where they get those 2 ticks, it sends them the distance. It guarantees the round 5 if they got there. Impressive stuff. But for future, whoever's facing off against them, Tuscan control, I mean, dear God, that is going to be a rough one.
Good luck. I've always thought that you shouldn't just take FaZe to Tuscan, period. But let's also take a look at the CDL points so far. If you didn't tune into the first series of the day, rewind it right now. Go and watch it. NY put on one heck of a show to clinch their way to go to champs at 160. But look at Atlanta FaZe, like separating themselves from the rest of the pack. That's just dominant when it comes to points.
These guys haven't looked at this list
they
at all. Like,
chilling.
Atlanta FaZe was like, listen, we just need to get a championship. And, you know, for them, like, they come into this tournament, they hold a loss. Like, these guys go to losers round 1. They get all the way through it like a gauntlet. Like, keep in mind, Atlanta FaZe was, like, last match every single day. Yeah. And then now they have to play, you know, OpTic Texas. That's the mental battle. They get through that. And now, who knows what they can do? They've gotten second at every tournament. This is the tournament of destiny.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, and then there were 3. The Subliners are sitting in the finals right now. And in the loser side, Atlanta FaZe will be facing off against the Los Angeles Thieves. Lando, I don't know what to expect.
Rematch.
I mean, it is a rematch, so we kind of do know what to expect roughly. But again, I mean, on Championship Sunday, I mean, I was not expecting the LA Thieves to take them down last time. I don't know if there's a player that I'm looking out for, just to go off on that tangent. I think for me, it's going to be Envoy or Kenny. I think those 2 players can be the difference makers. If we do see that Berlin HP, if they are on these bigger range maps, that's where we can start to see Kenny take over. But I've been hearing like Methodz talk a lot. He's like, Envoy now is running at players. He's no longer flanking. He seems like he is having a lot more success. But if aBeZy's firing, it is going to be a grueler of a series.
You know what? I know it probably won't happen, but I would really like to see LA Thieves and Atlanta FaZe box it up on a bow cage hardpoint. I don't think it's going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
I think that's
I know.
I
would be
fired. LA Thieves out of, you know, but
Can you imagine? J-Cap would literally get fired instantly if they were playing bow cage.
You don't have any faith at all in Envoy and Kenny. That's just
honestly, not at this point. They've been
right.
auto-videoing all season. They just don't have the practice.
They're so good on Berlins and whatnot. Honestly, the way FaZe are playing now, especially against OpTic, they're better significantly.
That would be the ultimate ego
best FaZe.
Yeah, like I said, I know it would never happen, but I would just like to say it out there. I would love to see
I'd like to see Kenny on bow cage. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to send it over to a break. It's time for you to go ahead and get a snack, some drinks, and whatnot, because we are setting up a phenomenal matchup. We have the Atlanta FaZe, who just walked off a big win, knocking out OpTic Texas. And who's next? The LA Thieves, the team that whooped them last time they met in the bracket. It's a rematch for the ages, and the winner will go against the New York Subliners. We'll catch you guys there, and for those of you that are watching right now, you're tuning in to one hell of a show. We'll see you guys soon.
NYSL are giving away tons of prizes all weekend long. Grab your friends and join the Major 4 Metaverse event in Decentraland for your chance to win. Visit nyxl.com/do.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
For New York Subliners, they had 2 huge chokes to get bumped out of the tournament at Major 3.
It's because of the point disparity, right? New York, they sit in that 11th seed, only 70 points to their name.
This is a must-win game for NYSL, and really in a scary position to even make the top 8.
And it's Paul again! It's Paul again!
They need every match win that they can possibly get.
They're on the outside looking in the champs.
Crim, this could be the first champ he's not even going to be at. He's the GOAT of Call of Duty.
Don't say that, Jay. Don't say it. It feels like this game 1 is about to be theirs.
After all this struggle, and after all this pain, I'm just gonna keep on fighting. The world don't know my name.
London Royal Ravens really came out the gates and surprised so many people at the beginning of the season.
The question still remains, what about now? What about the future?
Well, it's time for Gizmo to really show us what he's made of.
The fans of this team are excited to see if he can kind of right this ship.
Gizmo, it's a 2-piece!
A round 11 ace.
And the London Royal Ravens cause an upset.
You know they tried to stop me, they tried to bring me down, but now I'm at the top seat, so how you like me now?
Nero is flying around the map like Prime Scump here. He's 12-4. Look at Nero, he's still going.
It's Nero the hero, over and over again.
It's a casual 49-33 from Nero. 5,500 damage. That man was running around shooting suns out of his MP40.
You know they tried to stop me, they tried to bring me down, but now I'm at the top seat, so how you like me now? I can't stop, I won't stop until the top.
It's going to be the debut of our champion from Major 3 heading into Stage 4, the Seattle Surge. Every single one of these players, you could call them an MVP for what they bring and what they do on the map.
Fred's now setting up for the kills. He's got himself an AR. He's got himself 2. Here comes a 3rd. What a shot from Simp. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 3-0. Seattle Surge get the job done. Your major champions have not skipped a beat. They have not missed a step, and they have come right back in swinging.
Seattle, they're just flying high.
Hello, world, and what's going on, Brooklyn? Here at Major 4 at the King's Theater, this has been a delight. It's been just Christmas every single day of this event so far. We walked into this event with 12 teams. Now we have 3. But here on the desk, I have Joe now. How's it going, Merc?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing?
I'm having a dang good time. This is my favorite event so far, man.
Favorite one?
My whole career.
Oh, it's up there. It's a good one.
Yeah, big time. So I got to ask you now, man. So with 3 teams remaining, which team are you really scared of the most? Who do you think can really walk away with it?
Oh, I think, honestly, with what we just saw from FaZe, they're up there, but I think you have to deal with New York right now. They were my pick to win the whole thing. It just feels like New York's firing on all cylinders. And when someone needs to step up, they are, whether it was Kismet in the last series, the series before that, it was Crim. I think the big question is going to be, how do they fare in a best of 9, right? The map pool will be tested, and there's some very good teams left in LA Thieves and Atlanta FaZe.
It's going to be really interesting. Nameless, man, how do you feel about this event so far? How would you describe it?
You can't describe it. I mean, you just had to be here. It's been absolutely insane, and we still have some bangers left. And, you know, the New York Subliners, the crowd is going to be rooting for them in full force with the teams that we have left. So when they take the stage, it's going to be wild. But before that, we also have a banger.
Yeah, but speaking about the crowd right now, we've seen doppelgangers, I've seen old friends here. And aLLeY, you have some familiar faces that are sitting in the crowd, right?
My mom and dad are here. They were there at the first event that I got scouted at to get a job. as an analyst, and now they're here.
There we go. Hey! Daddy Dad, how's it going?
Look at all the players behind this.
That's Clay's turn. It's
Clay's trying to hide. He's like, nah.
Clay's up there.
Hey!
Jim, there we go.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Like, if you take a look at that upper row here, you just see everybody. I saw Zuma, you see all these familiar faces, and it's absolutely beautiful. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get ready for the LA Thieves game against the Atlanta FaZe next. But guess what? We have a surprise for you because All-Star voting is now opening up. And you know what? We got a little video to explain everything. Let's go ahead and give it a look.
Before a world champion rises, we've got some awards to hand out.
Everybody is pulling out all of the stops.
Tune in at the start of Champs Weekend, August 4th and 5th. First up, a new take on All-Stars. This year, 4 SMG and 4 AR players will be selected to the new All-Star First Team and All-Star Second Team. All-Star Awards will be determined in part by votes from you at home. The fan vote only lasts from July 17th to 25th, so don't miss the chance to pick your All-Stars.
He is making play after play after play!
But that's not all. We've added a new award, the Rookie of the Year.
Oh! Highlight after highlight!
And we can't forget the big one, Most Valuable Player.
This is what he does! Oh, he's a hero!
Catch all of the awards during Championship Weekend, and don't forget to vote for your All-Stars. Who will earn the glory?
Such controversial thoughts are running through my head right now. All-Star voting is here now, and it's time to break down who we think are the best SMGs, ARs, or even the MVPs in the scene. Merc, there's a lot of good names here.
Yeah, no, there definitely is. This is fan voted?
Oh, fan voted, yeah.
Yeah, I already know who's winning, right? I mean, obviously, when you talk about some machine gun shots, he's probably going to win there, that's for sure.
Yo, right on. So, aLLeY, when it comes to SMGs, who are some of your top picks?
I got to talk about Pred.
Okay.
I mean, he came into his first year from the APAC region, from Challengers. Like, you just go down smaller and smaller to, like, they picked him out of so many players, and then to come and win a major main stage his first year, and then to consistently be a top SMG in this game. You got to give the rookie his props.
Right, Nameless, who you feeling should be on that list?
For SMGs?
Yes, sir.
I mean, yeah, you're looking at, obviously, Shotzzy. You're looking at, I think, Simp as well. Pred is one of the players as well that's just been popping off. It's a tough debate, man, but you know, fan voted. Yeah, Hydra as well. But fan voted, it's probably going to end up being Shotzzy.
I think Hydra, he was able to stand out so much more earlier on in the year. The NYSL team, they were struggling, but the one shining star on this roster was the one French guy that was dropping 40 bombs game after game. aLLeY, it was a treat watching Paco tear it up.
Yeah, we're going to continue to watch him tear it up, right? Like, he's a part of the squad that is making the absolute trek for champs now and possibly to win their home major with a .109 KD this season. I mean, he has been disgusting, Val.
And I think the thing is, too, it can be very difficult early on in the year when your team is struggling, right? You're just focused on so many different things, but he stuck with it. He focused on himself. He made sure he was playing at his best. And, well, when they are, they're a top team in the world as they're sitting in the final here.
He had to learn a new language. Like, how
That's not easy.
Like, he had to learn a new language to gel with this squad, but another rookie. We got Pred also with a 1.09 this season.
He's
like I said,
guaranteed rookie of the year.
Yeah.
Like, for sure. It's locked up. There's literally no one else.
The APAC region, I mean, yo, we all watch esports, right? How common is it that someone like this comes out so dynamic from Australia?
It's mind-blowing that he's come from the APAC region and literally got MVP at a tournament, won the tournament, and has been lighting it up since. Like, you know, even through like their drought, they haven't been playing well, but Pred has been the constant beam of light for this team, just absolutely taking over series. Like, he is so efficient in the SMG role and so consistent. It just surprises me.
And I think, too, I mean, this is a guy we heard about before he got into the CDL. I mean, just the fact he put a region on his back. There are players in APAC that want to be the next Pred. And that's it. I mean, that is difficult to do. The pressure is on you. You're basically carrying that region on your back, right?
Yeah.
They're sitting there watching, saying, we can do this. We've played with Pred before. We've played against Pred. We have the skill. So, I mean, for Pred, I mean, it's a big moment for him, a big year.
And that's how you grow a region, right? Pred is holding it down for his hometown, but yo, Shotzzy, aLLeY, whenever this guy turns on the jets, he's he's just a god.
I mean, he was talked about as arguably the best SMG in this game, especially in the beginning of the season. I mean, he can do anything and everything on the map, and when OpTic Texas is finding the most success, it's when this guy is just having his way. And we've seen now that they're struggling because he hasn't been able to get on his feet this split, and we just saw it in the recent series. When they were winning, it was because Shotzzy was making big plays on the map. I mean, just an incredible player, incredible movement all around.
The fact that he could come from Halo, dominate there, go to Call of Duty, dominate here, is just like, this man just does it all. I love prodigies.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. I mean, early on in the season, like, the guy was legitimately the best player in the world, like, in the SMG role, which is just unbelievable. And, you know, he's had some tough moments, but they've dealt with a lot of adversity. And, you know, having their roster fully back in full form, like, we saw Shotzzy gradually get better throughout this tournament. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is an accurate list here. Players who've just been taken over all year.
Do you see Hydra's 1v1 KD percentage? That is insane. 1.26. These are your top 5 SMG players this season. Big Wake is on the list, and of course, you can't forget about Simp. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking about Simp, he's going to be taking the main stage soon against the LA Thieves and his team, the Atlanta FaZe. And aLLeY, we are going to get the maps and most very soon. And when it comes to both of these teams, it's so back and forth. LA could dominate FaZe. FaZe dominates LA. I don't know what to expect anymore.
Well, it's weird because LA Thieves beat Atlanta FaZe right off the bat, Ant.
Yeah, this is
same maps?
No, not exactly. I mean, we were looking at a touch construction story last time for game 2. But yeah, I mean, I was looking at this and I was thinking LA Thieves Atlanta FaZe was going to come in and try to play that Gavutu against them, not square up on the Berlin. I feel like Atlanta FaZe's Gavutu is actually pretty good, but they end up removing it and going back to the Berlin where they lost last time. So that was the one thing I thought they would switch up coming into here.
Yeah, it's the same maps 1 and 4. The Atlanta FaZe, the first one they lost by over 100 points, and the map 4 they lost by almost 100 points. So definitely interesting to square back up in those 2 matches, but I think it's because Atlanta FaZe has kind of hit their stride right now. I think maybe in that opening series, everybody wasn't on the same page, and now they're feeling a little bit more confident in their fundamentals going up into this match.
To add to that, I like that they're not playing Tuscan Search and Destroy in this series as well. I think that you've gotten to watch LA Thieves play Berlin a couple times now. Go ahead and take it to them on Berlin and just try to adapt to it. Like, go over that VOD.
You're right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, earlier on in the tournament, both of these teams met up, and the Los Angeles Thieves actually embarrassed Atlanta FaZe. But now, it's a rematch, and the winner goes to the finals. The loser gets eliminated, and it's about time to get into this. We have the Los Angeles Thieves and Atlanta FaZe. Let's go ahead and jump into it.
Arcitys! Cellium gets the entire team! aBeZy going huge off the rotation single-handedly. It's the guts! It's the glory! It's the championship for FaZe!
For the Røkkr. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the
Octane.
That's what we wanted! That's what I'm talking about! He don't miss!
All record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the Røkkr, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
All right, New York, it's time to get this losers final started. And we are about to light this stage up red in a battle of blood and sweat. Coming out first, looking to heist this tournament and come out with a victory. Make some noise for 100 Thieves. Give it up for Octane, Drazah, Kenny, and Envoy, your Los Angeles Thieves.
These guys sent the Atlanta FaZe down to the losers bracket early on in this tournament, and in their last match, they played against Destiny. They're trying to write their own destiny. With the win here, they can punch their ticket into the grand finals. I'm looking at Octane to pop off as the AR for this squad. It's gonna be lit. Guy, let's bring out the other squad.
Yeah, LA Thieves looking to form their own destiny, but we got a dynasty about to come to the stage. Make some noise for Atlanta FaZe! Give it up for Simp, aBeZy, Arcitys, and Cellium, your Atlanta FaZe!
It's about time for the big bad boys to take the main stage and take a look at aBeZy. He was running through Tuscan like a little spicy meatballer, just rolling all through OpTic Texas. Kenny's been on fire, but aBeZy has something to say about that. In this rematch right here, Atlanta FaZe are showing us once again that they're here to dominate the competition. God plays, it's a rematch of the ages, baby. Let's get this game going.
It's a rematch of the ages and the bad boys are all on stage, but I got two bad boys that's about to break this down and cast this matchup. Make some noise for Bryson Tunn.
Wow, thank you very much, FaZe. Yes, we're getting into an incredible game, and stop me if you've heard it before. On one side, there are terrors. On the other, a turret. And the grand final awaits, but only for one of these boys dressed in red.
Oh, it's a tough one though, isn't it? FaZe starting to really hit their stride. That win over OpTic was maybe their little bogey match today, and now they get past that, and a lot of people backstage, me included, are wondering if they are going to make this run all the way to the grand finals. It's a tough one though, of course, last time out, losing to Thieves, and Thieves looked fantastic in that series. They come out a little bit flat against New York this morning. That's my only worry for them, but can they alleviate that pressure off themselves with a good map number one? That's what they need to do for me here. It's going to be tough though. As said, FaZe look to hit a strike.
Really interesting case actually going all the way through with these two squads. Who has the mental in this game? A lot of people would say Thieves, they've already beaten them this tournament. But on the other side, you're facing Atlanta FaZe, so it's never the easiest things to break down.
No, absolutely not, and especially with the way aBeZy has been playing. But one of the highlights I want to make as well, Arcitys had a terrible, terrible series up against Thieves last time around. I think it was something like a 0.6. He is not the kind of player that puts up those numbers very often. I wonder if the bounce back is going to start here, and it's going to start on Tuscan. It's going to have to for FaZe. Last time around, it was not convincing whatsoever, but Thieves, as said, flat this morning. Can they both bring a different level here? There's a spot in the grand finals up for offer. And which way does this one go? Tuscan to kick things off. The Battle of the Red here on the main stage. It should be an absolute banger.
It certainly should. We start off a best of 5 between the chance for LA Thieves to get back in New York, or for Atlanta FaZe to do every single major in the finals. And off to P1. It's a little bit scrappy sometimes, but both teams will be looking for that first break.
Thieves are very good over towards P1. We spoke about it before. We've seen the example of that, of them against Toronto, where they won it out. Typically, we've seen FaZe have their moments here and there on P1, especially towards the end of the game, and LA Thieves will need a good start. They're going to get it. Lots of kills falling their way. Drazah in there for the cuts, the advancement is in, and this is exactly the kind of start that Thieves wanted. A little bit cold coming out from the back of the main stage. Atlanta FaZe have been up there for a while. It's a good start from Thieves.
Look at them just try and get every bit of time they can onto this one. We know Atlanta FaZe are not always the best at breaking P1, but they're going to give it a go to try and get it scrap time. But Octane is ready. Arcitys eventually takes him down. Envoy gets another. Reinforcements coming through. You can see at the moment, it will all be Atlanta FaZe for that scrap time. The rotation to the Thieves.
The rotations are going to be important for these two teams, both of them battling quite well on Tuscan in terms of the hold. FaZe second, Thieves third in that hold percentage this weekend so far. Thieves looking to lock this one in, though, as the push is starting to come in from Atlanta FaZe. The first kill going over towards that holding team. RC's no longer here, Simp with the push.
And you can see the Thieves are trying to absorb the pressure, but it's not going to be enough at the moment. Simp's going to come through, and Octane holds it down so far, but more reinforcements flooding in from both sides. aBeZy finds two as well, and they manage to just put them on the back foot. The Thieves now going to try and break back into P2.
aBeZy is ice skating right now, is eventually going to get taken down. Decent enough hold from Thieves, but haven't been able to get as many points as they would have liked. The forefront here from the side of FaZe has been strong, but so is the hold. Thieves still in control now. Going to start be thinking about the rotation over towards P3. Scrap time over towards Thieves. It's going to be a nice little lead by the time we get over the fountain.
Yeah, there's just enough work there to put FaZe all the way back into P3, and Kenny's got the horrible window thing where one opens and one closes. He's going to have to rethink his route now. At the moment, looking like maybe an attack towards tiles, but keep an eye on that minimap. Atlanta FaZe have set up very, very well. It's all going to be on Simp.
Oh, big challenge coming through. There's going to be 3 players. Deals with 1, deals with 2. And that's a good battle from the side of FaZe. They will deal with this push momentarily. aBeZy can't quite find the kill onto Octane, but now it's going to have to come around field side for the side of Thieves. The tiles push was nullified. Envoy through the front door, and he's going to stay alive as well inside the point. Cellium trying to survive towards the back. That's all he can do, but there goes aBeZy. Envoy is found 2. Cellium the next on the chopping block potentially. As the break comes through for Thieves. Everybody dropping, but here's Arcitys.
They've still got a good spawn for it, and they're going for it. It's going to be Simp with 2 straight into this one. Drazah tries to stay alive, but eventually the spawns for Atlanta FaZe will start telling. They're going to grab that scrap time as we go over towards Church. Keep an eye, though. Arcitys is trying to get all the way around, but he's instantly gunned. And Thieves are ready for this one, and Kenny's going to catch aBeZy as well. It shuts down all of the pressure. They know now that Thieves are going to have the back towards them.
And that was good kills coming on through for the side of Thieves, because P4 has been a struggle for them. In terms of this hold, they are the worst at the land this weekend. Can they lock it in here, though, against Atlanta FaZe, who have had a really good time at breaking this one? First through the door is going to be aBeZy. Envoy can answer back. He spawns towards the back. The fight towards the back is important. 2 for 2, 3 for 3, 1v1. Arcitys wins it. And here come Thieves. They're inside the point. Octane now getting themselves through and finds 2 of his own. Really good hold in the end from Thieves.
At the moment, it does seem like Thieves have the upper hand in a lot of these engagements. But here come FaZe. They're ready to try and break it towards the back. Envoy finds the first. This Trace going down as Arcitys gets one. Cellium will get another. They are flying into this hill, and Octane is the only stopgap, and he goes down as well. Scrap time to FaZe. It's rotation, and it's P5. Thieves have done so well on this before.
This typically has been a very good holding hill for the side of the LA Thieves as we momentarily take a breath, and what has been a fast and frantic start. Cellium embracing the chaos here as Drazah will find 2, goes out to try and find the 3rd, cannot get it going. Octane himself will fall, having a good game. It was important for him to do so, but FaZe have found a way through.
They have, and they're just going to try and keep them on the back foot now, but they've already found 2. It's Kenny! Kenny inside stairs finds another one, and the rest of the Thieves will pile in and push out. It goes down to a couple of trades, but the Thieves are holding for now.
A momentary respite for the side of Thieves now as FaZe regroup, recalibrate. Which way is the push coming from? Drazah going to be in trouble from that grenade. Simp is actually going to take down Cellium as a poor grenade. Drazah holding this down all on his own right now with 10 and 9. Got a little bit of help now as the rest of the FaZe side coming on through. The tiny terrace through the front door for 20 seconds here. Over towards P5. Can Envoy do anything about it?
Oh boy, with a big 2. And the pre-fire is not going to work out. Octane will take it. Arcitys trying to get this scrap time for himself. Finds the first. Guns a second. And they have it. They're going to have 10 seconds. They're going to bring this back to just a few points. But it's off to P1. Infamously, FaZe don't do great here.
They don't, and looking over towards the side of LA Thieves, 88% hold rate when they get it locked in, which they have done now. If they can lock in some good time here, they'll find themselves a nice little lead. 2 for 2 trade.
They certainly will. Let's find out how they are dealing with a Tuscan P1. So listen in, the Atlanta FaZe.
He's our field. Watch out outside you. One shot outside you. One time tree. One bottom tree fast. Middle me. Mid Drazah. He's playing mid truck. Mid truck. Two. One shot. Go in the back. I'm playing you. Everyone's playing you then.
Yeah, I feel.
Missing Kenny. Yeah, he's definitely new. He's gonna be new. He might be 5. He's probably radio.
I'll take back.
Kenny, ready. Stun, ready. Radio. Another time, radio, then one more. Two, yeah.
Well, it's not going to be the greatest there from the Atlanta FaZe, but they are getting into P2 and they are winning this gunfight. They are trying to bring this back to a tied game, Ton.
It's been very, very scrappy between both of these 2 teams. And actually a big play coming out of Arcitys, the rotation over towards P1 for that final 7 or 8 seconds of scrap. That makes a big, big difference in the grand scheme of things. Now Thieves trying to find a break. Envoy will be the first one through the door. Cellium holding a tight angle, and Drazah and Co gonna have to find a way through it. Drazah finds 2. Cellium's the only one left up top. Plat. The spawn's there. Where are they coming from? FaZe are the ones in. Thieves are nowhere near it. It's Envoy only. It's a really, really nice hold from FaZe. 20 seconds remaining. Yeah. Oh yeah, okay, the spawn's there for the side of Thieves. Yeah, this is not good. Simp, easy 1 and 2. Rotation's gonna have to come in here for the side of Thieves. They've been floundering now.
Huge fight.
Yeah, big fight over towards P3.
Drazah against Arcitys towards the back. Arcitys staying alive. He finds the first one. Can he find the second?
Arcitys locking it down. He's going to see Envoy as well. He is screaming for his teammates to get there. He's already made 2. It's going to be Thieves with the flank. They're going to find him. Arcitys is eventually going to go down. There was nobody there for FaZe to help him.
Spawn still comes in over towards the tile side for the side of Thieves, and that's what's helped them out. Simp will find 2 on his way on in, but the fact that Thieves do not have total control of this hill is very much thanks to Arcitys. We said he needed to have a good game. He's found another one. aBeZy will be there to clean things up potentially. Simp through the front door, the grenade's what deals with him. It's a really good turnaround from FaZe. They're around 40 or 50 behind over towards P1 on this second rotation. Hills 2 and 3 have been quite simply flawless.
There we go, aBeZy trying to put the pressure on, run straight into the gunfight there. Cellium going to go down as well. And it's scrap time for Thieves. There's not really going to be another Tau coming in from FaZe at any point. It's all coming down to just the tiniest of moments, and Kenny's going to get taken down towards the back. Drazah's going to be here, though. Doesn't make the second. The rat is banging, but it's not going to take him. And at the moment, it is control for FaZe. Where are the Thieves?
And this has pretty much been the worst hill on the map for the side of Thieves when it does come down to Tuscan. But look at this 4-pronged attack that is potentially coming on through. The setup is there. Here come the Thieves. Envoy through the front door. Can they start to find the kills? Kenny will find 2. aBeZy and Cellium answering back. Here comes Arcitys from behind. Can he find another? Kenny is there. But the trades work out for FaZe. The lead with FaZe. 30 seconds remaining on P4.
And that's why they fight for spawns. Is why they fight for the back on that one. And it's doing so well. They've got the kills. They're pushing out. Cellium is making sure nobody can get top church. There is a push coming in from Thieves from various directions. They have the back. They have field. They want to execute on this and get to P5. But they are not winning the trades.
Oh my goodness. aBeZy is frying. 25 and 22. If you're Thieves, you walk away licking your wounds with 10 seconds to go. Atlanta FaZe are going to be 20 points away from the win. We have been here before.
We have. Thieves are good at P5. FaZe not always great at P1, and it could come down to both. At the moment, Thieves are in. They're looking for this as the trade starts to come through for both sides. Cellium's going to get into it. Octane versus Cellium, and he has to back away. Both players coming through, and Octane eventually finding it. Cellium's going to get this one. aBeZy gets his trade, and at the moment, FaZe are very, very close. You can see the Thieves are going to have to run. They're going to have to move as the kills keep going towards FaZe. Envoy, is he the hero? They nearly find the second. He has to jump in. He doesn't need the reinforcements. Envoy fight 3, and they have stopped it for just a second. They are winning the trades.
The pressure is still there from the side of FaZe, and you've got to think about the rotation as well. But FaZe want to end it here. You can see them setting up quite passively over towards Broken. This needs to be big from Drazah. Can't find the kills. FaZe through the front door. It's 2 for them. Kenny just trying to survive. Octane. Octane's on his own. He falls. So do Thieves. Atlanta FaZe, 1 to the good.
And it was scary. And it was tense. And it was pressure. But FaZe had put themselves in the position. And Thieves just could not find it. And Kenny may have got stuck on the proverbial door slamming in his face. In more ways than one.
It just felt like on that last rotation over towards 3, 4, and 5, that Thieves were fighting from the back foot every single time. It never felt like those rotational gunfights that came through on all of those hills went their way. Every single one of them went towards Atlanta FaZe. We highlighted P4 as being an issue for the side of LA Thieves. And it feels like that's where Atlanta FaZe started to run away with it.
Yeah, and one of the things we were relying on for an awful lot of that time is Thieves to kind of be in P5 and do the magic they've done so often. But for that to work, they have to be comfortable in that point first. They have to get the initial trades, push out both sides, and they are very good at working it. The problem is if you don't make the kills, you don't make the gunfights, you cannot do it. And that's where FaZe went, all right, we're just going to bleed this.
And the thing is for FaZe, they were very, very patient on the outside. They started finding kills, and they weren't just diving in looking for pressure. They knew that the pressure that itself was on LA Thieves in that one. They could just sit off, wait for those gunfights to come to an advantageous position for them. They find them, they find the break, they find the points, and they find the win.
And also, you can't throw away Tuscan P1 if you don't get there.
Very true, very true. You can't absolutely chuck it if we don't actually get that, very true. But honestly, that is probably going to be a stinger for the side of Thieves. Envoy tried his hardest, but Spawn's coming on through, and I think it's the secondary kills that just do not fall their way. He pushes out here. I'd love to see him maybe just hold it down in that situation, but we've got the sort of hindsight of things, of course, there as well. In the moment, you will, of course, move forward and just try and push those lanes out. But a good map win from FaZe. We're playing the same 2 hardpoints as we did in the last series that these two met up with each other on day 1. That Tuscan hardpoint went over towards Thieves the last time out. This time it goes towards FaZe. It's a good start to the series for them.
Yeah, it certainly is. And obviously going into this one, there is a thing about FaZe on Championship Sunday. They do seem to be hitting that demon time and being ridiculous right up until the final, but we'll wait for that. So it's a little bit scary for LA Thieves. Obviously, Atlanta FaZe, they've a little bit warmer today. They've come in, they know what a journey they've had to make from losers all the way here. Revenge is on the card, making finals for the 4th major in a row. So much for them going forward into this one. Has a great kind of opportunity for their mental space, and obviously one step further potential championship.
Yeah, the one step further seems to be the problem though, doesn't it? Honestly, FaZe have been the most consistent team throughout the year, but I don't think they'll be that bothered about that. Honestly, I think they really do want to win, but we have also been talking about it as well. Do they want the win here? Because typically after you win the event, everything kind of goes to pot. Do you want that in time for champs? I don't know if another second will be fine for them. I'm sure the New York crowd will be fine with them and getting a second, of course, I'd imagine. But it's maybe just curses that we're maybe possibly.
Yeah, it's a lot of superstition around Atlanta FaZe now. The constant seconds, it's because the weird thing is it's obviously not based on anything realistic, because every single event we've had so far, a different team has won it.
Yeah, I am a little stitious, Brycey, it has to be said.
But moving forward, that is a big first map win there for Atlanta FaZe. For the Thieves, the issue they will now face is obviously they've already lost a game today. They've gone straight into this one. They've lost another hard point moving forward. It's never chalked, but it does feel a lot worse when you're in that situation.
It does, it really does. But for both teams, it's such a huge game. For the side of LA Thieves, you know, I would say it is one of those coming out map number 1. It was a relatively close game, at least. Losing it will not feel good. But getting themselves warmed up into this one, it will feel not too bad, that loss there, but for the Mountain Dew game feel keys to victory. Atlanta FaZe, aBeZy needs to continue to be a playmaker. He was doing just that, 1.29 against OpTic Texas, and keep finding momentum in hardpoint. That 4-game win streak is now a 5-game win streak. Feeling good on that mode in particular.
There certainly are a lot there for Atlanta FaZe to do, but on the other side of it, the game fuel keys to victory for the LA Thieves. Bounce back in hardpoint. They lost both hardpoints versus New York earlier. They've just lost another one here into this one. So bounce back maybe in the second of the series. They need to stay hot in control. That is a silver lining for them. 6-1 so far during stage 4. They are first in round win rate. So if they can get to that point, potentially not go down 2-0, bring it back in the control.
Yeah, that's going to be the possibility here for the side of the LA Thieves. Search and destroy though. What kind of games have we seen from them this weekend? We've seen a 6-0 on Berlin. We're going to get to head over towards that right now. Can they do it against FaZe though? They managed to do it against Toronto, but against FaZe may well be another story. Not too bad of a map number 1. They'll be disappointed, as said, but they came out the gates kind of firing. Can they bring that sort of intensity here to Berlin? As said, search and destroy against FaZe is a whole different ball game. But can they tie the series up? They'll want to see New York in that grind final once more. They want another chance at it.
They certainly do. But as the old adage goes, only time will tell. And now we go into the search and destroy. Potential redemption here for LA Thieves, bringing this back to a 1-1. Atlanta FaZe, they want revenge from earlier in this tournament. aBeZy straight in. It's an early break for them. This might be just a very fast A.
It is a very fast A, but if you're the side of LA Thieves, you haven't committed too much towards this. I think if you had a body in here, it wouldn't have been there any longer. Bomb is now down. Gonna have to be a retake. Keep an eye on your minimap still. Arcitys playing that island as he so often does. I think LA Thieves will be aware of it.
It's a slow roll at the moment. LA Thieves are trying to figure out everything for it. Arcitys gonna find that hook. Already takes down one player. LA Thieves, they are burning time every way and they are not getting the kills. Drazah trying to do something. You can see Envoy sneaking up towards him, but down they go. One player left alive. He finds the first, but the time is against him. Finds a second and it's glorious, but consolation kill.
It kind of matters not. I think honestly when Arcitys finds that kill on the flank, it immediately makes things very, very difficult for the side of the LA Thieves. You have to think about that. You have to think about the push. And honestly, it's a kind of one of those decisions. Do you stick or you twist? Do you just completely forget about them, try and force the issue over towards the site? It's always going to be a difficult one in that scenario. Either way, big kills coming in from Arcitys. Big round number 1 from the side of FaZe.
All right, well, Time for Thieves to push their own agenda here, figure out the playbook. Where are they going? You can see there should be information, as it will be a big push from Atlanta phasing away. They don't want to fast stay against them. Sitting alone, though, will be aBeZy.
Yeah, he has to go big for his team here. aBeZy already tagged up. They know exactly where he is. Sneaky little corner from aBeZy. He's only got to be in one place, and now if you're Envoy, you're waiting on the rest of your team getting on through. aBeZy will find one shot. He doesn't find a second. All on his own. He locks it down. And that is inexcusable. And away from Thieves, they know exactly where he is. It's a 1v2 from him. Gets himself out now, a 2v2.
National hide-and-seek champion aBeZy there. Finding the one corner they did not check. And it breaks down everything from Thieves. They're looking for a Cellium, though, going for a big flank. It does mean they have to rely on aBeZy again. The one benefit he has to be pretty sure that bomb's going to be in there. He's already seen the players. They're chasing him down. The Thieves are looking.
They're so tense. Goes for the challenge. Oh, doesn't manage to survive it. And that was a 3 spree from aBeZy. The ace was on the cards, but LA Thieves will eventually not go on to rue their mistake. You can't allow him to find 2 kills like that. Yeah, okay, find 1, trade it. That's more than fair, but aBeZy does such a fantastic job. Either way, the round does go over towards the Thieves.
And that was close. aBeZy kind of left alone. Cellium made a bit of a daring push, and he tried to get the old stick and move, get one player, and then finesse him around the bomb site. Wasn't going to work for him. Good regain there from Thieves. So, what is the next play for it? Octane with the information potentially on this one. Already going to see the player jumping across, calling out to Envoy. He's not going to find anything though. Envoy going to jump straight in and he wins the gunfight.
Can he get out? Yes, he can. Shots were coming in from Cellium. That first kill for the side of LA Thieves could be an important one. That is bomb down inside of B as well. Look at this from Arcitys though. Has he read it already? The shots from Kenny are disgraceful. Arcitys gets his pants pulled down and all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 4.
And this is the struggle for FaZe. They don't have a lot of room to maneuver. They want to pick, but they basically have to play an angle and hope for the best. LA Thieves don't really have to move, and we might not see them go anywhere now. Already looking for the first though. Simp does manage to bring this back to a 2 versus 3. But still, an awful lot to do. The bomb is down against them. They do not know where the rest of Thieves currently are.
Looking towards the stats as well, as that first kill did come in for the side of LA Thieves, though they have not been converting them. 11th in that 4v3 win percentage, and you know who's the top at the 3v4 win percentage? It's Atlanta FaZe.
They get seen. Drazah did find Simp, he did. Cellium left alone. Finds the first, the trade comes through. LA Thieves get another one on the board.
Nicely done. Things got just a little bit scary for a second. The Thieves will find the win. Some good AR play, and honestly, Kenny, fantastic over towards the backside when he finds that kill on Arcitys. That should be job done from there. Really well played in the end from Thieves. Just slow and steady. Those first picks are important for them. Drazah and Kenny, 2 spree apiece. Nothing too much stand out otherwise on that leaderboard. Arcitys yet to really get going, but plenty of S&D to go.
All right, let's see if they can push this to a 3-1. All depends on the play they're going to go for. Information there for Octane. He'll call that out to his teammates.
Did he see the first, though? That's the question. Do they know how many bodies are over here? May well have slowed their push down over towards this B side. Just looking for information right now for both 2 teams.
Just the angles over and over again. Envoy's made a move. I don't think they know it, but the nades will come in. Octane finds aBeZy. And Cellium will now have to reinforce. The rest of Atlanta FaZe are going to know.
Cellium's got to go quick before the setup can really come on through for the side of Thieves. Envoy tries to get out. It kind of lines up. Octane will fall 3v3.
Oh my goodness, Cellium. He's found 2 already. He's trying to find the 3rd as well. The tap comes through, but he gets away. And somehow now it's just Drazah left alone in a 1 versus 2. Cellium is trying to figure out where this player is coming from. And he's going to find him at the same time. Drazah, super weak, 2 health.
He got off it. Arcitys had to jump off it. Drazah, did he see him? Yes, he did. Oh! Can't line it up on a Cellium. The retake will be wonderful. It's Cellium with 3. And I think it was one player inside the bomb site tries to counteract the AR angle coming in from Cellium. He jumps out, and I think it was Envoy. Could not find the kill. He gets countered by Arcitys, and that's what turns it from what is a potential 2v1 for Thieves to a 1 versus 2 for Thieves.
Now, I've heard baiting out your teammate, but kind of running away and let the gunfight go straight up to your own player. It's just unfortunate sometimes, but that's how we roll. At the moment, 2-2 between these 2. And just not an awful lot separating them here on the S&D.
Yeah, a lot of 1v1s so far. 2-2. Hard to separate them. Cellium with a big round there, though, for FaZe. 3 kills in a row. Keep an eye on that. And FaZe do continue with a little bit of a winning streak here. But look at this fast hit that's going to be coming in towards B. Typically, these fast hits do work a little bit better for FaZe. And when they are taking their time, Octane doesn't really have an answer here. If you're the side of Thieves, you need to find a route through. Keep an eye on Arcitys once again.
Well, there's a lot of players already stacked to this point here. They're going to be waiting on Arcitys to try and back them up. Envoy is in a very dangerous position. Can he find something? Can he break this lock that currently FaZe has? And he finds the first. Drazah's got the second, and Octane! Oh, we're going to need to see that one on the replay. Finds two straight away into the site. The setup means nothing.
Even if Octane finds those kills, though, the important ones were found. From Envoy towards the back. Finds the first onto Cellium. Arcitys then's falling. When he's on his way back around, as another gunfight ensues over towards the dock side. Big round from Thieves there. Really nice retake. That kind of position can get very, very scary. When that bomb goes down, you know it yourself. You're playing rank player, those bombs down and over towards B. The retake is very, very difficult. And that one may well put some wind in the sails of the LA Thieves. 3-2 to the good now. Octane, 2 big kills inside the side.
Now, can they capitalize? 4-2 sounds pretty good if they can get it. Nade's already flying out. Very slow push for them again, and aBeZy's going to be seen and somehow stays alive. Envoy not able to finish it. aBeZy on 26 health, a little bit worried. At the moment, the Thieves are setting this up pretty neutral. They'll be looking for this kill before they apply the pressure.
Grenades going over towards Octane, nothing to be found. aBeZy has had a good time with things over towards this B site all alone. Does have a little bit of a backup here. But what is the play from Thieves? 53 seconds remaining in this attacking round. And what's the play? Well, it's going to be without Drazah, as Arcitys will find at the first blood. 3v4 now for the side of Thieves.
They're still slow rolling this. They're still looking for a bit more of a pick. Kenny looking to try and figure out a way through. Where on earth are Atlanta FaZe? No information, no support.
Thieves can't find anything. Can he find this kill on the Simp? Yes, he can. There's the cavalry here, though, from the side of FaZe. There's now a little bit of pressure for the side of Thieves. Bomb now going down. Are they going to be able to answer this? Keep an eye on the flank as well as this bomb now going down. aBeZy could be an issue, but it's going to have to be a retake from FaZe.
3-3. FaZe is trying to get into a good position for it. They have the bomb position as well. aBeZy's going to be the key player. He's going to find Envoy! And Envoy takes him down! That is devastating for FaZe. They were waiting on it.
Look at number 7. Arcitys has found a free route through. Can't find the second. 1v2.
Cellium, he's been a hero before. He could be the hero again. Octane is playing with him. It's a shoulder. It's left. It's right. It's up. It's down. He's forcing him to come into the gunfight. He can't get him. And reinforcements are here, but not close enough. And the time is going to be the factor. Cellium finds the first, but the clock always wins. And LA Thieves go up another one here in the S&D. 4-2.
Octane doing his best reptilian impression over towards the desk side. Clayster's back there, he's forming. Absolutely raging.
Well, sometimes you've got to throw a little bit of a shoulder, stay alive and wait for the reinforcements, but he did just enough. And it puts Thieves in a great position.
Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. Thieves, 4-2 to the good now. That's a big round. Little bit of breathing room now as well as they go back onto the defensive side. FaZe, though, going fast once again, now, as I've said. Typically, when it does come down to the statistics of it, if they are faster towards either one of those sites, they are more successful than when they are slower. That bomb now going down, it's once again going to have to be a heavy retake from FaZe, or from the side of Thieves, I should say. Arcitys on his own once more. Can he be the one to shut down a potential flank, or is that even the way they're going to go?
This is definitely looking better for FaZe. The setup is there. The Thieves have to get an awful long way through, but Envoy finds the first. Arcitys will bring it back down to a 3 versus 3, and the Thieves are looking for an aggressive push straight through, but Cellium's going to find one. Octane managed to get the trade. That comes down to the point, and the hero aBeZy finds nothing! And now it's a 1 versus 2. Arcitys has to be the hero for them.
Has to be the hero. It's good Octane to be possibly lined up. There's one. Oh! From Arcitys!
Not only wins the gunfight, but keeps spraying and takes down Envoy. High pressure situation, and that is the difference. While it may look easy in a replay, he's just seen his team disappear. He does not know how long is on that defuse left. And he goes over and he cleans it up regardless. A lifeline for FaZe in this S&D.
It's so difficult as well when you are jumping that bomb with not a lot of time remaining. You have to make sure you cover one of the angles, but there's so many when you are pushing through docks. But Arcitys just shows his face over towards gate, gets the job done, closes that gap. 3 from him in the round. Drazah and Kodo now contemplating a push over towards B. They haven't been very quick in their attacks of the LA Thieves. Somebody playing the island though, it's once again Octane. Big fight over towards this side. Simp will get dealt with. First blood for Thieves.
Now, the question for Thieves is this. We know aBeZy is around there somewhere. They've already given him a haircut. Do they push this? Do they try and take him on? Or do they wait and try to play pressure somewhere else? Kenny is desperate. He hopes to find just a glimpse of this player, figure him out, make him move.
It's a cheeky little spot. Cellium will find the first on the cross though. aBeZy ready and waiting for what is inevitably coming here. Envoy tagged up on his way through. There is support here from the side of Cellium. He will be dealt with, but aBeZy has got it all to do. Do they know that he's there? There is number 1. Staying alive, and the challenge has not come through from Kenny. aBeZy just doing it on his own. Big rounds for FaZe. 2 in a row from them. That looked unlikely. The first bloods coming through from Thieves mean absolutely nothing, and aBeZy locks it down again.
There is a very good reason why Thieves were hesitant to push that bomb site. They knew he was there. They knew he would be difficult to deal with, even with numbers. And he did it again, slippery. Finds the first kill, stays alive, and it just becomes so much of an issue for Thieves. They've brought this back to 4-4. Atlanta FaZe now gone the attack.
And those are rounds where they are on the back foot. Thieves have been in that advantageous position every single time, and here we go with FaZe, these fast attacks. Once again, aBeZy through the front door. He's really feeling it now as another one will fall his way. Drazah will slow it down as Simp is taken out. 3 versus 3.
The rest of the Thieves are coming over to reinforce.
This is a huge fight in the middle. We need to keep an eye on that as well. aBeZy will have to get out. Arcitys will get taken down as well. 2v3.
That is unbelievable from Drazah. Octane finds another one. FaZe had the sight, they had the numbers, and it hasn't played off.
This is perfect, though. Where would you want to be?
Probably with a couple more players.
Yeah, but where would you want to be if you are aBeZy? You want to be over towards B and get that bomb down. The information is there, though. Drazah will see him on the cross, and there's going to be plenty of ARs coming towards aBeZy, and he just says, well, I'll close the gap myself. Moving on forward, Drazah, everybody is tagged up. Can aBeZy continue to survive? There is the first one still surviving. Drazah, though, will surely come through. Map point now, going to go over towards the side of Thieves. 5-4.
He's slippery, he's fast, but unfortunately, those guns in this game do not shoot 3 directions at once. And he put bullets into every single member of Thieves there, just trying to keep them on the back foot. It did not work out. And Atlanta FaZe are not going to be happy with how that broke down. I thought Arcitys would have that mid-cut, and if he did, it would be a very different scenario. But this is going to be map point now for Thieves.
Big kills coming through from Drazah in that round.
Let's see. For the Thieves, can they convert this attack?
Oh, look at this aggression from FaZe, oh my goodness. Drazah sees his life flash before his eyes. There's a couple of bullets from the auto of Arcitys. Finds his way through. Can he just having a quick peek? Simp chooses not to fall for that bit, but look at this, look where aBeZy is.
Will he be the difference maker? He's going to find the first. He's not going to get the kill. But now they know where he is.
Look at the pressure here from FaZe. These gunfights are huge. aBeZy will find the first. It will get traded. 3 versus 3. Cellium will back down. It threatened to explode into life for just a second, but still. 45 seconds remaining here for the Thieves.
So, the play call is going to come in. Thieves will have to pick a direction. 37 seconds remaining. Where do they push? There are going to be FaZe everywhere they go, and Simp's been seen! Simp's been seen, and he stays alive!
Oh, grenade was out in the hands of one of the players, and he manages to get out because of that. 2-8 from him. Can he turn it around for his team? Grenade into the site will not tag anybody up. It's a retake from FaZe.
Oh my goodness, Arcitys saves his life, brings it down to a 3 versus 2. They choose to take this from a different angle. The Thieves are trying to watch every single direction they can possibly come from.
Envoy has to go huge. He has to go huge. He's been playing the time really, really well, though. Arcitys gets out just a little bit weak. Simp will go for the challenge himself. He will find the kill. But Octane towards the site. 22 seconds.
He has the time. He has the opportunity, but he's been found. He's been found towards the middle of the map. Octane's been stunned at the same time. Can he find anything? Simp hunts him down. They're taking it to a 5-5. Atlanta FaZe hold this in what can only be described as a scrappy and destructive retake.
That was super stressful. Arcitys just playing his life so well. A couple of occasions, I think Envoy probably had 2 or 3 players, 1 bullet. Cannot finish the job. Octane has to challenge one way or another. He knows the pressure's inevitably going to come in from another direction. But round 11 we go, and it is a big one. If you're the LA Thieves, you absolutely need this. It's the attacking round here from FaZe. Can Thieves lock this in? Or can FaZe find themselves a second round? Round 11 we go.
So, here's the issue. If you're at the Atlanta FaZe, which direction do you pick? At the moment, it looks like they've gone towards a bit of a heavy play on this A site. They've gone for the hook, but already it has been shown Arcitys on the other side of it. Does this mean the Thieves reposition?
But do Thieves read that? That's what Arcitys does every single time. Information is about to find its way over to one of these players. Well, I'm watching the cross, though. Keep an eye on Envoy. Flank may be coming on through. That's Arcitys' job. Push from aBeZy. Door is there. Information here for the side of Thieves. But Kylo Ken, he's ready and waiting. And aBeZy backs out.
They heard it. They heard the window smash. And it backs him off. It's coming through. They know somebody's probably going to be in here. Kenny takes one. Are they going to challenge? He is. aBeZy's going to go through. Takes him with a slide counter with Drazah on the flank. He's found it. He's managed to get back out of it. Drazah gets a second one as well. And Envoy has found it. Cellium now in a 1 versus 3, a 1 versus 2, but he's in no man's land, and time is running against him.
It's running against him, but there is more than enough time for a player of Cellium's ilk to try and find this one. Drazah in the corner is going to be lined up. Is it a 1 versus 3 for the round?
Oh! Octane holds it steady. The pre-aimed auto versus the slide cancel, and this time the turret wins it. 1-1.
That got very, very, very scary for the side of Thieves, but they will tie it up nonetheless. It's as big of a kill as we've seen from Octane all weekend long. We've seen it actually against Ultra. There was a couple of 1v1s that he won. There will be no more crucial than that one, and he puts up a huge game for the side of Thieves. At 12 and 8, 1400 damage, leads the lobby. If only but for 3 damage over towards Cellium. Those last couple of bullets just takes him over.
I tell you something, Drazah did a great job in the side, getting those 2 kills. It shut down everything from Atlanta FaZe. Also, got to say, Kenny staying alive for as long as he did, it really shut down aBeZy. Obviously, he eventually got the kill, but that bomb could have been down considerably earlier. Just didn't work out for them. But if you're a Thieves fan, they've managed to bring this back into the realm of possibility. They have a fantastic record on control, Tom.
Yes, they do. They're really looking well on control at the moment. The best team in the game, some would argue, right now on this mode in particular. So heading into it, they'll be feeling confident before a potential hard point once more. It's an interesting series shaping up now.
It certainly is. Of course, these 2 teams are fighting for one very important thing. The ticket to the grand finals. The hard point, it went FaZe's way. They looked good. They managed to take down the Thieves on Tuscan. The S&D, well, it came down to a 1v1 in the end, but Octane rose supreme. The rest of the series is yet to be determined. Control comes next. We will at least see a map number 4, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break.
Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. This is major number 4. We are sitting in beautiful King's Theatre in Brooklyn, New York. And the game on the main stage, the Battle of the Boys dressed in red, of course. There's going to be Atlanta FaZe and 100 LA Thieves, almost said 100 Thieves. LA Thieves, almost did the blaze there. But the game has been great so far. These two are going to be looking for dominance. But speaking of dominance, it's time to take a look at our Scuff play of the game. It's going to basically be that entire last round. You can see here how important it is, considering Kenny got them off the bomb to begin with.
Yeah, just the information that was there as soon as he peeks on through. aBeZy hears it, says to himself, we have to back on up. Slows them down just a little bit and maybe gives Thieves the time and the position to find. It was Drazah from actually the front who finds 2, but Envoy does the job from behind, but then very, very nearly Cellium finds the 1 versus 3. Gets a bit of a lucky guess there, but Octane the other side. The shots in his favor, the positioning in his favor. Gets the job done, but not much hype on the side of Thieves. They know they still have a long series to go. And we're heading in to Tuscan control, and it should be an interesting one. Both two teams, it's funny stats, I would say, Ricey.
Well, we've had the hard point, the S&D. Let's take a look at how the control is going to look for this one. So, pretty good records on both sides, Ton.
Yeah, and overall in the season, LA Thieves not so great, but when it has come down to stage 4, much improved. That round win percentage, just first over the second place team in FaZe. An 8-2 record for the side of Atlanta FaZe is going to give them a lot of hope, but these are very, very close statistics as we head into Tuscan once more. This time around under control. Very much is the swing mode of this series. Having a look though, that as we said, over this season, defensive win percentage and average ticks not with the side of the LA Thieves, but very much with FaZe. So what to play for here, as we now head into Tuscan, we are tied up very, very nicely with a couple more maps at least on their way. Grand final spot still on the line.
One of these teams wants to face New York, but only one can. An advantage in this series to whoever can take the control. Octane opens up with the first blood, instantly traded out by Arcitys. Slowly but surely ticking over to that first one. But it will be a potential retake here for Thieves.
aBeZy will fall, big gunfight coming through, and Kenny has been somewhat of an enigma this weekend. Been playing really well, it's like old World War II Kenny, and he's still alive and kicking in and around you. An absolute nightmare for the side of FaZe to have to deal with, but then a messy one over towards the A side. Simp will find a second, and that should be A locked in for the side of FaZe.
There's one thing you don't want to see as Thieves, it's a Simp heating up. They're waiting now. It's going to be the Thieves to just take a back pedal, just to hold down the angle. Drazah finds one, Simp finds Drazah as well. The trade coming through. Obviously, no players are going to be coming through top radio. They're trying to break this now. It's a big gunfight. They can win it. He goes in for the trade and he gets it. Simp still alive. 6-0, 7-0. Priestahh coming through. Knows where Kenny's going to be, but the glide will be in his pocket. And that might just be enough.
Yeah, job done from the side of Simp in that scenario. It's pretty much arrived here on the losers bracket final. It's a big kill to finally coming through that 7th. The glide bomb will be very, very helpful, but the rounds are what matter. Atlanta FaZe trying to find a breakthrough here now as Thieves trying to set up. The kills are starting to fall their way. It's a big grenade from Octane. Might slow them down just a little bit.
It will. They'll be waiting for those reinforcements. Fortunately, it's a close spawn. Cellium gets one. Envoy is going to be sitting under the sword, but manages not to get anything. And Drazah takes him down. An opportunity here. FaZe is going to apply the pressure. They jump through. It's going to be Octane to take one. He definitely gets traded out at the same time. Reinforcements down rapids. Kenny, who comes through. Finds Simp as well, who was weak. And now running for it, Arcitys. Can he stay alive? No, he cannot. It's a successful defend from Thieves. They keep the Wolves at bay for just a few seconds.
Yeah, and for the side of Drazah, he's the one that starts that for FaZe and ends it for them as well. Good kills coming in from Kenny, though. And the hold is still there from the side of Thieves. Ever so slight lead on the side of the lives for the side of the Atlanta FaZe. Kills starting to now come on through for the LA Thieves. Those the kills. Once again, a team one following through. Simp will get taken down from Envoy, who's just holding it down from the back. It's an opportunity this time now for Thieves to find a push out. aBeZy, typically on this map, A 1.25 during stage 4. He's on a 0 right now.
He is, and Kenny is gunning. 6 now for Kenny. Potential to get their own glide bomb, and he'll be playing for it around P5. Probably calling out to his teammates as well. A little bit of trouble. He has been seen. He has to get out of there. Stays alive, but now some margin. Players going to push him at the same time, but he pre-throws the melee. And Drazah cleans everything up with a team kill.
Plenty of team kills coming in here, but the important ones for Thieves. Cellium will find a route through, but keep an eye on the flank. That's going to be coming on through. Drazah will not need to do much. He now has pressure coming in from maps. Can FaZe find one final throw of the dice here in round number 1?
The problem is they're staggered with spawns. They're not able to hit this as a unit. Only 9 seconds left to go, and Octane finds one more. That's a huge chow from Simp. But he needs his teammates to be there. They have to win the trades. They have not done so. The Thieves will keep them away. Kenny, with a 12-3, shuts it down.
And a big part of that round for the side of LA Thieves, not a single tick over towards B. So even if you go on to lose this next round of your Thieves on your attack, even a tick or 2 towards the B side gives you an advantage heading onwards, but it's a 9 spree for Kenny. Towards the end of that one, I presume obviously we're not seeing the streak there because he did actually get a team kill falling the other way. So he does not get the glide bomb. That streak looks like it was around 4 or 5, but on the other side, aBeZy 1-9 needs to step it up.
Yeah, they could have really done with him there on that attack. Not being able to find this footing so far, but aBeZy opens up this one. Eventually goes down to Kenny. People in the Reddit were calling him Bandana Kenny the other day of the return. And what a return it has been. Kenny trying to get away from this one. And aBeZy's going to get gunned down as well. 14-3 now for Kenny.
And that's the 5. 2 more for the glide bomb. It may well see 11 at the bottom of your screen. But of course, the team kill did come through on him, so the streak continues. Just to reiterate, nobody get too confused here, but Kenny's still alive. Kicking, finds another. That's number 6. Drazah will find one over towards this side. There's a lot of pressure here over towards B from the side of Thieves. Envoy finds a kill from behind. A good position for the side of Thieves. Simp will find Kenny before he finds the 7, but Thieves are still here.
They've done this before. They're getting that tick slowly but surely, but Drazah's going to go down. aBeZy appears when they need him. He gets the 2. Drazah and Envoy not able to find the second tick onto B.
Damage may be done though. 5 life now, a 4 life advantage to the side of LA Thieves. And they have at least a tick over towards B. So even if they do go on to lose this round, the advantage is there. Continuing on, but that's 3 down. Cellium at 3 and 7 needs to find something. There's Drazah. Can he find a second as well? No, he can't. Thieves with pressure.
They are coming in numbers as well. Envoy's going to try and find this kill. Jumps down, finds it, looks for the second. Arcitys is already there for the trade. Pressure now coming on to Kenny. He finds one. Nose players are coming forward. Kenny! Unbelievable gunfight. Shouldn't have won it. Keeps this push alive. Going towards the back as well. Who's next under the gun? It's aBeZy, but it's going to be Octane and Envoy. What? What?
The LA Thieves stealing it away from themselves at this moment in time. A momentary respite for the side of FaZe, but they under the cosh once again. Cellium's the only one who can find it, but of course Kenny is there. 18-5. 17-9 is the kill difference, though. This is a Thieves round to lose.
He's going for it. Kenny's looking for it. He finds it. Octane's fine for it. It's just Simp. He's all alone. He's outnumbered. He's outgunned. And that second tick is running up. You can see FaZe are sprinting. They're desperate for it. Octane gets one. Envoy on the flank. Arcitys last alive. Simp coming for reinforcement. The third tick is ticking. Kenny gets one with a grenade. And Octane is here. It's alive. It's Thieves. They go up with another point on the control. They have been glorious recently on this game mode, and they are showing us why.
Phenomenal round out the side of Thieves. Just a culmination of kills from the side of Kenny. He is 21-6. The side of Atlanta FaZe are being slayed off the map right now. Simp has 16 kills. The rest of his team between them only have 18. They have not been at the races here in Tuscan, which is so unlike them. aBeZy and Cellium are really struggling that right now. They have 11 kills between them. And typically with 1.2 and 1.3 KD on this map, Thieves are allowing nothing to fall FaZe's way. They're on the defensive side. They want the 3-0.
Drazah going to be waiting for this P5 pressure. Simp playing it slow. Simp gets another kill. Honestly, somebody helps Simp at this point. He finds 2. Arcitys still alive. They're going to find it. And it almost was a full wipe, but Kenny's there to stop it. And Simp decided, you know what? I'm going to do this myself. I'm practically doing it anyway. He's capturing B at the moment against 3 Thieves members.
Thieves very happy to make themselves be known over towards that side. Only ticking slowly though, so they may have a chance to make their move over towards Church, save their prize, and make their way over towards A to try and deal with Thieves off of the side of FaZe. What can they do here? Simp maybe playing the flanking angle. Octane, the shots are in, and they are strong. Still, that glide bomb is available for the side of Simp, and they're going to have to make it come to some sort of use in this round, you would feel.
Envoy just sitting pretty mid-map, waiting for somebody to jump through, and Simp does. Easy kill for him. Pre-fire coming, but it will be a player top church. aBeZy going to go down as well, and Atlanta FaZe struggling to get the numbers where they need them as Drazah just takes Cellium out of the equation as well. Huge push forward here from Thieves.
Have to be careful of the flank coming on through, though. Arcitys has one of the tiny terrors with him. Not a bad bodyguard to have. Envoy towards the back. Can't find the second. Octane having to survive. There's actually a few members through. Nelly turns on Cellium, but not much to be done. Drazah surviving on the flank, though, will now come back to help his team out. Will deal with Simp as well. A couple of kills now coming through from FaZe. There's some decent pressure from them.
Oh, and aBeZy just gets taken down by the rat.
5 spray for Drazah. Can he make it 6? Doesn't need to. Envoy is there. They clear them up.
And now it's a little bit tense for FaZe. They need this attack. Pushing through P5, the pressure. Drazah still holding the iron. Cellium's found one, and the patience from Drazah, he's just not moving. He has to turn eventually! Oh! And what a turn! Simp is gone!
Oh my
God! Is Arcitys! And Drazah still alive, still running. Glide bomb in the pocket. Holds it for the longest time, and when he turns, he burns.
Drazah flexing those muscles right now at 22 and 9. Those last 2 kills are quite simply ludicrous from him. Kenny finds another. They're forcing all the lanes out. Atlanta FaZe need to find somewhat of a miracle. Drazah keeps it rolling.
Drazah trying to keep going here with an 8. Eventually goes down. That's 3. Benefit for Thieves is they are going to be in position. Simp's going straight for this. He knows he needs a break. Going to find one towards the back. Has to curve it right. Gets him. Envoy's down, but Drazah brings it back to a 3 versus 3. The problem for FaZe is they do not have the numbers where they need them.
And they don't have the time either here as well. Thieves ready and waiting, and Drazah just says, right, you've got a glide bomb, so do I. Calls it in, will slow them down, finds Simp. There's only a couple of members left in and around it, but Thieves still need to clear them out. Arcitys will find the kill. Arcitys will find 2, 5v4.
It's numbers, Cellium finds it. It's still alive for FaZe. It's still here, it's still possible.
4v4.
They're looking for it. Cellium trying to figure this one out. It all goes quiet, it all goes tense, but a move has to be made. Somebody has to blink, and Cellium towards the back is taken down by Kenny. It's first blood to Thieves. They're looking to execute. They jump into the point. It's a star for Kenny, and it's done. The Thieves are dominant, on control, and my voice is breaking in the major.
What a control from Thieves. FaZe just floundering all the way through, could not get the slaying going, even remotely. Drazah, Kenny, Octane, Envoy, everybody had their moments. But the big ones come from Drazah and Kenny, who went off on the FaZe team, and that is a lead now for the side of LA Thieves. My goodness me, that is a big, big map out of them.
It really is, and I got to apologize if your dog started barking during that one. Been a pretty intense major for us at the casting booth, and apparently my throat couldn't take it anymore.
It's all right, mate. Happens to the best of us. LA Thieves, though, 2-1 to the good. And honestly, it feels like there's a lot of support from the crowd here, and maybe that's helping them on. But look at those non-traded kills. 30 kills from Kenny, 24 of them were unanswered from the side of FaZe. 3,200 damage. Simp had a good game, but where was everybody else? Where was everybody else?
Nobody else winning a gunfight on FaZe. That slaying is outrageous.
I mean, we try not to talk about the same too much. We really do try not to do that. We try not to lean on KD, but there was such a disparity that you can't not talk about it in that scenario. Every single gunfight, it felt like Kenny. It was back to the PPSH days. He couldn't do anything wrong. Every single gunfight he had, it felt like he had an advantage at every stage. Big kills across the map make that difference.
And allow me to wax lyrical here for just a few seconds. There is a story about Thieves. They have been one of the most controversial teams this year. There have been calls for a team change over and over again. A call that the players weren't good enough. A call that the teamwork wasn't good enough. That the role changes didn't work. That somebody should be moved and people should be dropped. But it didn't happen. And now it's cathartic. Now it's redemption. They're currently top 3 and 1 map away from heading to a grand final. And that is a fairy tale all on its own.
And we're heading to Berlin hardpoint as well. Both two teams will happily square up on it, but the hardpoints have been so good for both of these squads over the weekend. I've got a sneaky suspicion we might see a map number 5 here. I don't know, I've just got that feeling. Maybe I'm just projecting what I want. But nonetheless, a Berlin hardpoint is a hard one to decipher. But honestly, if Thieves come into it and play like that, if the slaying is there from them and it's not from the side of FaZe, FaZe are in big trouble. They have to turn up here. They need to just chalk that one to the back of their minds. I said at the beginning of the map, I was saying, aBeZy's like a 1.24 on this map over the major. Cellium's like a 1.3 or something like that. Either way, it's good. It's really good from the side of FaZe. Typically, I think they struggle to find 20 kills between them. But looking at hardpoint for this stage, Thieves 7-7, it has looked pretty decent over the actual major. But overall, that record is there for the side of FaZe. But they had a pretty poor stage by their standards in that respawn. But can they get the job done here at the major? They'd be much better.
Yeah, that is going to be the key of it. And also, I mean, you got to talk about the Thieves in that last respawn. Like, what on earth was going on? And out of FaZe, it is not normal that you see 3 of their players barely able to contribute. Simp must have been a little bit frustrated, like, it's right, I'll go and do this by myself, because apparently I'm the only one who can trade at this point.
I mean, he started 7-0. He started 7-0, it's perfect, but nobody else there to back him up. And how many times have we said, you know, this team has so much talent, but if aBeZy is not on his game, which, I mean, you could argue he has probably been the most inconsistent player on that roster, a brilliant player in his own mind, but when he is not at the races, this team goes from looking like the best on the game to distinctly average. And it's so strange, because you'd think they'd be able to pick up the slack with the caliber of player on that roster.
I just don't think I've been FaZe kind of fall apart like that. And
I think
it's
got
a weird
smoked.
thing. Like, I know we try not to lean on KD, because it is one of the favorite things for the community to talk about. And we try to talk about positioning, the way they're playing it, the tactics, the baiting, the assists, everything that comes forward. But there is one caveat to all of that. And that if you can't win a gunfight, your positioning isn't going to matter because you're not going to be there.
And let's be frank, most of the kills that were had onto Thieves were from Thieves members. there was so many team kills. So, I mean, honestly, I think, you know, the stats, everything was not close for the side of FaZe there, and they will need a bounce back as we head into map number 4. It is Berlin once more. Hardpoint again. And FaZe are going to need to be at the races here. They were not in map number 3. But Thieves are facing a date once again with the New York Subliners if they can close it out here. If not, we see a map number 5. We're heading into it. What a major it has been. We are coming to the conclusion. But who is going to be facing against the hometown team in the grand final? We'll find out within at least the next 2 maps.
Well, here we go. Straight into P1. It will be Thieves with the advantageous position. You want to start that side to get into it, but it doesn't matter. Simp and aBeZy going straight in for it at the same time. Simp finds 1, and Drazah will find 2.
Drazah again, starting things off how he left it. Kenny now pushing through as well. It's kind of similar theme to kick things up. There's plenty of hard points to go, of course. LA Thieves on the better side, and it's around 60% of the time you start on this side, you win Berlin hard point. Whether that's coincidental or the fact that it's just a much better spawn, who knows? Thieves, though, plenty of time ticking on up for them, plenty of kills ticking in for them as well. FaZe are yet to have an answer for them so far on Berlin.
At the moment, good start for Thieves, making the most of this P1. We kind of expected them to, but Octane's just going to try and hold it down. You can already see more players from FaZe. They don't want to give them the full 60, but they have to get away through. Cellium eventually getting it. One last player from Kenny. He says, all right, easy kill, I'll take the 5.
Nicely done from the side of Thieves. And honestly, it felt like FaZe with that break. Very one by one. But heading over towards P2, they will not worry about that too much. Arcitys, though, I mean, they've just been gunned across the map at the moment, Pricey. 2 members left inside of P2. There is not a FaZe kill to be had. It's only Simp who can shut it down. It is a clean break from Thieves. And those points are just going up by the second.
Well, slaying is paying. And unfortunately, the bill is going to rest on FaZe. They're trying to get back into this game. They are trying to shut down a very hot LA. Cellium finding one, Envoy finding another into it. It's more holding, it's more points. These already break 60 in a perfect back-to-back, and aBeZy can't even finish his dinner. He just cannot find anything so far.
A frustrating performance so far from FaZe, but just to touch on the stats that I talked about, the team that starts well on the side that Thieves have done as the break comes through for the side of FaZe. The rotation is there for Thieves. 6-0 for this team that has started on the side that Thieves did in this map on the Major. They are locking it down right now. It's around a 50-point lead, but bear that in mind as we continue this game.
Drazah going to be the player under pressure towards the back. Cellium going to be on the window, trying to find his way through this one as well. Drazah versus Cellium, and Cellium will find it for the spawns.
Oh, big kills. Octane gets taken down as well. Envoy along the street is going to have to help out his teammate inside the point. Kenny doing his best to lock it down on his own, but here comes Envoy as well. Kenny, Envoy both falling. Really nice break from the side of the land of FaZe. And then must find some good time here, to be honest, Brycey. This game could run away from them very, very quickly.
Drazah's just trying to stay alive. He's being a nuisance towards fire, and they'll be able to coming in with Envoy. They are trying to hold this off. It's not going to work. Now they're in a bad position. They have to give up this scrap time to FaZe. They will hit the rotation. They will head towards Train. Simp will be the only player from FaZe there to meet them.
For now, he is the only one there. Arcitys finding the kills on the rotation, but P4 now coming up, both teams. Statistically, it's a bit of a 50-50, it has to be said. Thieves very much locking down some good time here, but FaZe solid at breaking it. Kenny's going to be the one holding the mid-map, just to be there for the flank. Oh, and aBeZy's just got some terrible timing. Kills starting to fall through from FaZe here. Thieves whimpering just a little bit.
Envoy just trying to hold down towards the back here. Sometimes this happens. You don't get an awful lot of time on Train. Gonna just dip into it, but aBeZy is just going up and down and guns him.
4 kills in a row for aBeZy. Not going to find the 5th. Drazah still surviving, so that outside will hopefully help this team, but they will be broken. Players towards the back now will start spawning in. Look at the spawn that's coming in now for the Octane. That lead, though, is still strong for the side of Thieves. They got up a decent amount of time over towards P4. Heading over towards P5, they got the spawns that they want as well.
Yeah, they're just trying to clear them off here, and it will be a race. P5 to P1. Both teams are going to be looking for it. Kenny's going to be in a better position on platform. Finds that first player. And this is what P5 is now going to turn into. It will be about positioning.
It's super crucial as well for the side of Thieves that they keep this positioning. They need the rotation over towards P1. As far as teams that can find breaks on Berlin, Thieves rank last out of all teams in the CDL. Ones who are going to champs or not, they are at the very bottom. So they need to make sure they lock these spawns in. Heading over towards P1, but there's still 40 seconds at P5.
Just trying to soak in. Octane finds Simp, but Kenny gets the trade through, and Arcitys with the long shot. And again, it's still positioning around P5. 30 seconds left to go. A little bit of soak from FaZe. Arcitys gets gunned by Kenny, who's just been playing unbelievable for Thieves.
Cellium nearly gets done in by Drazah as well, but Envoy's there to pick up the pieces. If you're FaZe now, you have to fight out from the backside. It's a tough road over towards the fire side, but aBeZy thought he was maybe going to make a play for spawns here, but 13 seconds remaining on P5. Thieves soaking time. Thieves with the rotation. aBeZy will find a way through, but look over towards P1. It's looking much, much better from the side of the LA Thieves. These fights are important.
They've done the job. They were looking for that position the entire time, and now they can soak. Now they can take everything they have worked so hard to hold. And that time is ticking away from FaZe. The kills are ticking away from FaZe. aBeZy finds one in towards Ticket. He will try and bring the pressure now to make Thieves crack and allow the rest of his team to get through.
Even just being alive here is good for the side of Envoy, but he gets taken down. Arcitys with another. Presence from the side of FaZe. 35 seconds remaining on this hill. Here comes the break. Envoy will fall. Octane on his own. Can't find the 3rd. The break comes on through. And that is going to be some decent time for the side of FaZe, but the majority goes over towards Thieves. They quite happily take a 50% break here, but they're going to have another look. Kenny from Secret is going to find a way through. Cellium's the next on the chopping block, and here come the rest of Thieves.
Kenny wants to push this one out, but he wants to get the scrap time as well.
Oh
and it's
God.
a huge clear. aBeZy gets 3 for the scrap time, and we are off to the races. P2 is about to pop. And it is going to be Atlanta FaZe in a better position. They want this. They want back into this game at this point.
Need a good hold here. Octane could be the catalyst. Is he expecting Cellium there? The answer is absolutely not. The long-range shots coming in from the auto. Kenny through the front door, though. Constantly the tip of the spear for the side of the LA Thieves here. They can try and find some breaks. It's a 2nd kill on the Simp. Arcitys and Cellium answering back. Spawn's still there for the side of FaZe, though. In a good position to keep getting time here on P2.
Positioning, looking for the kills. Arcitys eventually jumps into it once he knows his teammates have cleared it out. And slowly but surely, Atlanta FaZe are bringing this back step by step. It's still a fight. There is still a little bit more of a gunslaying to go on at P2. Envoy going to try and jump through. Doesn't want to give him all of this scrap time. Doesn't matter. They're going to rebuff him. Drazah now jumps in. He tries to have a go. Finds the first. Almost finds the second, but 2 health. It's a dip, it's a dive. It's a gunning in the end.
10 seconds on this hill. You
Rotation.
Oh yeah, the rotation's already coming in. But do FaZe know? They've got to search for him. They know they're not spawning towards that side. You can see white arrows looking around.
And here comes it. We're going to go for a listening with LA Thieves. How are they coping with this pressure?
Look fire. Don't do streaks. Flip truck. Don't get angle. Flip truck. Flip truck. Flip truck. You just hold me flip truck. Yeah, help her no. I'm just sitting on flip truck. Fire, aLLeY dead. Nice. Low to be fire. I made a second. One shot, fire. This guy is holding fire. Fire. Spawn kill. One shot fire. Front right. He's still on fire. Still on fire. Together. Yep. Tyler fire dead. Two. Get time. Let's go. Good job. Dylan's already warehouse. Dylan's already warehouse. Good job. Dylan, you need to live. Dylan, you need to live. Yeah, we can cut. Listen, we can cut. Do not listen. Do not block guy hitting. We can cut front. Yo, in secret. I'm playing top 3. Nice kills, bro. I'm coming mid. I'm coming up mid right now. I'm coming up mid. Let's go.
Well, LA Thieves are spinning in the comms and spinning on the map. They are over 200 points. They are in towards train, and Atlanta FaZe have to find something.
Atlanta FaZe are scrambling every single time because Thieves always have a body inside the point or in and around it, always playing with those spawns. Happened over towards P3, happened over towards P4. FaZe trying to lock some time in, but it's just been nuisance players here and there from the side of Thieves. They're going to be around 44 points away. FaZe still 100 themselves, but they're picking up some decent time here. Thieves are allowing that to not be comfortable. Simp trying to survive at 12 and 23. We expect more of the young god himself. Good kills coming on through, and there's 2 to his name. FaZe may lock in the spawn here, but Thieves have not allowed them that much time.
They certainly haven't, and last time around, Thieves did the hard work. They kept Atlanta FaZe on P5, and they held the rotation. Drazah has just gunned down 2 of them, won't get the 3rd though, and now it comes over towards P5. You can see it's about to pop. Players in P3, players in P2. Envoy's trying to take down every single one they can. It's still a mountain to climb for FaZe. They cannot misstep, they cannot misplay.
If you're the side of the LA Thieves here, you keep those spawns as best as you can. Trades going in their favor momentarily. Arcitys the only one left up alive and kicking. He's found a couple of them on his own here. Make it not quite number 4. Drazah has constantly been a thorn in the side of FaZe. They need to try and close the gap here on P5 and flip the spawns as best as they can.
At the moment, the LA Thieves are doing what they did last time. They are keeping them on the back foot. Atlanta FaZe are not comfortable. Kenny finds 2 and does go down. Cellium goes up towards P3. He's trying to find somebody all the way up the top 3rd, and he isn't going to find it. Envoy, keep an eye on the minimap. On the minimap, it's going to be aBeZy. He's trying to make the god play. He wants to spawn. He's got a second spawn going through. That's what FaZe were playing for. That's what they wanted. It's an overcommitment from Thieves.
Every single kill matters here, but keep an eye on Kenny as well. Flag starting to come on through his Envoy. We'll find one on the Cellium. They still need to win the gunfights. If you are the side of Atlanta FaZe, they've done that as well. aBeZy can't find Drazah, who just has to stay alive for his team. They need to find a breakthrough if they can, and is Drazah the man with the route.
He's going to hit the flank. Sim's still finding kills towards it. He wants to get something going here, and he finds aBeZy. That's the first kill they need. The spawns are flying in for them. 38 seconds left to go. Nobody wins it here. Drazah is trying to make a difference. Doesn't find him down the back, but it will be traded. The Thieves are now pushing it. Envoy and Kenny get one. They're trying to stay alive. aBeZy is throwing, but Envoy not able to get nothing. Octane gets it. And now the points are in their favor. They can take this. They'll be in lethal range for P2.
And it's all down to Drazah, who makes that route through. Gets his teammates spawning up with him. And LA Thieves are making every single second count here. Another 7 to go. Rotation isn't really there from the side of FaZe either. aBeZy fighting for that scrap time. He's going to fall. It will be FaZe with the numbers, but Envoy is there once again. Thieves are 14 away.
That's 14 from the end of their tournament. Envoy jumps in, he stays alive for it as well. It will be taken down by aBeZy for the second kill. He does manage to stay alive, but Octane will gun him down as well. FaZe are sprinting. Octane is trying to stay alive. He knows reinforcements are on the way.
FaZe trying to make as much of this time count as they can. They are still not inside the point, but here come the LA Thieves. Simp needs to lock this down. He must do it. Octane 6 in a row, will not find the 7th. Simp will find the kill, but here comes the pressure. Envoy and Kenny, the SMGs of Thieves.
Kenny!
Electric!
Oh!
His Cellium will fall!
LA Thieves have done it! Atlanta FaZe are sprinting, they're running, but it's a step too far! And they get in with 1 point, but LA Thieves are going to the grand final!
The SMGs at the side of Thieves were too much for the Tiny Terrors. It may well have been 3 grand finals in a row from FaZe. They will not get there this time. The Thieves steal it from underneath their noses with a 3-1 victory. And they're going to date with destiny once more against the Subliners. The hometown crowd will be against them. But what a victory that is. To bounce back from a loss this morning and come out and have a game like that against Atlanta FaZe is a monumental performance from a team who have disappointed throughout the year. They have not shown us this form we knew they are capable of. They start showing it now. They've got a grand final spot.
They have moved mountains to get to this point. They have shuffled aside terrors. They have faced controversy, doubt, and all the adversity that could be thrown at them. But the Thieves have a chance of revenge. They have a chance to be the villains on the main stage now against the home team. And they are looking unreal.
Slaying ability is outrageous. You know, at some points during that game, I'm kind of like, we've seen decent things from Drazah, but everybody else has had their pop-off moments, and Drazah's like, yeah, hold my beer. What a game out of him.
Honestly, I did wonder what was going on backstage. I actually saw J-Cap with a screwdriver and a pocket full of Y buttons. I'm fairly certain he just removed it from Kenny's controller. 35 and 24. The man has been slaying. It has been ridiculous. A return to form that the fans have wanted to see for a very long time.
Let's run it back. Honestly, Thieves just started off fantastically. That's now 7-0 for teams who started on the blue spawn side, which is the one that gets close over towards P1. You superstitious or stitious people, as I like to say, maybe read into that if you like, but either way, Thieves did all the hard work. And the thing is, for me, that was constant. They always had somebody on that route. They always had somebody behind them. Every single time that FaZe thought they had a rotation, there is a snake in and amongst the grass who's just ready and waiting to cause chaos. And cause chaos they did.
Well, he certainly will. And here's the thing, we've highlighted Kenny, but truth being told, every member of LA Thieves did their part. There were huge plays from them over and over again. Drazah fighting 2, Envoy fighting 2, Octane holding the angles they needed.
Kenny maybe finds 3 or 4 in the way to that last and final hill. And will be a 250-207 victory for the side of Thieves with back-to-back-to-back maps to secure themselves a spot in that grand final. For the side of FaZe, just maybe a small touch onto that as well. A disappointing stage. It has to be said. They have really not looked themselves. They have 2 weeks to change things around. The team who have been the most consistent when it has come down to Vanguard need a turnaround very, very quickly. Champs, 2 weeks' time. Need to see more from them.
They certainly do, but if you're an LA Thieves fan, maybe this is the perfect time to start hitting your peak. Of course, they do have a little bit more of a mountain to get over. New York will be waiting in the wings going, hey, we've done this once already, maybe we can do it again.
Maybe they can. It's going to be a hard one, a best out of 9 as well. It really is the truest test of who is the best team here in Stage 4. I'm so excited. We can go down and I can have a big
I know, we're finished.
I'm getting the crowd cheers here
right.
with everybody. We're done, mate. It's beers in the crowd now. What a game that was between those two. We thoroughly enjoyed Major 4. I can't wait for the grand final.
Me either. So let's throw this one over to the desk to break down the game we just saw.
I don't know what the saying is, but it's something about, it's not about how hard you get knocked down, it's all about how you get back up. Well, Atlanta FaZe got back up and LA knocked them right back down as LA moved on to the grand finals, and the Atlanta FaZe have officially been eliminated for Major 4. aLLeY, Kenny is something else right now.
If nobody got me, I know Kylo Ken got me, especially on Berlin. That is that guy's map. I just don't challenge him because once he's on a roll, it is impossible to shut him down.
Right, Nameless, how you feeling about this series, man?
I mean, LA Thieves are simply better. They're just simply better than the Atlanta FaZe. I mean, that's 2 series now, and you can see the flawless execution, right? Like the offensive push on the side of the LA Thieves in that control. I mean, it was money, just pressure over and over and over again, getting the ticks that they need. And then also in that hardpoint, it's beautiful. They're prioritizing the right hills. You saw the P1 setup that they had. It was gorgeous. They pick up 40 seconds, and then they make it scrappy on P2, prioritize P3, and then we go into the listening, and they even have a coordinated setup to break P4. You heard Octane. He's like, don't even worry about the spawns, guys. We can hit this from the front. Envoy, just stay alive. Those are the little things that they're doing right that edge out FaZe.
And that's exactly what you were saying, is that is what they're prioritizing. They're prioritizing that side of the map. They did not ever want those train spawns. And I will say, I think it is incredible when we went and I listened in that it was Octane taking the lead. Usually I feel like when we do a listen in when it comes to LA Thieves, it's a little bit of everybody throwing stuff out, but Sam has really sat them down and been like, listen, this is what we're gonna do, and this is how we're gonna execute the plan, and clearly it is working.
Well, the one thing is, I'm gonna give love to JCap, man. Give love to Shane as well. These two have transformed this roster, and Merc, you've known them for some time now.
No, I have. I mean, listen, like, Cap is a very structured guy. He likes to build a system, and you have to give props to the team. They are playing around that system. Envoy is one of those guys, right? He likes to make those flashy route plays. It feels like he's playing a more traditional submachine gun player. It feels like it's helping everybody else out. I mean, obviously, though, you're having individual plays, like Kenny going off. It's just, they have to keep it up, because they will be tested in this final in a best-of-9. New York's going to have the advantage. And you know what? They're going to have to play a couple of bocages, right?
Yeah,
New York's going to be so happy about
Get it, aLLeY. There you go.
I said I wanted to see LA Thieves on bocage. Well, it's going to have to happen in this series, and both these teams, their map pools are going to be tested.
You're right. Nameless, any last thoughts?
I mean, we're going to see some Bokots. We're also going to see some Gavutu. So it's going to be an absolutely crazy series to see which one of these teams can really go to the depths in a best-of-9.
Right. Now, didn't you hear? We're going back to Cali because August 4th through 7th, we're going to the Galen Center live. And me personally, I'm excited. I'm a Cali boy. I thrive in those conditions. Now, what does champs mean to us? If you're watching Major 4 from start to finish like you should be, right? You will know just how special this year is turning out to be, especially towards the end way. Merc, man, the rest of this year, like, my brain is just mush. I don't even know what to expect. I'm just excited.
Like, we might have, or I don't know what the points are, you might have FaZe New York round 1.
Round 1,
Winners
yes.
round 1. Like, it is going to be insanity. They have a couple of weeks at Atlanta FaZe to get back into form. Losing that Search and Destroy in a round 11 was probably heartbreaking for them, especially the way that it felt like their Search was improving throughout this stage, but it's not where they want it to be. I mean, a lot of the game isn't. But I think the key for Atlanta FaZe, if you want to take a positive away, aBeZy seems to be back. And if aBeZy can keep that, I mean, yeah, it's Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah.
I gotta say it. We have now had 4 majors, and we're going to have 4 different major champions. It officially happened in Vanguard, and I'm almost worried in the sense of, like, does that also apply to champs too? Does that mean we have to have a different champs winner as well? Or
Maybe.
is somebody gonna get the 2 chips this year?
Hey, we're going to find out very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, whew, it's been a long weekend so far. We've been having a lot of fun. So, hey, let us just treat you with something for tuning in for this long, okay? Make sure you get your champs pack right now. It looks clean and it's fresh and it's very simple. Me personally, I like black and gold.
It's fire, man. Shout out Wiz Khalifa, yo. Black and yellow, black and gold, same thing. I mean, I'm rocking this as soon as I get back in rank play. I'm going to be frying people.
Exactly, and also plug your cell phones to scan the QR code right now, because not only will you be sent updates about what's happening in the CDL, but you'll also get a pretty good calling card. Get farmed, right?
Absolutely. I mean, and New York's just been farming all weekend long. All these teams have punched their ticket into champs. So go ahead and scan that QR code. You get the newsletter, but you'll also get the calling card.
All right, so we're gonna head over to a break, and on the other side is finally the conclusion of this whole thing. Major 4, it just seemed like it just went by so fast, even throughout all of those game 5s that we had days 1 and 2, but now the competition is stiffer with only 2 teams left. It's gonna be the Los Angeles Thieves and who else? The hometown team, the New York Subliners. So, they made it to champs, they made it to the finals, and now the question remains, can they win their own event? We're gonna see it on the other side.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
But maybe it's time to get a little bit messy, a little bit rowdy.
Let's get it going! Let's go!
The crowd fired up.
Here we go. This is going to be a spicy one indeed.
Oh my god! It does not get more intense than this, for God's sake.
Oh my god!
What is going on? How does he do it?
Give it to him, he will take it.
This is a heavyweight matchup.
I hit the ground running on the day I arrived. Now it's time to shift this whole thing into overdrive. Check the dash, tank full of gas. Everything's in place to dominate the race. In my mind's eye, I can see the finish line. Ain't no way in the world they gon' steal my shine. Walk how I walk, they can't do that. Talk how I talk, they can't do that. Move how I move, and they can't do that.
The 1v3 clutch!
It is hard not to be a believer. Do that. Come on, talk how I talk. They can't do that.
Shot from Simp!
They can't do that.
Absolutely destroying.
Here comes the glide! This is a special one.
He's done it! What? For the king, Arcitys gets Chris rocked! One way or another, it was inevitable! That is unbelievable!
We got a squad, baby. Still looking like the best player in the world.
That is disgusting!
Ice in the veins indeed. It's done! It's done!
Shout out to Brooklyn and welcome back to Major 4 out here in the King's Theater. We've been having a dang good time. We've had a great weekend so far. Now we only have one game left. But on the desk, we got aLLeY, we got Nameless, and we got my man's Ton. My name is Belly as well. And Ton, it's good to have you again, man. How's life?
I'm thinking this is pretty
How's
good.
life?
Fair, I mean, I thought I was about to kick back, get myself a beer.
You're so annoying.
You're on the desk. You're on the desk. You know, I'm very happy to be here, though. Around you beautiful people, around all of these beautiful people. It should be a pretty good game, I would say, as well, man.
Yeah, you know, aLLeY, I love how you came on the desk and you just immediately flexed on us like, oh, wow, man, you guys, you know, you just chilling, vibing. I just want to grab a beer, eat pizza, hang out. But we've been having fun staying here on the desk watching all the matchups. And yeah, aLLeY, for this matchup right here, we have the finals, New York Subliners, Los Angeles Thieves. Both of these teams at the beginning of the year, well, for New York at least, it wasn't looking this way. And LA halfway through, wasn't like they were going to be here, and now they've come to the top.
It's been dips and bounds. I mean, every team this year has had those moments, right? It's had that time, that stage where things just haven't been going their way. And for the LA Thieves, they had that first stage, and it was incredible. They were undefeatable in Respawn. Their hardpoint was disgusting. You don't chow them on Gafutu, and then they hit this huge dip. And then they come on land. Then they make an incredible losers run in Major 3, and now we're here at Major 4. LA Thieves with an underwhelming Stage 4 qualifier. Come here and just start running things with a 3-1 win over the Atlanta FaZe and send them home as well a second time. And then the New York Subliners, making the Cinderella story happen, going through the winner's bracket, now in their own grand finals. I can't believe we are already at the best of 9.
I love it. And actually, the Mountain Dew Major Finals will be coming up soon. But ladies and gentlemen, just another reminder, we do have all-star voting. And we put together a nice little video to explain all of it. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Before a world champion rises, we've got some awards to hand out.
Everybody is pulling out all of the stops.
Tune in at the start of Champs Weekend, August 4th and 5th. First up, a new take on All-Stars. This year, 4 SMG and 4 AR players will be selected to the new All-Star First Team and All-Star Second Team. All-Star Awards will be determined in part by votes from you at home. The fan vote only lasts from July 17th to 25th, so don't miss the chance to pick your All-Stars.
He is making play after play after play!
But that's not all. We've added a new award, the Rookie of the Year.
Oh! Highlight after highlight!
And we can't forget the big one, Most Valuable Player.
This is what he does! Oh, he's a hero!
Catch all of the awards during Championship Weekend, and don't forget to vote for your All-Stars. Who will earn the glory?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your vote counts, and you guys already know the deal. Look at Miles. He walks around with that Esports Awards trophy, all because of you guys. You can also vote for your favorite players. Last time we spoke about the top SMGs in the league. We're going to switch up a little bit. aLLeY, when it comes to top ARs, it's going to be incredible. The one name that tops our list right now is Zenny. He had a killer stage, and he was putting up LeBron like nothing.
Had a killer major too, right? And
Yes.
then obviously they had that roster change heading into stage 4, and we saw what that did overall as a squad, and a lot of it was on the back of Methodz being that leader, being that solid rock when it came to this Boston Breach team. Stage 4 unfortunately didn't go the way Boston Breach hoped to, but they did still clinch a spot at champs. So continuing to watch this team grow with him as a backbone should be a real treat, Val.
Right, and I'm telling you, you know who one of my favorite ARs is in the league, man? Search and Destroy, the speedy guy. It's European like you. His name is Insight from Toronto Ultra.
I've been so biased every single time he's on the screen. No, I don't know. And look, I mean, the guy has had struggles in the respawn occasionally, but I mean, it's S&D we have to talk about. How can we not? This man with the sniper is just ridiculously good at clutches. It's insane. You cannot count out Ultra in any Search and Destroy because of this man. He's absolutely disgusting. Big brain on him as well, and just consistently gets better every single year. He's going to be one of the players who are around for a long, long time.
You're right, and Insight definitely brought the energy out there in Toronto at their own major. It was magical to watch him work. But yo, Nameless, we can't make a list without adding big dog Cellium to it.
I mean, yeah, the list should start with this guy. I mean, he's literally a walking highlight reel. He's putting up just unbelievable numbers. A 1.24. This guy makes the big brain play every single time in every situation. He is so good. And when Atlanta FaZe has struggled, when they've been falling off or struggling against some of these top teams, he has still been the shining light for this team. And Search and Destroy, when he's in a clutch, you feel like he's gonna clutch it. So for Cellium, yeah, I mean, he's been unbelievable this year, but there's also another AR who's been lighting it up, and it's Dashy, man. Like, those two guys, their stats are so comparable, it's hard to pick. I mean, it really just comes down to the championship, right? So they have one more opportunity. That's the last thing Cellium needs to do this year, is just get that championship trophy, and he will be that MVP.
Yes, sir. Let's take a look at the top 5 list as well. Yo, we got my man Simp up here with that team kill percentage. Also, you got to add Attach because he's an absolute rocket.
Attach was ridiculous. Like, he should have been an AR a long time ago. And honestly, like, he's the player I feel like the most bad for that didn't make it to champs, because he really was lighting it up, taking over games, super good in Search and Destroy. Like, he was on another level, man. So we got to give him his flowers. He had an incredible second half of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. And Temp, I mean, it's been a disappointing season for him overall as well. But he has shown these moments here and there. Very curious to what happens with Temp, of course, in the next season. But I think for me, looking at that whole thing, the championships is what kind of makes it for me on this one. It's very, very difficult. You look at Cellium, how good he has been over the season. He needs a chip. He needs it.
Let's also take a look at aimLab's best shots of the event, because hey, we've been filled with a lot of them, highlight plays left and right. I can't wait to actually see what's about to come up on that screen. aLLeY, this event with the snipes we've seen have been incredible.
I love the sniper. We've missed it for the past couple of years, and for it to be back into this game, it would be a crime to not put Insight on this list. I mean, he is just clutching after clutching, and usually with a sniper in his hand as well. And a pleasant surprise seeing TJHaly. Actually, I feel like seeing a sniper in his hand is something new that we haven't seen across the board. And of course, Simp, the rookie Simp. Some of the shots he be hitting, Val, I would never chow that.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this list of like the players who had the most snipes this year, and yeah, I mean, it's the guys on your screen. Like Simp had 35 snipe kills, Insight with 34, and then Zero 26 and 21 with the sniper in his hand. Like, these guys with the sniper are something different. They can get you that early first blood and just win you the round from there.
I'm about to shake things up on the desk real quick. We talked about top SMGs, we talked about top ARs, but In the year that we started for CDL 2022, the league was filled with 50% rookies. It was absolutely insane.
End of discussion.
There we go. Who's rookie of the year? I said Pred at the beginning of the year, and look at that boy shine now.
He has just been ridiculous for this squad.
He's gonna be the best player in the game one day.
It's definitely, I mean, he already was at the last tournament. Like, the guy won MVP. He was doing it all for the squad. And, like, every time Seattle needs somebody to go out there and get the big two-piece, it is Pred time and time again. I'm interested to see how Seattle bounce back because they're one of those contender teams that they just had a couple bad weeks, right? They come into this tournament and, you know, the search and destroy has sort of fallen off a bit. But the one constant on Seattle has been Pred. So excited to see if he can keep that up once they figure it out.
Right, aLLeY, the way Pred has transformed his whole Seattle Surge team, it's like the culture he brings. Pretty boy Pred with the swag, and he dominates 1v1.
And what's insane is it's not just one rookie on the Seattle Surge, it's two. There's Simp.
God.
Well, sometimes when I watch his point of view, guys, I call him the young Myth Arthur, the young MC, because that's what Sib's gameplay reminds me of, and you can see the reason why. 1.06 KD on the year, 1.02 1v1 KD. I mean, him and Pred, that duo, I feel like once continue to develop is so terrifying.
And when you look at Seattle Surge, the fact that they have those two rookies, that was a risk they were willing to take. And things, well, yeah, okay, they've been up and down, but that risk is somewhat paid off. They have been fantastic. I kind of want to give a shout out to Capsule down there as well. You know, like, for all that he did get drafted and things haven't worked out, I still believe that man has a bright future.
Yeah, and then also Tom Gravity, like, he's been around for a long, long time, and, you know, Paris Legion was not the easiest situation to be in, right? He comes into the league, has some big moments, so shouts to him, and finally winning some 1v1s in the S&Ds over the last couple of series as well. So it's got to feel good for him.
Wait. We saw Dave Patty and Big Cap on that list as well. I haven't seen Big Cap in about, say, with Dave Patty, and seeing those two get the credit they deserve is beautiful.
I mean, they deserve it, right? And they had a lot of storylines and personality around them, too. Like, I feel like it was always a treat seeing Dave Patty and seeing Capsule on your screen.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't just say this for Tom Gravity. You should have seen my face. I was like, is he really a rookie? Because I feel like he has been around and done so much. That is insane to me. Such an overlooked player. Like, that almost makes me angry. Like, oh my gosh, give Tom Gravity some absolute flowers, because by the end of this season, him and Temp were the lighting tunnel for that Paris Legion team.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you go online and vote for your favorite player. Get your friends involved as well, because if you want to see your favorite player shine, there is no better way. Done. You vote? Who's your top SMG? Who's your top AO? Who's your MVP?
You put me on the spot now. I'm feeling kind of like MVP. What, for this tournament in general, or just the year? What we're saying?
We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later.
You put me on the spot.
We'll talk about it later. Because the Mountain Dew Grand Finals is about to start right now. Ladies and gentlemen,
Ask me 6 questions.
Actually have right now. Okay, serious time. We have maps in mode.
All right, every map.
Nameless? Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at it, man.
Let's take a look at the map. So, I mean, last time these guys played, New York came out on top, you know, through both of the hard points, but you can see, I mean, we basically have every map here. It's just gonna be so interesting to start it off on a bow cage hard point. We don't see LA Thieves play bow cage hard point, so this will definitely be interesting. You saw, like, that advantage of coming through winners. They got to get rid of 2 maps, Gavutu hardpoint and Tuscan Control, which, you know, those 2 maps were the ones that I would be worried about if I was New York Subliners. Well, they don't even have to play them, so this is definitely going to go into the favor of New York.
Okay, hardpoint, let's go, baby.
I'm so excited.
I mean, here's the thing, like,
so
Kenny is looking different, right?
Disgusting.
They kind of got shut down last time they played the New York Subliners, so we'll see.
I don't know. LA is looking a lot different, but let's talk about the Subliners right now, because they have not lost a series this event yet. And aLLeY, Crimsix, the GOAT, the legend, he made it with this squad, and now they just have one more game to win in front of their whole crowd.
And the performance Crim has been putting on, like, it's not even surprising at this point. Like, when Champs is on the line, that guy becomes a different beast. But I will say, like, I feel like we haven't seen Paul's peak yet. Like, he's gotten some clutch moments. Like, he's gotten some big pieces, but it's been a little underwhelming for what we're used to. So I'm just waiting for Paul to pull out something special in this best of 9. But when it comes to the game duel keys to victory, lock down the hard points there, 13 and 2 during stage 4. This is what we saw from this new look New York Subliners roster since they made their changes, and they beat LA Thieves earlier. Again, these teams have already played each other and take advantage of winner side map bans. LA Thieves is forced to play bow cage hard point, but stay on your toes as well, because the way Kenny and Envoy Envoy have been shooting. Bouquet could either be like their trump card that they have been saving for a moment like this, or it could just get incredibly mixy.
Watch him absolutely fry just out of nowhere. Blow my mind, right? Right, but the man new feature player to watch is none other than Crimsix. Ton. I mean, this is a no-brainer at this point.
I mean, the guy, walkout's as good as the gunny is all I'm going to say. I mean, the man is an absolute enigma. And when it comes down to the business end of the year, he is the one that gets the job done. But what's he going to do here? Look, when it's coming down to control, that's where things are going his way. But KD's in necessarily something he's worried about. Right?
He's doing a lot better now.
He's the bias.
Listen, when Crim makes it to finals, more often than not, this guy wins it. He's the winningest player in Call of Duty history. This is a tournament that could just cement his legacy forever. He is absolutely the player to watch in this series. He's been popping off. I mean, at times, Paul has been slacking, as aLLeY was mentioning, and it was Crim who was stepping it up in the AR department, popping off for these guys. We have not seen that throughout this year, and it was just new life that he breathed into the rest of the squad to get them to believe that they can make this run. Now that they've done it, they're in finals, they have the advantage. Let's just hope they don't get complacent and these young guys come out here and actually keep on putting on for their city.
You know, the young guy that I'm looking at right now is going to be none other than Paco, a.k.a. Hydra, hailing from Paris. And yo, I want to see this superstar in his first grand finals on the main stage at a major against Kenny. I'm expecting Hydra to really elevate his game.
I mean, this guy has been incredible this year. Absolutely incredible. I think, you know, I'd known about him for a little while inside of Challengers in Europe, and just all the things you hear about him being the hardest gunfight that any of these Challenger players in Europe, who are all cracked, by the way, are struggling to get a hold of. And this man has been insane at the very top level as well. So, yeah, I mean, look, this guy, it's a long, long time coming for the side of Hydra. He's been insane for New York, but he'll need to be insane in this final. As you mentioned, Kenny has looked incredible. He's going to have to go toe-to-toe with him. That's going to be difficult.
The MVP of this tournament right now, in my mind, is Kismet, 100%. The plays that he's been making, the maps, what he did in that last series, like, literally got them through it. Kismet is just such a cerebral player. He pops off time and time again. But let's talk a little bit about the LA Thieves. We talked a lot about the New York Subliners. LA Thieves, I mean, they're coming off a big game, riding that momentum. Kenny just had his best performance all season long with the SMG. We've seen him with the SMG out for like half of that entire Berlin. Usually he just keeps the AR out in his hands. He was feeling it. So for LA Thieves, I mean, I think the win condition is the SMGs. We saw Envoy as well, had a rough go around the last time that they played, but for the game field keys to victory, learn from the previous series versus the New York Subliners. They lost 3-1 earlier today, and it was Envoy who needed to step it up, and then you also need Kenny to continue MVP form. 1.15 KD during the major. Not only is he popping off the kill department, the impact kills in that control, popping off on the point, right? Like, that is what you need. On rotation, getting the kills as well. Kenny's been a demon.
You're right. Now, when it comes to predictions, we are about to have a lot of fun. This is very scary. Now, all of us in our hearts, yeah, you know, we like the whole Cinderella story of the New York Subliners, but reality is starting to hit now that the LA Thieves are looking so hot. And the question is, Ton, what you got, yellow or red, man?
Thieves looked really good in that losers final, man. Thieves looked really good. I think they take it.
Okay,
They take it. I do.
Ton with the Los Angeles Thieves is boozing the crowd right now. aLLeY, who you rocking with?
In the same way, LA Thieves already played FaZe and had beat FaZe and beat them a second time, I think New York is going to have beaten LA Thieves and beat them a second time in the best of times.
I love it. All right. The crowd's loving it. They're making noise. They're waking up now. Nameless, give me something good, man.
Listen, I've played against Crim in the finals. The man is a different breed. I'm going with the New York Subliners. And I don't know, man. Like, this guy, it's just, there's destiny in the air. There's something in here. I think New York take it.
Right, you got NYSL currently walking out in the crowd, getting ready for their walkouts. And you hear the crowd. They're loving it. They're definitely making noise. For me, I rock with NYSL as well. When it comes to Crimsix, he has elevated his game. And for somebody that's been new to the Call of Duty scene, I will say this. This version of Ian is something incredible, and now I see what all the hype is about. I rock with NYSL, and also Kismet, he's willing to win. But now, I gotta ask, I was gonna ask the crowd, but they're all looking at NYSL right now. But Ton, if there was a player to watch on the side of LA Thieves, who would it be?
It has to be Kenny. After that performance there, it was absolutely incredible.
Gave you the answer.
For the SMGs, you know, that's where this battle could be won or lost. if he plays like he did against the side of FaZe, this is going to be very, very difficult for New York. This is no means, I know I'm good for Thieves, but it is no means an easy game for either one of these two teams.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to lock it down. The Mandu Grand Finals is underway. We have the Los Angeles Thieves and the hometown team, the New York Subliners. Let's lock it in.
But Envoy, he reads the play beautifully on a 6-3. He spots Arcitys, he finds that kill.
He wins it again!
Kenny finds that first, that's all he needs to do.
Hey, Kenny left alone!
Kenny does find it first. Kenny finds the third.
Look for the first play. There's a second going to be there, and it's Drazah again.
Drazah's got a job to do here, though. We'll fight one, we'll fight two.
Drazah protects it. And Octane
flying forward, kill after kill. My goodness, Octane. Unbelievable. LAT come out again.
You know what it is out here when we really getting it in? This is what we do.
Here we go. As Big Cheddar keeps finding the kills.
All in the air.
Paul's on a 3.
As far as I'm concerned,
that's Hydra. He's hunting for it. Oh, what the hell is going on?
Take that bomb. He's got it. Bomb. Now he's going to get shot.
Subliners.
Priest is able to pick up the 2-piece. Your only hope right now is the flank, or maybe Crim through the front.
Crim on the outside. Finding the shots. The shots are good. The movement as well. Oh my God! What a 2-piece.
Oh, man. Will connect.
There's the 2-piece. There's a chance, and I don't believe it. New York.
What's up, New York City? And Call of Duty fans all around the world, your Mountain Dew Grand Final is about to start. We kick this weekend off with 12 teams, but only 2 remain for the lion's share of the prize in that Major 4 trophy. Coming to the stage first, looking to come away with their first chip of the season, make some noise for the Los Angeles Thieves.
Like he's an MVP right now. He's flying right now. When it comes to the rest of the team, aLLeY, it's going to be hard to step up to.
I mean, you got the entire thing. You got Kylo Ken, the Dark Prince, the Human Turret.
All right, New York City, are you ready to bring out the hometown team? Make some noise for your Subliners. Paulehx, Hydra, Kismet, Crimsix, the squad. New York City, blow the roof off of King's Theater and give it up for your New York Subliners.
Cementing his legacy and one of the best to ever do it, not just in Call of Duty, but everywhere, baby. Crimsix made his way to yet another Grand Finals. But hey, one more game lands between them and winning the whole major at home. I can't wait to see it. God Blaze, let's get the Grand Finals started.
The stage is set, and now make some noise for your casters of the Grand Finals, the beauty in her brains. It's Miles and Chance.
Guys, thank you so much. King's Theater, thank you so much. This has been an unbelievable experience, and it's a fairy tale ending either way. We've made history. The York Subliners made the most unbelievable run to champs. They're going to champs! Yeah! shed a tear. Miracles do come through. But we're ready to rock and roll on this one, brother. A best of 9 is going to go the distance, we assume. The maps of Moser come through, Chance. How is your pickle, and is it tickled?
It is as tickled as one can get. I mean, bro, we're going into a series for the first time for New York where, like, they can play relaxed and loose, and ththese guys now get to have fun. Like, the weight of champs is now off their backs, and I think one of my favorite Crim interviews, and I know he's gotten fined for every single one, but what he was saying is, my team cares about champs, I care about winning. Well, here he is on the main stage in the grand finals. This could be number 39. This is truly his home.
Ogre 2 is out there somewhere, knowing well and truly that the record is slowly but surely getting closed in on. Unbelievable stuff. But hey, it wouldn't be a Vanguard Grand Finals without knowing that we will have a brand new winner this major right here, right now. Of course, LA Thieves, New York Subliners have yet to get a major chip under their belts. And by the end of this night, one of them gets it. LA Thieves, it's been a tough season, man, up and down. There's been promise, there's been goods, there's been catastrophic failures, and right now, they're looking great.
And I gotta say, more often than not, I'm a hater of roster changes, so I have truly loved the fact that these guys have stuck together through thick and thin, and like waited this long, and started to peak right at the correct time at the end of the year in the lead up to champs, and especially no JCap in the back, he's probably been fiending all year to drop somebody on their heads, but hey, he held back. It's the same four from the jump, and honestly, these guys' chemistry has been out of control literally from the kickoff classic. They've enjoyed each other's company, like laughing around, having fun, even when the intense moments are there. And honestly, I'm not expecting this grand finals to be any different.
LA Thieves, you got to think of that individual prowess. We've seen the pop-off moments, superstar players. That's what's made them come so far in this competition. The other side of the board, though, man, the New York Subliners, it's been teamwork. That's been the name of the game. There have been those standout moments every now and then, but all that comes off the back of brilliant coordinated team play.
And look, we're talking about teamwork, but we are going to a map that you don't necessarily need it. It is Bocage from map 1, and an interesting one to get it started. The one benefit, you get to coming in from the winner side, you get to do the pick and bans. You ban a hard point, you ban a control. New York has the advantage, and what that means for LA Thieves, they rarely play Bocage. So for the Subliners, you come out map 1 and you punch them in the mouth.
Here we go, Brooklyn. Map number 1. This grand final. Your hometown heroes have made it this far. The miracle's complete, the pressure is off. Now it's time for some good old-fashioned fun. Let's get it.
Last time we casted Kismet on this map, most kills, most hill time, most non-tradeds. One of the single best Bocage performances of the year. No better player to start with.
He's been the super soaker for the squad. I mean, I've seen the words MVP getting thrown around, but for now, our Mountain Dew featured player, Crimsix, gets brought down. It is a clean sweep for the members of the LA Thieves. They're going to take full control of Bocage for now. Start finding that hard point time. Hydra, man up, finds himself towards the point, trying to slow down that accumulation of points for the LA Thieves.
And you know this team means business, though. When they did their walkout, they were protecting this man on your screen. Maybe Hydra can start to fire. Hey, maybe your Mountain Dew featured player will be able to make some magic happen. But as it stands, pretty solid P1, in all honesty, for the Subliners. Able to flip the spawns, get a little bit of that hill time. And we already know last time these guys played on this map, Crim and Hydra started off slow. Not this time. Crim already, at least 4 kills to his name.
Crim's had such a great tournament so far. You know, truly destiny in the making to get themselves towards champs. But now, can they go the extra mile and win the whole damn thing? Looking towards P2, it's all New York Subliners so far. Of course, decked out in the yellow arrows, the white being the LA Thieves for now. Nowhere near the hard point will be the boys of LA, slowly but surely combing their way across the map. Hydra going to be the man in the middle as he's finding himself kill after kill. It's a good look, but Envoy, a sneaky player at the best of times. Crim now trying to hunt him down.
I mean, look, this is a slow-paced Bocage right now because LA Thieves cannot find this hard point. Not even contest time is coming through. Crim finally gets dropped, but you expect the trade to be in. The flank gets dealt with. This is as controlled as a P2 can get. Kismet in his home. Hey, at least is able to get traded out. Still Hydra collecting this time. This is a sizable lead. We're only 2 hills in.
Hydra last man in the point. Look how aggressive he is. Flying forward, finding the kills, pushing forward, creating space for his teammates. They've got to get themselves across the map now towards P3. That's the right-hand side of the mini map. That's going to be bottom grannies. And Crimsix, he's coming in for a kiss.
Oh, look at that spawn, too. Number 3 right in the back. Despite the fact that Octane's here, he doesn't get the kill, and, well, you still have a little bit of presence in the back, so Kismet, the opportunity to make the play. You're not going to read this if you're LA Thieves, and everybody from Subliners now behind you. So at least that should be a nice surprise moment to try to make this break, and, well, they're working through kitchen.
Yep, here comes the ambush. Kismet's going to try to find his way in. Kenny's there with the kills. Oh, baby, Drazah there finds another. Pull the last man up now for the Subliners in position now. And so far, this has been a great hard point for the LA Thieves, trying to get themselves back into the cage.
I mean, it's funny how it works out, right? You get some unreadable spawns, and either way, just due to the mixiness, well, Thieves able to get inside and now collecting a decent chunk of time. 20 seconds left on this one. Kismet causing problems, and, well, Octane now that next man in line, but he wins it. The automatons on this hill for LA, they started to come in clutch.
Well, Kenny, find another set of kills as he's been outstanding in the tournament so far for the LA Thieves. Across the map, we now go once again over towards Barn. Next hard point up, and it's got the LA Thieves in control.
And this could be a money hill, right? They got a nice spread across the map, pressure out towards P2, a man down by bottom HUD, and really no great avenues of attack. Even the nades now connecting for LA Thieves. They were down by a massive amount, and, well, maybe the nades connecting a little bit too much. That's the opener.
Here come the Subliners now from side. Nades are up. Hydra bounces that one right back into his own face. Kills coming through now. Oh, baby! The New York Subliners, the break is good.
And to the surprise of no one, it is Kismet for 3. Crimsix on outer, cheeky little angle, and ripping heads to make it happen. One small teammate and one massive break for New York, making sure they keep that lead.
And it's Kismet! Oh my God! What a kill! As he and Crim are running the show right now for the Subliners, Paul and Hydra, they're in the Jan Sport chilling, just soaking up that hard point time. Over towards P5 we now go. Crim, your Mountain Dew featured player. Nades up, trying to soften up the defense now of the LA Thieves, and that is it. Kenny's going to eat that one. Will anyone be there to pick up the kill? But so far, Envoy roaming the bottom side of Granny's. Kills are there, just keeping the attention drawn as his boys soak up the hard point time.
Just being such a nuisance, but now the front of the hill's at least open, but look at the nade now.
Right, wait a minute.
Everyone in the mix of getting those team nades. Octane getting tagged up in the trades they're in. Teammate, doesn't matter. New York still with the break. They break the back spawns, or at least they get that pressure.
The break is on. You've still got the backside now from the LA Thieves. That's the avenue of attack. Slowly but surely they go forward. Crim's eating the nades. Not very tasty, but for now the shots, they are. Good kill. Kenny taken care of by Paul. Beautiful teamwork. The crossfire in now from the New York Subliners. The spree starting to accumulate, and Paul does get it. It was a 5 before going down, but the time now still ticking in favor of the New York Subliners. They've got a sizable lead.
And look, this is a map Subliners love to play, and you can see why. It is 20 kills for Kismet. It is a minute inside the hard point. His home is the objective, and he's still prized. In the meantime, 50-point lead after one set of rotations. That is incredibly sizable on a map like this. New York are in their bag.
In New York, they've got more reps, they've got more wins, you name it. This is the map they wanted. You come in through the winner's bracket, you get the choice of the first one in, and that is why. Look at the score line right now. 45 seconds here on P1 in our second set of hard points. And Hydra, 8 and 12 overall. Looking to change that in a moment, but for now, the map presence, that is what the LA Thieves have to work with. The question is, can they hold it?
Well, I'd say at least for LA Thieves, right? Yeah, getting that pressure. Maybe some of these kills starting to go their way, and they still got those left side spawns. It was a 50-point gap, but now Thieves trying to make that climb back in the mix. You get the pressure out towards God Tank. You see Drazah picking up 2. Kismet might get the trade, but you have lost some of those reinforcements. Now New York have a bit of a long way to go.
New York trying to make the break in towards the first hard point, looking for spawns over towards second. Let's go for a quick listen in with the Subliners. I do see this. And things are getting pretty frantic towards the end there, Chance, but you still have the lead now. Thieves maintaining control of P2.
Well, Kismet is not going to be the man to make it easy. He does get traded, and we'll see how these nades connect, because right now Octane last man standing, and he will fall. A very scrappy P2 hill, but a couple nice wins back and forth. LA Thieves, they were down by quite a bit, but they have turned it into a fight. Kenny the next man to fall, but these final 10 seconds, LA Thieves happy to collect. And as far as that rotation goes, New York, they have the entirety of the map covered. Crim trying to get the intros. You see the field side, though. That'll be the avenue of attack.
And the LA Thieves are starting to heat things up just a little bit here. Next hard points up. Hydra from up top. Granny's trying to keep these members of the Thieves at bay as they are working their way forward. Into the hard point we now get an Envoy. The 3 spree continues. Reinforcements showing up, and he's made the run for it. He's in. Here's the contest. Tags are in. The kills are good. And now the Thieves with an opportunity to maybe make the break. The kills are there, though. And Paul, he's swinging for the fences. Catches one more out of it, Kenny. The trades are on point. The Thieves have not been able to make the break. Subliners still in control.
Their Crim just went massive in that moment, by the way. A couple multi-kills he collected, and that buys you the pressure on both sides. Now you got, again, Kismet in his home collecting the time. Nowhere to go because Paul is roaming. And even Kenny now forced to, do I want to rotate? Do I want to fight for time? Hey, he's a fighter, but he will fall. Maybe the final bit of time goes to LA Thieves, but that is a nice sequence of events. Subliners, they bump that lead right back up.
It was a good hard point as Crim keeps the kills going. Kismet, though, 27-24. That's Crim at 28 and 22 as these boys are absolutely cooking here in map number 1. Rotations down, over the barn we go. Paul still roaming the middle of the map, absolutely slaying his way through the LA Thieves. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get closer to the hard point. Hydra, though, oh no, there's only one left, it's Kismet. Out of the point he goes, into the trouble he gets, and man alive, that's the break. Thieves are in.
And I'll keep it a buck. If you told me that Hydra would only have 13 kills this deep in the game, and they still had a 30-point lead, I would call you crazy, but hey, they're still making this work, still outslaying because of everybody else. Crim again on a 3 spree. They are locking this down.
Again, the super soaker Kismet, 1 minute 45 on the hard point. As Thieves, the contest is still alive. They get the kills, they get the break. If they can get a few more out of this one, there's a solid 15 seconds to be had here. LaRue, smooth moves, finds himself another one.
Hello.
Hello. Excuse me, madam. I'm trying to win a gunfight. And there it is, Octane sliding in the battle, finding those kills. Back towards the river we go.
I mean, this is through the corpses, this is creating the corpses, and this is winning the gunny on rotation.
Yeah.
Paul for 2, Kismet for the clearance, and talk about a way to break through on river. They are now just flying at LA.
The Drazah still in back L, so he's in a position now to contest his point. Crim tagged up, Kenny through mid-map, keeping things interesting right now for the LA Thieves. You've still got numbers on point. If Kismet gets brought down, that's good. Yes, now the Thieves in a spot to set up and try to grab the time.
I mean, how good are the nades? We've already seen one from Kismet on this hill, but Octane right now looking a little safe. It's actually Crim getting back down and now Envoy trying to roam out and cause the problems. But another teammate comes through. Maybe the opener for Hydra, or maybe Octane gets tagged just enough to send in Kiz to get the job done.
Oh man, there's one player you want to send in to get the job done is Kismet right now. Frying 207, 185 and climbing for the LA Thieves. They are not out of this yet. Envoy on a 5 spree. As the LA Thieves now line up for the 3rd and final set of hard points here in the opening map, and Bocage has been a banger as per usual.
And man, for the first time in a long time, pretty much the entire map, LA Thieves on this hill may actually be able to take the lead. It has been a slow climb, but now Envoy on a 5. He has the opportunity to flank. You see, he gets shut down. Of course, it's Kismet that drops him. And York on a hill where things could get spicy. The kills now going their way, cascading in their favor, and they're making sure to keep that control.
Yeah, pressure's on now mid-map. You got to go big, LA Thieves. You're running out of time. Here comes Kenny on the flank. A massive moment now for him. Tags are in, not able to get the shots. His teammates now get involved, but is it enough? As Kenny's got to try to win another big fight. No, we can't get it done. Subline is still maintaining control. That's a big one. They retain the map. They're going to get the next 20 seconds if everything goes their way.
Just keep them out of the hill and make sure you do not lose these spawns. That is the key to success for the New York Subliners. Still towards back river, so it should be a free and clear rotation over towards this P2. And it might not end there. It could go one more, but Subliners certainly want to try to lock this one down. It's going to be Envoy up top, maybe causing those problems. But either way, they get to the hill first. Envoy's going to fall. This could be it.
This could be it. And if this isn't it, it's a minute 16 on the game clock. Here we go. Octane trying to find it. Paul, he's on the barrel spot. A premium position of being right now to soak this one up. As it's starting to look good. As the Subliners now, it's the victory lap. As they've got mid-map control, the kills are there. You gotta go! LA Thieves make the run forward! Anyone there to get the contest? Yes, but no! It's Kismet from up high! As the shots are good, Envoy brings him down, spawns are close, and in a New York minute, they take map number 1.
And Miles, I gotta say, How many times are we gonna watch Kismet in Respawn be top kills, top damage, top objective time? He does it all. We're watching him get the nade kills, and honestly, the way the timings have been going, I swear, he might be the player to watch if you want to learn how to play this game. He has been an absolute menace. And I'd say through stage 4 in New York, we're what, 13-2 in hardpoints. He is without question the main factor why.
Yeah, hardpoint being the name of the game for the Subliners to help get them this far. It was a massive difference maker for them. The lead here in this grand finals. They're on the cage. Now, Chance, the start of this series is an interesting one. We'll come back to that later. But now the stats. Kismet, sweet mother of God, 41 and 34.
Hey, dude, I thought the last time we saw this scoreboard, maybe that would have been the most impressive Kismet performance, well, to open up the grand finals. Maybe it's this one, man. 14 objective kills. He is leading in every single statistical category except for what? The non-traded, which Crim took over. And I mean, hey, gotta give credit to him as well. The one time they actually lost a hard point this entire tournament, it was on aBeZy, and it was because guys like Crim just had a slow start, but the walkout, so much more serious, which means the gameplay will be on point.
I mean, he had a slow start in the game, but in that first walkout, man, he was hitting pace down this ramp, getting towards that main stage. I tell you what, here we go though, look at the highlights there from map number 1 as the New York Subliners take the lead here in this grand finals. The LA Thieves, not their map of choice, Chance, let's face it, because the opener here was definitely one of New York's faves.
Yeah, this is without question how this map 1 was expected to go. LA Thieves have banned it, 70-something% of the time. It has been their auto veto, and they've only played it once in like the past 3 stages, so make no mistake, New York, when they were doing the pick and ban, it was obvious to make sure they were going to get the bocage through.
Yeah, for the LA Thieves fans back home, don't worry, this map number 1 loss is nothing to be too surprised at. But either way, good form coming into this one. Again, Kenny and Drazah, fantastic performances to get them to this grand finals. And as far as the kills go, I mean, at this point in the game, so close. Look how even the stat line was for almost everyone on the LA Thieves. I came into this one expecting this to be much more of a solo show. Way more individual performances, those superstar runs. But no, LA Thieves bringing it all together, good looking on the teamwork, just not able to close it out there in map number 1.
And I would still say an important thing as well, right? Just the fact that Hydra, a bit of a slow start. Well, hey, you got him to map 2, and towards Desert Siege we go. Now, this is actually a pretty solid map for both teams, but honestly, LA, as of late, especially in Search and Destroy, have been on a tear, so it's an important one for them to get. They get the Berlins after this. Obviously, the Berlin hardpoint was a banger between these two teams, but I'm looking at that Berlin control. I'm surprised. That is the only thing that threw me off coming into this, that New York actually bans the Tuscan control instead, because earlier on Berlin, they got 3-0 smacked around just a little bit, but hey, they're gonna run it back, so we'll see if Subliners have something cooked up for there. But so many of these maps throughout this series, honestly, could be a little bit 50-50. I know New York have had the edge in hardpoint, but after that, it is incredibly difficult to predict.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting final. Whatever happens, again, looking for those hard points to go the way of the Subliners, and everything else basically up in the air. The LA Thieves, though, current form to get them this far in the competition, nothing to be sneezed at. Finally starting to see them fulfill the potential that we've seen all year long. Octane, unbelievable work with the sniper. And again, as far as the highlights go, Chance, big hits here on Desert Siege.
And what a phenomenal stat to have. I absolutely love it. So, I mean, man's nearly dropping a 2 with a boomstick in hand. And you already know guys like Paulehx on this map will absolutely turn it into a battle. Desert Siege can be, certainly a chess game, and I know Subliners will be happy to play it, right? We've seen in them in moments where they're dealing with glide bombs, they're dealing with all sorts of problems, and they come out on top and they deliver. Well, LA Thieves are going to be a team to put the pressure on, and LA Thieves also a team that looking for that very quick bounce back. It'll be important for them.
We'll see. Almost ready to go. Here now into map number 2 of this grand final. Desert Siege, Search and Destroy is now upon us. Look out for big snipes, highlight reels, indeed. As our friends over at AIM Labs have certainly enjoyed the show we have been putting on with the big old car 98K. Here we go, an opportunity for the LA Thieves to level up the series right here.
And it'll be interesting to see their approach on offense, right? A couple standard things. Crim is the guy that likes to play the bottom right side of the map. He runs that tower, and you want to attack him, you want to attack the top side of the map where Paulehx is going to roam, and this is what Octane's going to be looking for. Maybe see if he can catch Crim off guard.
That's an Envoy, and that's a first blood. Kismet. Straight into the kill feed.
This is a quick readjustment. Look where they're going. into the line of fire, and Octane maintains it. Funnily enough, that's actually the B side more open. You got options for this 3v3.
All misses, but Octane does not. 3v3 now. And Hydra, he's winding up for the hit. He's got no idea that Drazah is so close to him. Meanwhile, on the flank, Kismet trying to be the man to basically win the map for his boys and bring a brief moment. But for now, here comes the hit.
I mean, he's got it for free. The question is, do you actually check this spot? Octane will be posted, or maybe he'll actually move. The timing could be beautiful for the freebie, but
oh my God,
the bomb has gone down. God. He didn't go all the way around, and they're able to take him down. The flank gets dealt with. 2v3.
One problem dealt with now, looking towards the middle of the map. There's going to be red dots all around the place. Kenny, head down, makes a run for it. Octane levels it up, and now it is a 1v3 Hydra. What do you have in store? We're less than 30 seconds on the clock.
I mean, hey, they got first blooded, and just every single adjustment for LA Thieves on point, and nothing you can do. Hydra, he's going to go for maybe the old college try.
Oh, wait a minute.
See if he can get flashy, but you're just looking for the kills. No hope of clutching this round.
I mean, look, if he picked that bad boy up and managed to rip LaRue off that one, I'd have been screaming. But for now, the round is done. The LA Thieves, man advantage. Round is theirs.
And just again, just clean adjustments on the outset, right? Paulehx misses with a one shot. That is the opener, and I know Kismet, when he watches that one back, is going to be disappointed because we saw how free it was, but it was for sort of the half cut instead of all the way around, and ends up getting great coverage. So the LA Thieves teamwork hang off in that round, but now the Subliners turn to attack.
2 for Kenny, 2 for Octane. Not bad for a guy that dropped double donuts not too long ago, man. Octane has had a wonderful turnaround in the Search and Destroy game mode, finds himself here in the grand finals, and man, can he catch a snipe or two? Spots Hydra. There's plenty of players out there. Oh, but Crim cuts him down. First blood.
Fancy angle, fancy death. Another first blood from New York Subliners, and they still have the intel on Hydra, but the nades don't connect quick enough, and this is just time ticking down.
Oh, it's Crim trying to provide the covering fire. Drazah's going to be right back there just to pin him down. Kismet from up top. Waiting for any kind of cue from the teammates. Envoy wins a big one there. So Hydra now drops out. Back over to Crim. And the shots are in. But once again, he and Drazah can't get it done. Paul now on the back line as Kenny is stuck on through. It's a 2v2 with 15 seconds on the clock. And Kenny finds it. That's 4 in a row now. Can Kismet get anything done? He's going to go big. And he's pulling out all the spots. Oh, no! That is it. There is not a whole lot you could do.
Are you not entertained? Kismet with a cheeky smile right there for the cheeky spot. I mean, hey, TSD has known about it for a hot minute. We've been saving it for the important moments. Welcome to the finals.
I mean, look. Back in 1945, you know, buildings weren't made of that tougher stuff. If you can see it, you can probably wallbang it.
And that FMJ on the MP40. Oh, my God. Does it hit?
Well, there we go. We level up the series at Kismet now. He's feeling very bold indeed. Maybe able to manage to catch a player or two here, as mid-map will be all his. He does have Envoy above him, so the Invader is there, but for now, we'll see what happens.
I mean, this is the pure battle of timings.
Oh, wow.
Who's going to get that win in the middle of the map? Or maybe who hits the snipe, the best KD for a reason? LA Thieves finally get a first blood, but instantly traded out.
Kismet now trying to peek his way through and just catch anyone now from the LA Thieves out and about in the many dunes of Desert Siege. Octane at the back. Oh my God. Kismet snuck through. Catches the kill. Trades are immediate though, as Drazah now finds one more, and Crim, the GOAT, the Mountain Dew featured player, finds himself in a 1v2.
Well, they haven't read this at all. He's chucking the nade, but he's chucking it away from the middle of the map, so I don't think they're going to read this flank. Octane, though, starts playing aggressive. You get your sniper to take the bomb, or maybe just let Drazah protect.
Oh my God, Crim might have set himself up for the round here. There's Drazah. The damage is dealt. Octane now. A single bullet is all he's going to need to bring Crim down. The bomb planted, the 1v2 situation now. The glint of the scope. The tags are there. Octane has to back up.
This should be it. You have him pinned down. You got nades coming through. You've got the snipe to force him back. Just play mistake-free, and LA Thieves should be able to get this clutch. Maybe try to make a move through the middle of the map, but you just have to shred one player. You got to look for the insta-kill.
Has no idea where Octane is. Trying to slide out, make a bit of noise. 20 seconds. Onto the bomb site, he's now made it. As Crim, step by step, inch by inch, finds himself here. And there's a big old tag, but it's going to take more than that. There's the 40 there from Octane. gives the Thieves the round, and they take the lead.
And honestly, right, I was thinking Crim was going on that flank and LA Thieves wouldn't have been able to make the read, but the place they were planting the bomb for, you saw how aggressive Octane was getting just to sort of flip the map on its head. So that is a perfect play call in Desert Siege. LA Thieves not making a mistake, and for the moment, Octane is sort of dominating that sniper battle. Paulehx right now just sitting at 1 and 3. I will say though, I don't know if you want to let New York get this bomb down at B. You got cheeky spots you got to deal with. It's never a fun retake. They love to be aggressive, and look at how Thieves are playing with it.
Crim is thick. Aggression now as the Thieves. They've got B-bomb site completely covered. Bodies are up. Envoy trying to find something as Octane has been the man with the sniper. Paul on the other side, not nearly as much. Nerves again, maybe. This is his first major grand final appearance. Kenny with the first blood.
Another first blood for LA. Again, you get the man that has the hot hand over towards outer. I mean, look, York Subliners have the middle of the map. There's no bombs in the middle of the map.
No chill. We're at negative chill. As I think Drazah, Hydra definitely heard that one, took care of him. 3v3. Jesus, New York.
3 versus 2. Man advantage, bomb down.
Here comes Octane. Never going to spot Kismet in this position. Trades are there, 1v2. You got at least a tiny idea of where these players are, but are you going to make this read? Are you going to make this read? Are you going to check this one? I don't know if it's going to happen, and I will be hesitant to say if at that moment in time the 5th man may have helped out. It's hard to tell, but either way, we're at 2-2.
There is a 5% chance that play works online. I'm dropping that to about 0 that it works on land. Fortunate situation to be sure, and an interesting idea from Octane. Things tied up 2-2. Nice little round 2, right? You get first blooded, you bounce back.
Going the distance here on Desert Siege. Kenny 6 and 3, not bad looks from him whatsoever. Nope, no one's there, Ken, don't worry, brother. Mid-map now we go and Paul. The stuns don't land. And this is an aggressive round out. The Subliners on defense. They're flying forward. Hydra's going to get taken care of quick. Envoy's going to get the plant down. Advantage LA Thieves.
And he has been on point with the first bloods. And for this 3 versus 4 retake, you're praying for a pick. He knows he's there, but the angle, you think Drazah plays S&D8, he knows he's safe.
Yeah, he knows he's well safe. That can't be banged, and he takes care of Crim as well. That's huge. Paul, though, is going in. Catches the ankle. No more kills to be had now. Is this a 1v3? Kismet, what have you got in the tank? Nothing. Thieves win.
Taking him out with the sniper. Clean shot from Octane. Another first blood for LA, and now their advantage in this game. Perfect angle, perfect coverage. Kismet, his only play is to fly into a pinch, and that round right there, reaction time from Envoy. Making sure he gets the trade on Drazah. Efficient work for LA, but now that New York is back on the attack, I think it's a similar situation for LA where you have to play aggressive on this B site. Even when they did, the late round adjustments on the attack for New York were on point, but I feel like spots like that from Kismet, how aggressive they be, it forces your hand, and they're meeting up at B.
Here we go. Wow, good tags on the Hydra, but not enough to get the kill. Here comes Kenny now, clean him up. That's going to be another one, 2v3. Hydra with the immediate recovery in the bomb, taken clean care of. Big shots at a Paul. Makes it a 2v2.
He brought the gunny, but LA Thieves are being aggressive all over the map. Drazah also up in your face, and now Paul, feels pinned back in spawn. Players for LA are split. You can pick them off one by one.
Now Paul's doing this with dead silence activated, so he will not be making any noise whatsoever. Will Drazah notice this as he takes a little look towards mid-map, and that is an unfortunate bit of timing. Will now the gunny prevail? As Paul still in this 1v2, 45 on the clock.
And now it's perfect. You just get Octane to watch over Drazah. They can group up together. And at least you are able to pick up this bomb. Maybe get the picker.
Oh!
Just get gone.
Okay. That would have been the tiniest of margins, the littlest of the back of his head to catch that shot. Big one from Octane, and here it is. Damn.
Has he missed a shot?
I don't know.
Octane has been pretty on point. Again, 1.73 with the sniper. I mean, he's getting first bloods left and right. He's getting the final kills in rounds. And again, you pointed out the double donuts right now. He's playing like a monster.
He's eating 6 and 2. I mean, you called it out, way back at, I think, kickoff. You don't miss. 4-2 now, LA Thieves with the lead, looking now to stretch the lead even further as Hydra over towards the A bomb site, and Envoy is heavily tagged. Paul the first blood. Kismet now getting in the fight. Good trades coming through. 3v2 advantage Subliners.
Get the kill and get out, but still that 2 versus 3. And And you see an automaton on quite a few of these New York players, and you're checking the angles. You know where he is, and you're able to drop him. Crim gets his second. And Envoy left by his lonesome, and he is in a triangle.
He's so surrounded. And there it is. Subliners, calm resolve.
And this aggression on defense from both of these teams has been on point. We've already seen from New York, you don't want them playing on B, and now even New York on defense, just flooding up the train side of the map. So it's LA Thieves on D, want to stay on theme. They were very aggressive to attack this B-bomb site last time. I don't think Envoy is going to be able to use the same corner again, so you need to pull out a different strat. And it looks like LA Thieves are keeping things a little bit mixy.
We might be hitting A, but there's a lot of players now through mid. Subliners are in. They truly are inside mid. The whole team is here. Kismet will be spotted through the window. Drazah opening shots, opening kill. And what do we had as Crim levels it up, 3v3.
You trap them all in, though. This is a situation. We talked about the triangle. Envoy, though, he got spotted. New York knows.
Oh, here he goes. He got spotted, though, but are you going to make anything of it? Oh, it's awkward. Hydra, they double back. They screw the timing up on that one, and that's an easy kill. Now over to Kenny and Octane. Octane's popped himself a dead silence. He's making his moves now. However, New York still with the bomb in hand.
And how quickly can you get this down before LA Thieves get the information? It is one man at either site. But as soon as you make a little bit of noise, the rotation's going to come through. And now Kenny, he knows that his bomb down. And Octane can come support him. LA Thieves have grouped together for a 2v3 clutch.
Kenny calls in the big gun, and Octane's here. Hydra with the recovery. Bomb now in hand. They're making their way across map, but that's where Kenny comes into play. He might be in that top tower spot, able to see Hydra on the transition here. You have all bases covered right now for the LA Thieves. This is a solid setup with 20 seconds left.
It's the same thing on defense. One man for either cross. Octane the man getting nice and close. And
oh my God.
Duty timing at its finest.
Oh my God. The barrel obscures the view, and Paul manages to slip on through mid-map. Here we go. Stay down, Paul. You have no idea how much trouble you're in.
And Kenny gets to move into position. Octane's got him pinned down. Kenny gets to move. The freedom on the map is there. And now a 1 versus 2 from Hydra. Bomb down, but this is so much time. How good is your timing?
Kenny, now you have to cover Octane as the move comes in. There's the hip fire. Oh my God. Timing is good, but it's still a 1v1. Kenny making the moves, and he's so close. But Hydra! That is a devastating 1v2. To equalize.
Practice your snakes at home. They will win you rounds. Perfectly played from Hydra. And honestly, even for LA Thieves, there's almost nothing you can do in that situation. Octane with the pistol. He's not hopping the bomb. He is waiting for that chow, but Hydra woke up a little bit after that map 1. He brought the strap, and now that was 4 in a row in a 1v2 clutch. Just to even those odds.
Tied up. Leading towards the A-bomb site right now for the LA Thieves. They haven't made too many moves there. We've seen the plant come down previously, but Octane once again remains with that sniper in hand. He has been effective with it. He has cut off that B side of the map mostly for the New York Subliners, but for now, Crim's going to square up on that side of the map.
And keep in mind, for New York Subliners, how aggressive they played on the last defensive round. You had LA Thieves turtle up a little bit. This play for pick style.
Paul.
Strike 1.
Another bit of a whiff. Kismet, though, does not. At that range, it'd be hard to. As Paul has managed to let that player Drazah get that bit closer with the bomb.
Envoy found a route, by the way. He got in a little bit close. Talk about routes. Hydra's going to pounce. Hydra with the free kill. Man advantage. He's on a 5, and Envoy gets caught again. He just gets spotted. Hydra shuts him down, and Octane for the 1v3. And you want to feed Hydra this kill.
There he goes.
Look at this.
He's going in.
Perfect.
He's going in! He gets it. Map point. Subliners.
I mean, just feed him at this point. Why don't you? They spotted Octane on the cross. The stun lands at his feet. Hydra gets sent in. And one more round, and you got a glide bomb to make it happen. I don't know if this is the time. They are so on point with their aggressive B plants, but that A-bomb site looks so sweet, wide out in the open.
Oh, clear skies, good flying conditions, that glide bomb. We will see. It's a 7 spree for Hydra, and he is feeling himself now.
This has to be homework. They've just dominated the middle of the map so many times. They're playing around it. and they've been successful. Here comes Glide. They have the middle of the map.
And they've got it. If you run inside to hide, you're in trouble. Hydra lands at least one on a Kenny. Good night. We'll see you in the next map as Hydra gets it going. Here's the quick plant now in a 4v2.
I mean, Envoy or Octane, someone's got to make the big play. The flank coming through. Well, there's number one. 3 more to go.
I mean, I may have prematurely called this one. Kenny may well be found in that round 11. Oh, my word.
2 more.
Hydra's done. The silver bullet for that monster lands, and now to Kismet on the outside of the bomb site. He's been there so many times. 2v2. Crims on the other side. Will he watch this? Oh, my God. Octane makes it that bit more interesting. It's now Kismet from behind. It's now a 1v1. This is it to stay alive. And who else other than Kismet to close the round out? My God. What a closer that was.
At this point for Kismet, it truly feels like destiny. That was a 2 versus 4 where Thieves are picking them apart, making the big plays in Octane. I mean, dear Lord, he truly does not miss.
Oh my God.
The ego on that man.
Also though, the brain. He eyes up Octane, waits a second or two because you know Envoy's going to make that close play. He's the guy running a sub. He gets that little bit closer. You wait until he's in that kill range, you pounce, and you give him the teeth. What a play from Kismet. 2-0 in the series.
And look, man, how many times on offensive rounds did New York Subliners just dominate the middle of the map and make plays off of it? Even in 3 versus 4s, they were making those clutches. And then funnily enough, you were thinking about glide bombs for the post plan. Instead it is, hey, we have all of the indoors on the map. You call on that glide, it's a freebie. You get the intel on Drazah, and you just put yourself instantly in a 4 versus 2. I know it got spicy, but hey, 12 and 7 from Drazah, the 2-piece from Kiz delivers. And that's got to be a painful one for Thieves, because that is prime Octane with the sniper right there, and it wasn't enough to get the win.
I mean, he was hitting World Stars, but it's just not enough, as there we go. The New York Subliners starting this Grand Finals off fantastically. Now we get to the Berlin portion of this Grand Finals matchup. We're going to be playing Control in just a moment, but Chance, so far, I think everything's going to plan as far as the New York Subliners camp's concerned.
Well, I mean, part of their plan was to let Berlin Control through. They banned Tuscan instead. And it kind of confuses me. I know LA Thieves have been frying on Tuscan as of late, so maybe that's sort of the reason why. But earlier, LA, they hit him with the hot 3-0. So if that's their game plan, I want to see what they're going to switch up and make sure they're actually capping both the points, because last time they got slaughtered over at B.
Well, we'll see if that happens again. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a very quick commercial break here. We're going to continue this Grand Finals here at Major 4 in just a brief few moments. Absolute madness here in the King's Theatre in Brooklyn as we continue deep into the night. This Grand Finals will continue up next. Berlin Control, just on the other side of this break. Don't go too far.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Map 3 of this grand finals is moments away, but before we get to that one, a little bit of housekeeping to do. Very excited to share with us, of course, the scuff play of the game, Madness. They're on Desert Siege, as of course the New York Subliners chance. They take a 2-0 lead into this series in front of this crazy crowd. Scuff play of the game.
I mean, hey, look, there is a spot like this on pretty much every single S&D map, and, well, Kismet just showing off it. Sometimes walls, floors, whatever, just don't exist. You can just shoot right through that bad boy, not a problem. And the entire time, I'm thinking he's playing the light man to jump out and fly. Well, if he does that, he might have flown out into death. As soon as he starts shooting at the ground, Envoy and Kenny know, oh, this is chalk. We are not winning this round, and, hey, this is why you save it for the big moment. Again, that cheeky little smile.
He's feeling himself from
damn smile.
Good reason. It all started with that damn smile. He's loving it right now. Again, Kismet's family in the crowd, nervously been watching him throughout the entire tournament, and now they find themselves in this grand final in front of the absolutely packed out King's Theater here in Brooklyn. As we now get ready to dive into map number 3, Berlin Control. Now, this has not been a good one for the New York Subliners chance by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, okay, so the Bocage hardpoint, that is like a clear-cut advantage for New York. The Desert Siege, in my mind, kind of 50-50. Obviously, they clutched up. They're getting the glides, but going into this control, it is clear-cut advantage to the LA Thieves, at least specifically on Berlin. And you already see Octane. He has been on point. The shot was perfection in the map, too. And in that main AR battle on Berlin, on this map, Crim right now has about a .77. I think Octane might be looking to take full advantage of that. But again, coaching staff, for New York, they have the option to ban it. They chose to play it. There has to be a reason why. See what they can do.
Again, in a best of 9, it's very much a marathon and not a sprint. But if you can win all 5 to get the job done fast and get out of here and grab a slice of pizza or 2, hey, we'll take that as well. But here we go now into map number 3 here in the grand final. And Berlin has had its fair share of crazy moments here on Vanguard. Who knows what the hell we've got in store for us now. Let's get it.
They got to defend that more important point first. It is going to be 8 men all over here. Kismet only takes down 1, but that should be enough to already stop this push or at least slow it down. Nice job on just the opening break. Subliners taking care of business.
Strong lead in the kills department now as well. Subliners winning out those opening fights. Over towards the B side of the map we go. Kismet's going to be the first man in. Drazah. The gun was up just that little bit quicker, and now they're going to start to get the capture. 59 seconds. The clock is paused while somebody captures the point. If you get the job done, it's an additional minute.
In number 7, Drazah, by the way, he's already over late flanking towards A. Drazah is one of the best, if not the best in the world at causing problems on A while his team is slow capping B. He does get shut down there, but that is always something to look out for. Drazah will constantly just try to nip at your heels to make those plays, and of course,
my, what?
He loves these stairs.
Loves those stairs. Really great stairs. I know stairs. Paul's got a little bit of trouble now to deal with in the form of Octane. Guns are up. Kenny in from behind. What a kill that was. Now we're going to see the afterburners hit as Kenny's going to make a run for it. Subliners are on the hunt, trying to catch him out. Here goes the B zone, and Kenny is still frying. That's an additional minute added to the clock. A single zone remains. Kenny is now gone.
I mean, one thing for Kenny, by the way, who has obviously been fantastic through this tournament, I think I've heard him say something effective like, hey, man, I've been thinking too much. I just need to come out and fry. So he has been pushing the pace. He has been lights out. Hey, another 3-piece. His, like, 4th of the tournament, his 3rd on the day. Bulldog provides.
He does indeed. That was all bite, no bark on that sneaky plays. The kills keep going, the Subliners retain the life lead now. A minute 20 ticking away as the entirety of the LA Thieves have been forced to make their way through mid-map. They're going to find those kills. Over towards the backside of the A side we go. Hydra might be able to catch a player or 2. Octane finds himself in a bit of a sandwich. And here we go. You're onto the point.
I mean, it's 2 players on point. I know they're getting pinched from both sides. So right now, Crim trying to trap him in, but that's a tick that's gone by. These are the important gunfights to win. Crim gets the first, but the trades are there. Now you don't have to worry about the flank. Now you get the clearance on the point. And for LA Thieves, there you go.
Drazah going to hold this line down. Second segment gone. They're stacked in. 3-man. It is done. The round is over. Throw in the towel. LA Thieves take it.
Dude, they are just so good on Berlin control. It is like clockwork. So many times where they're going on these flanks, nipping at their heels, waiting for that big play, that big moment. As soon as they get delivered, this setup on the point is always perfect. That is where their teamwork shines. And that is just an efficient first round. Now LA Thieves get it going on the defensive end where they're the best team in the game on defense. They are like hyper successful and not just defending A, which is tricky, but even defending B. They could do it on both sides. So Subliners maybe just play it a little bit safe, go for the slow capture over towards B and avoid getting pinned in your spawn.
They're gonna do what they can to make sure that no one hits that spawn. That's Crim's job right now. Mission failed, we'll get him next time. As Envoy now, he is hitting the wrap. Number 7, Drazah's gonna be posted up, and Envoy now, the Reaper, finally dealt with by Kismet. Unfortunate timing, but you still keep the capture going at B. A single segment in. Oh my God, Kenny, he's alive, son. Kenny, nearly the 2-piece.
In, out and around. Not fun to deal with in LA Thieves, keeping that pressure on the train side of the map. Clinical work so far on defense, but obviously that B zone should be captured. Add the minute to the clock. This is plenty of time for New York to work with. You get to test the metal and see exactly how good LA Thieves defense is.
Yeah, this is a much more conservative attacking round from the New York Subliners. Slow and steady, gets rid of B. Kills are very even right now as they're going to try to make their way forward. Lovely shots out of Hydra there. Paul now joins him as well. The numbers for the LA Thieves starting to thin out. This is an opportunity to make your way forward, but Drazah finds himself a 2-piece, and now he's still alive. You must deal with him. And Kenny! You got to deal with both of them. They made their way forward, and that advantage is now gone for the Subliners.
And the teammates
oh
get
my
help
God.
in the gun he delivers.
Dude.
17 YYs in a nice little reposition, both guns in hand. That Prisma 2 opens up a little bit, but he gets traded. Important gunfight. You gotta clear out Kenny.
Kenny is, how bold can you be? It's a 5 spree now, a sensational run. Kismet gets him to the point, and all of a sudden Hydra's there to back him up. We were getting all excited over Kenny, we missed the mid-map, and oh my good God, the clock has stopped, the life count is even, and Kenny may be on a 5, but they're capturing A.
Oh, he's waiting, so patient though. He knows they were looking for him, and he has just dragged their attention away. Kismet kept hopping off the time just to look for him, so now the reinforcements are in. This is 2 ticks gone by, but honestly, just Kenny in that moment, staying alive, such a heads-up play.
They're still in control for the LA Thieves. A single segment remains. Paul's on the deepest of widest flanks he could possibly be, but the LA Thieves know that. The spawns have got weird, so look towards the back. A minute 13 remaining, 9 lives for the attack.
And they're looking for Paul, too. Obviously, when Drazah spawns up in fire, he knows someone's on the flank. Well, they just found him. Kenny still has got that bit shut down. And the players for New York are trying to work their way in, but they simply cannot find it. And what can Kenny find? Well, he just got the glide.
He is absolutely destroying the Subliners right now. He is seemingly unstoppable. The 5 lives remaining now, as Kenny will simply take them all. This is prime Kenny gameplay right now, man. He has had a brilliant tournament.
Well, you shut him down. That opens up the map again.
Oh,
you just need 1 tick, but well, you don't have any more lives to work with, and they are crumbling 1 by 1. 3 players to try to get this single tick. They have grouped up together. And hey, if Kismet can pop another 3-piece, that is all you need. Easier said than done, though, and Octane just shuts them down.
Hydra trying to stay alive. Pressure's on, kills are good. Somehow, but no, it's a 1v8 as Crim. If you manage to keep Hydra alive there, maybe the round goes a different way, but now it is Operation Find Crim and take care of him. Surely now the round will come to a close. Great work, LA Thieves.
And I'm not kidding, man. To backtrack to talk about that play from Kenny when he's on the 5 spree outer trains, players feel the pressure in that moment. If my team just died, there are players on the point. I need to go help them. Kenny makes the heads-up play. Kismet was juggling the point on those outer steps, waiting for Kenny to make that push, but Kenny just holding it like a stone, and I mean, he's turned that into a glide. He buys enough presence for his teammates just so they can respawn and get back in the mix. That is a super heads-up play by the guy that is 16-9.
16-9 with the glide. We'll see if this Rolling Stone continues, because you know a Rolling Stone doesn't gather any moss. Kismet, he ain't a gardener, but he's dug a grave there for Kenny. Kismet finding another as he's opening right now from the Subliners on defense. Unbelievable, and they need it, because this is map point.
And this might be the setup, by the way, to try to be dominant on defense, right? You get Kismet in the back line, able to flank whenever he wants. LA Thieves, look at LA Thieves, they're making the play, they're going through fire. Again, they like to be annoying, they like to go for the attempt. Now, New York are technically reading this, but you have battles all over the map.
I mean, he's doing the best he possibly can with the 40 at that range. Hydra now manages to hit the flank, picks up the automaton, rips the pair. However, though, you still have to worry about Kenny being sneaky on the other side of the map. That's done. Octane, though, now with the avenue to make his way forward. The spawn lane is open. Here comes the aggression, but you're running into Crimsix, and Porter ain't letting them through.
It's just so clean on defense, too. Those reads are not easy to make, but they hold strong. There was so many opportunities for players on LA to make a little bit of motion over towards A, but they do end up getting shut down. You can see how much New York wants to defend this point. And guys like number 4, Crim, on the minimap, he is just stationary watching the flank because of how LA Thieves love to play. And just that style allows you to capture B so slowly. Such a difficult team to play against on Berlin.
Silence will fall across the map for a few moments while we capture B. Yeah. The gameplay may be quiet, but y'all ain't. Here we go. Octane's got eyes on a couple of players trying to make their way out of spawn. Hydra, he might peek this fight. Crim is chilling. I mean, Crim's controller might be disconnected. We have no idea, but here come the rest of the Thieves. It's Envoy, it's Kenny, and they're going to be hitting it. Here we go. Right into the fight as Crim gets into it, but it's too little, too late. Onto the A zone you go. Big wins and a pull. Big fights. Not enough to get the job done. And here we go. Kismet on the defense, and there we have it. Breathe a sigh of relief. Subliners retain control.
Well, 55 seconds left in the round, so LA Thieves more opportunities to attack, and they get the first blood on this engagement, but obviously not a ton of map pressure. Hydra, in the meantime, is on a 4, so trying to get that hot hand and match Kenny as well. Doesn't last long. The trades come through, but for both teams, LA Thieves have at least opened up the train side of the map, but obviously it's mixy. It is still not easy, but hey, they've cleared it out. This might be it to hit it from the front.
Drazah can catch these players out coming through mid. This could be huge. He's not going to check it. He's going to win that fight. That's good enough for now, but you have an opening. Onto the point we go. Envoy, wow, tip of the spear. He flies forward. Kenny backing him up.
Oh, they got
at least one player on, but massive win from Paul.
And they got them all. Now it's just in the front. This could be a stack 2, maybe make it 3 men. The Paul wins the pick, but so does Octane. That's number 2. You don't have the time to play. You jump through the window. You get put in the wall. Now the glide bomb coming through. They have just shut this down.
Oh my
Perfect on Berlin.
God.
6-0 round count on the day. LA Thieves, how do you do?
I mean, that was the most perfect capture of A you could have asked for, man. LaRue with a big 3 to hold it down. The streaks from Kenny. New York Subliners had nothing there on Berlin.
And look, man, on this map, I mean, Kenny, he just says, I am the highway. I will shut this down. And it's just clinical. I mean, 6-0 round count on the day. You said it right at the top when we were looking at the map picks for the series. It was weird to me that they let Berlin through because LA Thieves, it is their bread and their butter, their wheelhouse. And I know Subliners had a couple interesting rounds, right? They put the pressure on the attack, but in the end, they just get shut down. But now I think from almost this point on, for the most part, it is very 50-50 in terms of like who you would expect to win the map. So now that we're in the Berlin portion, LA Thieves, just a little bit of life, but now it is going to be a battle, even for the Berlin hardpoint. These guys played it earlier today, 250, 235, as neck and neck as it could possibly be.
I mean, right now, this is a very, very important portion of the series for the LA Thieves players to try to get themselves back into this. Highlights now across the board. Beautiful kills, that final 3. We'll see that one from Octane, but Kenny getting involved. Great map awareness. He had one hell of a spree, man. The aggression, the confidence. This is what you're looking for out of Kenny.
And just a little element of teamwork, right? So this is the moment, by the way, again, there was a solid 15 seconds that had gone by for the capture points where Kenny just waits for the kills. But even the start of that spree, remember the moment? It was Drazah in the hallway, picking up kills in train. He gets outside, lays down, and all of that attention gets dragged towards Drazah just for the setup for Kenny to go on a tear. So another one of those moments of just the teamwork on point. Nice little 3 feed right there for Octane. And I mean, again, as soon as you get control of this zone, that is just so easy to hold down. And again, LA Thieves, they will always play that like clockwork. They never let it slip.
Yeah, perfect streak usage out of Kenny as well there. So the LA Thieves a very swift 3-0 to get themselves back into this grand final. As we look at the OoLa thus far, it's a clean 3-0 there on Berlin. We go now to Berlin hardpoint chance. Now this is where things get real spicy. This is where the coin toss is on. This is basically a 50-50 between these two teams, give or take a couple of maps.
I will backtrack just a little bit for the 50-50 sort of style. I will say Gavutu control. I think New York actually have I'll say a distinct advantage because they have been the best team on the offensive rounds on that map with this like full squad. So if you can win offensive rounds on Gavutu, I mean, hey, that's the game, right? Very few can actually pull it off. And obviously for New York, they're hard points, which they're going to love the Tuscan down the line as well. That being said, it's not like any of these are easy. But LA Thieves still down in the series. Want Berlin to be their home, looking for that little bounce back game.
Now, of course, these two teams have already matched up against each other, and we can take a look at how the scoreline went before Chance, and it was, look, a 3-1 victory there in the winners' final. LA, of course, they won that. Berlin control once again. Berlin hardpoint, an absolute nail-biter there. This is the first time they matched up earlier today, 250-235. Desert Siege Search and Destroy didn't come into play there, but we saw how that one went here in the grand finals. Will this be a true rematch Chance, or will we see something different?
Well, I mean, look, I trust Kismet at this point to fry, but to win that 250-235, he had to fry. He dropped 41 kills, had all of that time in the hill. He ended the game with like a 3-piece. So Kismet played like a monster to squeak by for the win. Now, make no mistake, in the Bocage, Kismet, maybe it's just those normal performances where he will be top kills, top objective time, literally Mr. Do-It-All, but you just know even with that level, LA Thieves, they still got that dog in them on this map. We know it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We're loading into Berlin now, getting ready to dive into the next map here in this grand finals. Man, it's been a wild one. But it's good looks for the Subliners so far. They have been nearly immaculate in the run, not only now towards champs, but to this grand final itself. It's still even incredible to think, Chance, that given the situation they're in, what, seemingly months ago, they actually managed to pull this one off. The pressure may be off, but they still want the big win here. And hey, so do the LA Thieves.
I mean, again, that Crim interview, it is quintessential. I mean, obviously, he gets fined for every interview he's done for the past few years, but just for the fact that he's saying, my team cares about champs, I care about the win. He is a single-minded individual. Maybe look for him to bounce it back again. I know on the Berlin control, it's not necessarily in his favor. Well, the hard point, this is where the Subliners have thrived.
We are staying on Berlin, but after this one, everyone gets to put their shoes back on. We're going to travel to a different map, but for now, hard point it is. Here we go. Berlin hard point.
And there's one stat on this map. The team that starts on good side, in this instance, the New York Subliners, on the year have won it about 65% of the time, but through this tournament, it is nearly perfect for the team that gets that early advantage. And well, you can see why it's an advantage. Already Subliners in the hill, collecting all the time. How good is door break? Kenny's looking for third. He might get shut down, but hey, you still get the break. You do it from the hard side, you're feeling pretty good.
Great. Crim actually missed the jump up to the top office window, so now he has got to take the long way around. Will it pay off for him in the kills? We'll see, but Octane now soaked in time. LA Thieves, good opening now. Hydra and Co making their way forward, not able to get too much more. Here comes the attempted break from the Subliners, and it is not good enough. LA Thieves still in control.
And you love it, man. You are fighting from the difficult side, and a guy like Kenny walks up in 2 different lives and fries you and shuts you down. And hey, final 10 seconds. Looks like you'll have number 5, and Octane ends up collecting it. I won't say Subliners free and clear on the rotation. Drazah setting up to hit this late pinch.
Yep, P2, the mail room. Mostly in the middle of the map. Crim's going to get the big wins towards the back. Make sure that rear door is safe. Through the middle, though, we are going to see Octane trying to make his way, and that's where Paul comes into play. Catches a couple on the cross, sees him, does get the kill, though. Kismet front door, they come a-knocking, and they bring him down. 31 seconds now for the LA Thieves. They are looking to get to this point and push that lead further.
Just looking for that first set of kills before we actually jump on this time and make that heavy commitment. So many players stacked up like in this little stairwell, and everybody tagged up. Hydra the first to fall. The trades coming through on the engagement, and just look at the minimap. It is chaos, and now it is Crim, last man standing. He falls. Scrap time to LA, and the rotation might go their way too. Drazah's in the back. He has been spotted. But with the sub, this is not an easy gunfight, and Hydra maybe doing the smart thing. Play the cheeky corner, try to pick up the kills.
So far, fantastic look from the LA Thieves. They've got map control. Over towards the next hard point we now go. Hydra, they've got no idea if he's in this corner or not. There's a big one. Kenny's going to get it. Tracer through, but the boys are now in. Paul's going to be the first man on the point. Wins the fight against Octane. Locks it down. That's all 4 dead. That is massive for the Subliners.
And someone just spawned into the line of sight. I think Drazah literally, as soon as he spawned, Kismet gunned him down. So that is a perfect way to approach this P2. You get the spawns. You get the pressure out Doxin. While he may fall, the reinforcements will be in. 2 men through fire, 2 men through stone. Let's see if LA can get the break.
Trying to make the break now. They get at least one. Envoy starts it. Great heads up. Bloody from Drazah. The timing doesn't seem to matter, though. Through the front, the kills are good. Crim's keeping it going. Octane now from Stone finds himself one. Hydra now getting into the point again, and it's big shots from the French Phenom as he stays alive. 20 seconds now remaining on the point, and the Subliners looking to soak.
And I think Kenny trying to make the late hit to see if he can pick up the scraps. Let's trade it out. Subliners 2 heads up in that moment. Back and forth battle we have, and again, a super well played P3, but towards the next hill we go. LA Thieves, they have spread the map. It'll be Kenny collecting that hill time, and Subliners trying to work their way around, but Drazah's the first man to deal with, and this is an angle that is not fun to fight.
Envoy comes the cross now towards the 4th hard point in the set we go, towards the train side, south side of the map. Depending which side of the tracks you're on, this is a horrible hard point. But for now, we're running it.
This is a thing of beauty, the spread on the map that the LA Thieves has. Octane is running circles inside a train, just slowing him down. This has been 25 seconds completely and utterly uncontested. Now they're making the moves to the point. Paulehx gets them out of time, but the trades are in. The force spree for Envoy right back in the point. This is a nearly perfect P4.
Subliners got nowhere near this hard point yet. Look at the coverage from Envoy, a force spree from him. Brought down now on the wrong side of the map, but here we go, towards the hard point. The closest you've been right now is the Subliners trying to make their way in. Octane posted up, and it is a real slow hit out of New York. They are not willing to get into the fight. Here we go, though. Hydra pounces, brought down indeed.
And that is exquisite Call of Duty on that hill. Every single player from the Thieves rocking the automaton to make it happen. You get that control, you lock it down, and you build yourself a sizable lead. And now the flanks are coming through, maybe to get you out of P5, but as far as the battle stands, LA Thieves haven't read the spawns just yet, but now you swivel your head, turn around, know you haven't pinned down. You can run away with the game in this moment.
And LA Thieves started the season off as one of the best hardpoint teams in the game, and now they are pulling that form right back. This is where the Subliners have been shining all tournament long.
Well, at least they dropped the spawns, right? So LA Thieves can collect this time, but right now it is the slang. Every single person for the New York Subliners, negative. On the flip side, nothing but positivity on this side for Octane. Thinking about the glide. The beams on point. Can't quite get it though, finally. Some life for New York. They were get to the spawns, they get over towards P1, and they are free and clear. All 4 players around train. Right now, down by 90. Let's see what they can do.
Back to P1 we go. A major comeback now has to be on for the New York Subliners. Let's hear how they sound with a quick listen in.
Sam, one shot train, one shot no train. Yo,
Yo, they're gonna be there. Yeah, they're gonna be there. Nice. I'm pushing up fire. Yo, one way post. Envoy post. Envoy post.
No, Envoy's left.
No. Kenny left. Wait, he's from P5.
No, there's 2. From P5, 2. Drazah and Kenny.
Mid-section. Alright, yo, one's here.
Could be secret.
Yo, watch the train. He's in secret class.
D1 Envoy. Back alley, back. D1 close train.
He's coming close train.
You're close then.
No, one more. He's on. No.
Absolute one shot long. You want that?
Yo, missing one.
Let's go.
Yo, yeah, he's on hold.
Gonna show you. Set up for me. We're chilling.
Nice.
I'm trying to dogs, okay? I don't have new.
He's inside red. Yeah.
I'm getting dogs.
Nice, good shit.
I'm in office right now.
Set up now for the Subliners going into the next hard point. They're finding every possible kill they can. Again, your Mountain Dew featured player, Crimsix, trying to rally the troops, trying to lead them in battle here. As we crack the 100-point mark now for the Subliners, LA Thieves, they've got full control of the hard point. Let's hear how they sound with a listen in.
Live on here.
Someone get time for me? We're good. Yeah, we're good. This is huge. Turn, right here.
Top fire, I'll kill him. Low fire, super weak dead.
Good spawn. I've seen again. I'll take that fire.
Zach, I can help. Second for fire.
Let's get a good push.
Use an AD right.
Plant a little fire.
Hold on, Zach. Can I go with you? 2 seconds. Super weak.
I'm low fire. I got Witcher.
Truck.
And man, you can hear it in the comms right now. The LA Thieves full control. They know exactly where the subliners are spawning. They are playing them like a fiddle. That is a 5 now for Octane. That is full control of the hard point, and they are looking to level up the series.
Bro, run them over. GG Smoke. They have just obliterated them. Octane just got a glide. 25 and 12 compared to Crim. 13 and now 24 because he's dying like that. Kenny doesn't need to be on the map for LA Thieves to hold this one down. This has been a clinical Berlin from start to finish. And again, Kenny wasn't even needed towards the end. This has been an unreal game 4. LA Thieves have completely turned that pressure up.
Wait, where did the subliners go? Wait, here's the final contest. We might be able to see something happen here. We're going to force it to another hard point at the very least. But it is 5 seconds until the LA Thieves level up the series. Crim, what have you got? 16 to 25, your Mountain Dew featured player, as he now battles his way towards the point. Subliners are in first. They're going to have to hold it.
I mean, they're going to call it a glide bomb. Hey, at least off respawn, because Crim maybe getting a little bit hot, but you even get the close spawn inside a train, get the glide bomb to fall potentially on their heads, or maybe even the nades to come through. LA Thieves taking the time on this break, and this will be it.
This is it. This is how the break begins. Kenny finds one. Octane with the glide bomb finds it. Now forward into the point you go. It's all coming down to Crim, waiting for the reinforcements to show up. And that is that. What a hard point. LA Thieves. Absolutely decimating.
And what a way to suck the life out of the crowd, too. I mean, from the jump, LA Thieves, it's that thing, man. You start on good side on P1. The advantage is you get there first. LA Thieves, they broke the setup down instantly. Kenny off respawn just returns with another 3 streak. And if you're on the bad side, starting off P1s like that, it's as good as it gets. And on top of the fact that Octane, the entire time, I mean, double positive. The comms are on point. And one thing that you heard in comms is, hey, can someone just grab the time for me? I'm frying these guys. Let me at them. But I don't even know. There's barely a hill where Subliners had a great deal of success. The P4 that we saw the first time around was a thing of beauty. And from that moment, LA, I mean, truly just never looked back. That is 4 players on New York Subliners going negative. 4 players feeling that pressure. Now the series is tied up 2-2. Add just a little bit more.
That's the equalizer. Here in the grand finals, the LA Thieves, they have not run out of steam whatsoever, not to be dismayed by the raging noise of the crowd. Ooh la la indeed. Boccage Search and Destroy now, the midway point here in the series. A chance, again, it kind of feels like it's anyone's game. 6-4 there on Desert Siege was one thing, but for the LA Thieves to bounce back like that, we talk about momentum so much in Call of Duty esports, right? The momentum is in their hands.
And of course, though, going into Boccage S&D, 2 teams in the finals, they're good at nearly every single map. Except this one. Both teams struggling, not the best record overall. So I think it's going to be the conversation. If you're a team expecting to be in the grand finals, you know you cannot have weaknesses. So hopefully these guys have something worked out with how they're going to orchestrate themselves on Boccage. But it'll be an interesting one to watch because not many maps where the situation is like this.
Well, we see what happens. We're going to throw to a very quick commercial break. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, as the marathon continues here at the King's Theatre in Brooklyn. Major 4's grand finals is just getting going. We level up the series 2-2. When we come back, we're playing Search and Destroy on Boccage. Don't go too far.
Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
We now find ourselves at the second Search and Destroy here in this grand finals at the King's Theatre here in Brooklyn, New York. How are we feeling, crowd? You feeling all right? I know your team's down. You know, they lost a big one there, and now we're all leveled up in the series. But we go to Search and Destroy, chance to go back to both cards. It's going to be a fun one. We'll see how this one fares. Now, how are the records so far? Because the player KDs, this is just versus the LA Thieves themselves. The boys don't look too bad.
You know, Kismet overall, he's been pretty solid. I know Hydra's struggling a little bit, but we're going into a Search and Destroy. That is where he popped off on Desert Siege, so maybe looking for the bounce back. But I think really what we've seen so far in this series, that Crim versus Octane battle, Octane has definitely had his number.
Yeah, man, he's really been running it for sure. Crim, though, wants the big win. On the other side of the board, though, now the LA Thieves, big work out of seemingly all of them. Drazah there, the only player above a 1, but only just. Octane, though, we call him the human turret for a reason. They're on Berlin, absolutely rancid.
And obviously the stats are a little bit better because they've won 2 of the 3 respawns, so they've had more time to get in the mix, but they've been trying the entire time. I mean, even in the comms, Octane's on point. He's saying the right things, not just direction to his teammates, but hey, someone grab time so I can go and get these kills, because right now he is putting in some serious work. His sniper was on point enough. Maybe you pull it out on Blokaj. I would not hate to see it at all. I know it's like a very particular thing. You've seen aBeZy do it for a cheeky round here, cheeky round there, but maybe this is the time, man. You can snipe like that. Best sniper KD in the league. You never know.
You never know. Here on Blokaj, again, an unorthodox strategy indeed, but crazier things have happened. Here in the final major of the Vanguard season, it has been a wild, wild ride so far, and we are not quite done yet. Champs is in a mere 2 weeks away. It feels so close indeed, but for these players, the final hurdle before we get to throw up a big bad trophy and hand out some more rings. This grand final.
And, you know, Kismet, a player from the school of Mr. Mid-Map. He will be aggressive even with the bomb. He will be in your face. He will try to make plays, and hey, look already. In their base, he's found his home.
Oh, well, we're in. Kismet, he and Hydra now on the hunt on the inside of bottom grannies. The kill's going to be there. Envoy finds himself a sweet set of stairs, but it's not going to be enough to save him. Kenny, though, now trying to keep things going. 2v2.
Oh, they're in a pinch, but you just found the route to get out. I think they're playing for kills. If they're split, they're going to be looking for him. And, well, Crim just gets caught, and now Kiz knows where one player is. You expect Octane to be towards the back tank, but a 1v2. He's gotten one today. See if he can make some magic happen.
He's had the Thieves number in the 1v2 situations. Will he continue? The answer is a resounding no. It's now the Thieves. Plenty of time to pick up that defuse, let Dead Silence build up. First round goes their way.
And that's as good as it gets. 2 teams, both on offense and defense, happy to be aggressive. I mean, Kenny is over here with the automaton flying out towards the middle of the map. Nice way to play that 2v1. And I think the intel game, we saw a lot of that on the Desert Siege. If these guys clearly have done their homework, we know we see Crim all the time on the God Tank, especially towards the tail end of rounds. Just gets red, gets dropped, and Kenny just continues the slang performance. 3 in the first round.
3-0 for Kenny. 2-2 split, it looks like now from the LA Thieves on the attack. It's going to be a 3-1 there for the New York Subliners. Heavy stack towards the A side of the map. Paul's going to be the low man, watching towards that B street. And Envoy, yep, you dropped that, brother. Here we go.
Well, you got to play for picks if you don't have the bomb. And, well, Paulehx is the one that kicks it off with the first blood. The number of 3v4s we have seen just on the Desert Siege. Feels like anything is possible. And Paulehx getting aggressive. His teammate got picked, but hey, there for the trades. You keep that man advantage, and might have seen that that window was open. He knows someone's going to be looking for him.
He's got eyes on. Here comes Drazah around the corner. Paul's going to wait for it. Looking to turn the 2 into a 3, but now we're towards the A-bomb side we go. Hydra gets himself going. Tags into Drazah, and that is the teamwork the Subliners have had all tournament long. Tied up 1-1.
And funnily enough, Blokaj S&D is actually probably the slowest S&D map in the game, even compared to Siege. Sometimes it comes to a screeching halt, and that is very much around. We're just playing for picks, and Paulehx delivers.
One thing making it to champs, it'll be so much sweeter now for the New York Subliners fans here in Brooklyn to win the major. Their team has hosted. Here we go. New York Subliners now on offense. flying forward. A super aggressive round, but Drazah's going to be there. Trades come through straight away. You never run into one member of the Subliners, seemingly always two.
It's Kenny again, though. You know, just so aggressive with the automaton there for the trades and ended up reading that strat perfectly. So man advantage. LA Thieves, I mean, hey, you got bombed down in the middle of the map. Take your time.
Envoy will be taking his time, chilling here over by the A-bomb site. Thanks, man. Crim and Paul now trying to make their way forward as that bomb just chill in the middle of the map. 50 seconds though, as Crim's going to grab it. Mountain Dew featured player yet to get himself a kill. But here we go. We're geared up. We're ready for the fight. Pick your bomb site.
And LA Thieves players, they are isolated. So you can, if you're working together, play for these picks, but you still got to win that intro. Octane in the tower. This is who they're looking for.
Oh, it is tense. Katie's in behind him now. Less than 30 seconds on the clock. The Thieves, they've got the numbers. Now they really do. Oh my God! Octane rips the pair. Thieves take the lead.
And that might be the last time we see New York send Hydra and Kismet in straight through the center. You see they're using the stun to open up that front door, but they've gotten picked apart twice now. Kenny over there making plays, and obviously Octane towards the tail end delivers. Expecting New York to make those adjustments, and for LA, pick up the bomb and start the round.
Let's see if they do it this time around. Great reads, though, out of the LA Thieves on defense, just for they make this work now on an attacking round. Tags from Paul at great range, but I don't think too much hit. Kismet now finds his corner of the front side of Granny's. Stun checks. Hydra, what a first blood that was. Trey's coming through, though. Kismet now getting into the mix, and all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 3v2. LA Thieves looking to catch one more kill out of this, and Crim, okie dokie. Envoy makes it now a 1v2 from a 1v3. Can he stay alive here on attack?
He's going to take a route reposition, and obviously, you know, from New York, they're worried about the 17,000 corners that are in the bottom of this building, and he's trying to use that to his advantage. He just got great timing on Paulehx. Didn't actually get spotted on the cross.
Oh, he's done it again. He's done it again. Paul didn't see him once again. So now Envoy, closer and closer he gets now to the members of the Subliners. May be able to recover this bomb, and may be able to get a plant going. 40 seconds, an hour in COD terms.
I think you wait. You wait for someone to fall into your lap, and there's the free beat 1v1.
Oh my good God. In the winner's bracket, luck was not on their side, but now for the Subliners, the chase is on. 25, making something happen. As oh my, Envoy, bomb down. Here we go.
He's pushing that pace, man. Paulehx, dude, look, Paulehx is trying to trap him in. See if he can catch him on the cross.
He might be able to do it. From Hay now, over to Hut. Towards the backside of River. Envoy might not check this bad boy. The gun is up! The big cheddar don't miss. Not at that range. Subliners equalize.
And what a read, man, from Paul in that moment, waiting for Envoy to wrap back, and even keeps that L trigger up, waiting for it. So that is a man that just knows how Envoy likes to play. And he's clutch when you need him. 2-2.
You got a feel, though, for the LA Thieves. I mean, that winner's bracket final, how many 1v1s, how many 1v2s, 1v3s did the Subliners get over them? Still, the LA Thieves yet to find the luck. If good timing goes their way, who knows? This search could be real different. Here we go, though. Subliners on attack.
And again, I have to imagine you're going to mix things up at least a little bit. Now they're trying to utilize the nades to find the openings. No bullying from the front. It was not working. And 32 HP. Not enough to take him down. I suppose the intel is nice, but clearly they were tired of Kenny.
Crim. Trying to make something happen over towards the A-bomb side of the map. Kismet with a bomb in hand also going that way. This is a peach from Kenny. Somehow doesn't hit. 55 seconds now left on the clock as here we go. This is going to get real awkward. Kenny.
Oh, wow.
Wait a minute. Hydra, first blood. Bomb being planted at A. Not that fast, actually. Oh, my word. Oh, Envoy dives in. He tries to get in the fight. Can't get it going. 4v2 now.
Nade's tagged, though. Drazah's got it back down. Run for his life. That bomb being planted to B. They have to know Drazah's in the tunnel. Number 2 is going to check it. Number 2 guns him down. Octane last alive in the 1 versus 4. We wanted the adjustments. New York delivered. And they shut him down.
Crim says to him there that size does matter. The Rat has been unbelievable in Vanguard. That pistol there, but Crim,
large and in charge,
gives him the long barrel. Three to 2 now. Subliners finally find the lead. And Hydra, he has been the guardian angel for the squad. 6-3 thus far. Subliners on defense.
They played for picks a few times. Maybe now they want to try to get a little bit aggressive. Nate's going out. Nobody over on the P2 side of the map. This is a full stack for the Thieves towards mid. Certainly leaning towards B, but they got options now. Again, 2 players in the middle of the map. This is their moment to be aggressive.
Different looks. They made it in. Kismet's going to now try to find at least something from upstairs. That's a slow and easy read. What timing. Crim from downstairs as well. Another 4v2. Advantage certainly going the way of the Subliners. Kenny, though, now leveling up, somewhat pinned, trapped, taken care of, signed, sealed, delivered. Subliners starting to walk away with it.
Hey, I don't know if that's, like, you know, comms coming in from New York or if the Spidey sense is tingling, but Kismet, as soon as that man goes up the stairs, head on a swivel, whips around, shuts him down, and honestly, kill of the round. Subliners clean on defense, and they've started to switch things up just a little bit. Also, Crim, who's playing a little bit slow, now on a 3 spree. He is caught back up. Try to be aggressive, has not worked. They've slowed things down. They were very successful, and maybe playing for picks again. I think Envoy might have found himself a corner, but other than that, everybody's posted.
It's Envoy on the inside of Hut right now. He can see the players crossing through mid, but again, this is such a common position to be in. You know, Kismet's going to surely check this one way or another. Just on the outside now, waiting for the call. Here comes the breach and clear. And I just like say it, they don't check a thing. They don't check anything. Somehow, Envoy gets the kill now. Advantage going the way of the LA Thieves. Kismet, though, up the stairs, right into the kill feed again. There it goes now, all onto Paulehx in the 1v3.
I mean, just such a good swarm from LA in the moment. And yep, nowhere for Paul to go. Clinical in that round. Basically all of it on the back of Envoy, finds himself in a precarious position. First time he's played it, at least in this game. So New York, straight up, do not make the read. And it is really just the aggression after the fact. Everybody on LA pounces on the players to go and get those trades. So they are down, but not out. Subliners still with the advantage. They're looking to clutch up on defense. And I'd say for LA, they've had no real success on their attacking rounds. Almost everything they've tried has not worked. Now it's 4 through the A side. It's funnily enough, the nades from New York last time landed over here. Now it's actually free and clear. And this is a quick A plan.
Oh, Kismet peeks it. Plant's got down. Trades are there straight away. Paul's now got opportunity to make his way towards the bomb. Tags are in. Octane wins a big one. That's 2 for Octane on the round already. Krim's going to put him to bed. Here we go, though. 2v2, Kenny, the barrel has been spotted. Oh, baby! Subliners, once again. Map point.
Hey, this has to feel suffocating for LA Thieves. They have mixed up every single offensive round. Subliners have read it every single time. You have Octane beaming players. Still does not make a difference. Honestly, it is almost shades of the Desert Siege.
I can't quite tell what that guy said, but
I believe he is incorrect with his assessment. Octane is frying, but hey, Subliners still got that lead.
Passion. Here in the King's Theater, nades out for Kismet now. This could be the winning round for the map for the Subliners. Stun checks, nade checks, the lineup on the outside of Barn. Here we go towards the A-bomb site. Kismet going to be the man to do it, but Envoy in the corner. Subliners have not been that good at checking these corners, but now Kismet makes his way over to the top side of Granny's, opens it up. Here comes the boys. That's teamwork.
Send in the unit. That is why you protect them. Hydra gets the first blood.
Envoy right back at it, though. Here we go, 3v3, pouncing again as the kills keep flying. As the LA Thieves now down a man. And now it's a 2v2. Paulehx tagged up. Not enough to bring him down. A race towards the A-bomb site.
And while the race, guess who wins it? Kenny's there. Paulehx, last man standing. We talked about the clutch factor. He already has a 1v2 under his belt. This is his second try against these players, he spotted one.
Oh, spots one, does it even better. He brings him down. A 1v1 against Kenny. The reach out from Paul. Here we go, though. The fight is on, and Kenny, he's just flipped the script and hit upstairs.
And make no mistake, because he's upstairs, Kenny has the advantage. The bomb is down, and I don't know if Paul has Deddy, but as soon as he picks up the bomb,
he does.
Kenny can pounce.
Paul activates Dead Silence. Smooth moves now across the map, and Kenny will have to check something eventually. Here comes the trick towards the bomb site. Beautiful timing, great read. LA Thieves stay alive.
Perfectly played, had the angle. He can see every wrap. They almost certainly knew that they had the bomb down. And again, as soon as Paul picks it up, Kenny can jump on it. 11-5 right now.
Kenny.
I mean, both the S&Ds, someone for LA Thieves is frying, but again, the biggest factor right now for LA Thieves being down is Subliners on defense have been on point. LA has thrown everything and then some to mix up these rounds to no avail. They're going back to somewhat of their standard through the middle of the map. Kismet's ready to meet him, but he does get taken down.
Speedy boy Drazah gets into the fight first, managing to find the first blood. Now the opportunity to bounce back for the Subliners. However, hold the line. Don't let them through. Crim through the tiniest of cracks, trying to spot a player out. Pixel perfect precision he will need right now, but Envoy from the inside of the mid map, trying to find anything out. Paul's head could be spotted there. Stun checks, you name it. Here come the nades.
I mean, they're just being exchanged. Kenny's spotted. Kenny is spotted. Kenny is dropped 3 versus 3.
I can't believe he didn't check it. Hydra front door, guns him down. 3v2. There's Envoy and Octane now. They still have the bomb. They can still make a play, but they've got the numbers against them. Here comes the fight. Octane versus Paulehx, and again, Paul knows something's up. He must be able to hear something as we are crouch walking. No ninja at play here. Paul! The fight. Oh! What? No! Oh no! What is going on? Something just happened to Envoy! I have no idea what just happened, but you're gonna give it to the Subliners. I have next to no idea what we just saw, but man, Subliners are gonna take it. They take the lead in the series. We'll wait to find out what in the name of all things sacred is going on, but hey, that is the round.
I mean, they thought someone was nervous. It wasn't Octane, but in that moment, not a fun spot to be in. That is a 3v4 clutch. And that is Subliners taking care of business. Similar to the Desert Siege, that is 11 kills from Hydra. He is putting in that work. 4 first bloods he was able to get as well. But I think that is the story of defense for New York. Even a man down, they made it happen.
They really did. Subliners take the lead. Search and Destroy continues to be pretty kind to them here in the King's Theatre. Folks in the house as well as Gert's doing the best he can to rally the troops. Happily so now with that map under their belt. We will see exactly what's going on there in them replays, because Chance, I got no idea what the hell just happened there. Looking at the highlights though, some sweet moments from either side. Either way though, LA Thieves, they do take the dip there. Big wins in the 1v1s. Paul, nerves of steel.
I mean, this is just an example of just not being able to win a round on offense. Paul clutching that one. That's obviously a massive one, but I think Subliners just had a different answer on defense almost every single time in that final moment. I think Envoy just got caught YYing. Maybe thought he finished the kill with the pistol and stopped shooting. Maybe 17 different things went wrong, but the only thing that went right was New York and their reads on defense. Even here for Crimsix, knew Kenny was getting up close, perfect to gun him down. I mean, there was 2v4s. There were so many times where LA had an advantage and just simply could not close, and the worst YYs of all time.
Well, I mean, the ladder played a very pivotal role in the victory there for the New York Subliners, but hey man, it's a long grand final, plenty of time to bounce back there for the LA Thieves. But Subliners get the win, an unfortunate turn there at the end, but Bocage comes to a close. Chance, a new chapter here in this grand final.
And we talked about how so many of these maps are sort of 50-50 on who you want to call. Gap control though, New York, in my opinion, has somewhat of a distinct advantage. I know it is absolutely defensive heavy, but New York, through the past few stages, they have been the best team on offense on this map in the game. They've won 50% of their offensive rounds, which is astronomical that they can even make it 50-50. Fantastic at getting the ticks, and for New York, they're also, top 2 right now on defense through stages 3 and 4, so that 6-1 record at least they have with this roster looks oh so sweet for the Subliners. And on the flip side, obviously, phenomenal ARs on LA Thieves. Octane has been frying this series. It is a map where he loves to get posted. I know Kenny has been a machine with the sub, but he's also incredibly comfortable with the automaton. So gotta imagine the edge to Subliners because of offense. Well, you know, LA, the ARs can deliver.
Yeah, for sure. They've been doing it for so long. Again, the earliest sort of meme we had here in the Vanguard season was don't challenge the LA Thieves on Gavutu. Now we find ourselves in a Gavutu control. The stats are out, the numbers are there. Chance, which way are you actually leaning for this one?
Somewhat. I mean, it's clear cut as it gets. The stats just that they paint a very vivid story, and at the same time, if you're able to convert all of these offensive rounds, I'd have to imagine LA Thieves not going to let anything sneak by. No funny business over towards that B zone, and you got to make sure if you ever like even just lose the opening break, it is Gavutu, man. The fact that Subliners have won 50% of their offensive rounds in the past few stages is clinically absurd. And that means teams playing against them have dropped the ball, so it is really just about the easy execution on defense. I think over the stages that we have seen on Gavutu, I know when we talk about control, we expect offenses to get figured out more. That has not been the case. It is now like 91% of defensive rounds have been won. That is the battle on Gavutu. I think the first one we have seen this tournament.
The ebb and flow of control game mode here in the Vanguard season has been an interesting one indeed. But here we go into Gavutu control. Subliners with the statistical advantage. We'll see if that pays off for them again going into this one. Big defensive wins for the LA Thieves as well. Here is Chance. The York Subliners looking to push themselves a little further into this matchup. For now, again, I just feel so bad. LA Thieves, it's the bad luck, man. They are getting hit by nothing. But bad timing. A bug or two here and there. Prayers for them to see if they can't find the bounce back here in control.
Well, on Gavutu, looking for a little bit of that gravitas on offense. No funny business on the opening breaks. It'll be the standard. Go towards A, get the stuns and nades out, and hey, the nade will help to try to win that opening break. Looking for that bow control. Paulehx cannot get it. Envoy looking to bounce back from the end of that blockage.
Here we go, Kismet. A nice two, straight on the point, stays alive. Pistols up and about, ready to rock and roll though. Envoy's still alive, trying to slow down the reinforcements, and he's doing just that, man. He's still making the moves. Crim's got to now try to track him down somewhere. You're keeping the capture going at A, so you're spinning plates right now for the Subliners. But I tell you what, Envoy finally taken care of. A force spree before being brought down. First segment of A gone.
Hey, and the nade's on point from LA right there. I mean, as good as it gets. Crim even getting caught from his side of the boat, but Subliners are two. By the way, this is the funny business. Kismet, he found the opening. He is on B. Annoying to deal with. LA Thieves are gonna send two. But already he is drawing so much attention that his team has free clearance over towards A. He at least gets a kill. Now Hydra's in your base. This is where New York, they love to play.
Yeah, now Hydra. He's in your spawn. Ooh, one more bullet would have sealed the deal there. Now a fast capture towards A as Paul and Crim put in the hard yards and take care of that. 21 lives now left for the Subliners on offense. Octane whittling them down just a little bit. But they have still got plenty of time to make their way towards B.
And Hydra now battling for the ring side while Paul trying to make sure he keeps this boat control. Eyes on one and shut down by number two. This, again, it's like the P4 with the kind of map spread that the LA Thieves are creating. They have pressure in your spawn. They are looking to just like suffocate you in your base. Kismet gets caught, and this is everyone from New York completely pinned in their spawn.
Can they get out? That's the question. The Gavutu trap, we've seen it happen so many times to so many teams throughout this entire season. They've made their way towards the boat. Kenny's counting heads. Octane's up next. Whoa, Kismet tries it with a pistol. 3 clean kills now as the Subliners are still stuck. Can they make their way out? Paul with a couple. Hydra now get involved, and that might be the opening they need to run forward.
And he's got to slow him down. He has to at least draw their attention and, hey, done his job to at least take one. And just make sure that guys like Crim are focused, and hey, you get two, even better. Drazah making plays. His teammates' lives are nice and easy over towards the B zone. Wonderful work from Drazah. Make sure this round stays nice and secure. 11 versus 7 on lines.
Kismet snuck in. Big win. Here come the rest of the Subliners. He leads the charge. Spawns are getting a bit weird right now. Wow. That is so uncomfortable. However, Hydra with a quick trades now, trying to keep the numbers up. 3 members of the Subliners making their way towards that point. And once again, eyes on Hydra. Beautiful stuff on a Drazah.
It is Drazah versus the world. He's gotten spawn killed 3 times, but now they made their move. Made their move to try to get it. Octane and Envoy, though, they deliver. He picks up 2 in that massive investment to flip the spawns. Well, not really flip, but it just gets you nothing. Clean on defense. No extra ticks, no extra progress.
Jesus.
electric gunfights, but that is exactly what LA Thieves needed to do.
I mean, there were some crazy spawn kill moments. There was a lot of nice moves out of the Subliners, but good reads, massive wins from LA Thieves there on defense. That could have got out of hand real fast.
Right, I mean, even Kismet trying to make like those opening breaks just to sort of relieve that pressure. You see the idea, just sort of poke the bear, try to see if you can find those little openings, but the execution on point. Crim, 1 and 7, and it's not even Octane this time, it's Envoy that has 13 kills.
Mr. Hannon running the show. Gavutu Snout. Here we go, into the point. Hydra wins a big one. Kismet keeping the kills flowing as well. Trying to keep that A side of the map all safe, because the boat, seemingly the easier point to capture here on Gavutu, and it's done. Ball with the trades. The numbers there starting to work out as the Subliners running the map so far, and here comes Kismet trying to set the trap up. This could be on.
Yeah, he's moved into position just to be annoying. So Drazah, you're praying the kills go your way, and well, they don't. Hydra falls, or actually, maybe they do.
Oh my God.
Unfortunately, it's a team kill though for LA Thieves. It is the gunny from Hydra. And maybe one of the reasons you can be so successful right now, 0 progress made on A. Thieves are leaning towards B. That does not mean you will have success. A problematic round. Envoy, he has found an opening. Can he make the play? He wins the gunfight over towards B, so he's going to progress that direction. The Subliners have him swarmed, but Envoy at least trying to open up the seas, but you are getting nothing. Subliners right now on defense, they are frying you.
Disgusting. Kept them back on A, less than 20 seconds to work with now. This is an opportunity now to get on towards A, but Hydra is still running ringside. He can hit them hard as the members now of the Subliners flying out of spawn. 13 seconds remaining. Here we go.
And you fly on defense. You shut them down.
Get into the point and stop the time. No one's going to be there. That should be the round. As New York, seconds away from it. They win the defense, and they concede very few ticks.
I was about to say, that could be the moment. Again, we know how Gavutu plays. It is battle for defense for round 5 more often than not. Right now, Subliners will have that advantage. Now, that being said, again, they win their offensive rounds all the time. Always going to be that ever-present threat, and even Crim getting in the mix, right? First round, like 1 and 7. Very nice turnaround on the defensive end, and maybe even for Hydra, only on a 4 for the moment. But if he gets an extra kill, you absolutely want to play for that Glock.
See how we go for the New York Subliners now on offense.
And he falls instantly.
On kills from Envoy with the nades. We're getting tags out as now forward into the zone we go. Envoy once again playing the exact same spot he did in the first round. Guns up on a Hydra. Can't get away with his life. 3 members of the Subliners still in the play here at A.
You're just getting suffocated. You are being put in your spawn and put in such a difficult spot. LA Thieves so annoying. Kismet should get traded in this moment. It'll be Envoy that's looking for him, and Envoy actually, he's dancing with the ladder.
Well, the ladder cost him a round previously. Not this time. That's a big win. Still unable to truly get anything going right now. The New York Subliners here towards A. They are in their spawn, and they are not willing to make the play, expecting a lot out of the LA Thieves chance. This is a ton of respect being shown their way.
I mean, you have to find an opening. You need the kills to go your way, and maybe the opening's on the ring side of the map, or maybe you'll just use this to try to force your way through A. You cannot afford to get shut down on defense, and Hydra and Kismet looks like they deliver. You know the nades are on point. Both of these players healed up. Utility is done.
It's a 3-man stack. That zone is going to vanish real quick. If you get the kills with the nades, that's good now. Second segment gone. LA Thieves still trying to apply the pressure. Don't let them try to get the capture too easy, but here we go. 1:30 on the clock. 20 lives apiece. We're going towards B.
I mean, hey, you got the cap on A. You maintain that advantage. It is absolutely a small victory, and, well, 1:20 in the round. Crimsix, though, is finding picks over towards the beach, and if you ever get ring control, this is where you make magic happen on offense. Envoy stunned. The pressure's on.
We're going to play this a little slow. Wait for the kills. Pulls the man to get it done. It's Crim now. Forward they go. Subliners with the numbers. Now Kismet real close. Less than a minute now to run, and he might be able to get on the point. Here comes the contest. Anyone there to get the job done? Find that kill. It's Drazah right next to him, just holding this one down. No one there in position to get it. Drazah wins the fight. Hydra's on the flank, taken care of as well. It was looking so good for the Subliners, but now you're spawning forward. Try to get in that point. Try to keep the play alive.
Oh, Kenny wants that map control, though. He's gonna sprint in, and he is gonna take it. There goes Ring. The trade should come through. Drazah delivers, and maybe the one opening you had to capture B, but Envoy, you know he loves the flanks. He reads the flanks too, and as soon as he gets that shutdown on Hydra, you are feeling great for the round. But with 30 seconds to go, York, it is 4 players through the both side of the map. They are looking for it.
Defense reigns supreme thus far.
Okay.
Big tags. Gentle now as he disembarks. Oh my word. Oh no! No one able to get the kills. Pulls down for the trade. A second. That's big. Over towards B. You're able to go now. Hydra, get on your bike, baby. Fly, Hydra, fly. Here we go. 7.8 seconds on the clock. Starting to get the capture going. Hydra is tagged up. He has 1 HP. The date's there. Kenny's got it. There we go. And just like that, the round flows again. The LA Thieves. Some nice lethal usage. Couple of sweet tacticals. They seal the round, map point, control is just their game chance.
I mean, you know, even the nades, I think, is a big factor, right? He's not going for the instant chow on the guy in the tank because he knows the frags will be landing on top. And LA Thieves, clearly one of the most well-versed teams when it comes to the nades and tacs. Absolutely on point, but the name of the game on Gavutu, it is not about necessarily winning the rounds on offense. It is about getting the extra ticks just to get that defense for the final rounds. I'd say right now, a little bit of pressure on LA Thieves. They are ever so slightly down.
Still got to try to find it. Subliners need your love, they need your energy now. Octane's first blood. The Thieves starting to light things up. Kills going their way. Now the capture on A.
Want that extra tick, right? Get A nice and secured. Last time Subliners bullied him out, but honestly, because ring control is in the hand of LA Thieves, that is why New York is putting so much pressure that direction. Looking for trades on Kenny, and they get him. Now you turn your attention towards A. Paulehx looking to make his move. Not fun gunfights, and, well, he gets dropped. LA are taking their sweet time with this one.
Yeah, Hydra. He's on a 3. 1 segment A gone. Kismet now flying forward. Trying to take care of boat, no good. Drazah's there, 4-man player now hit from the LA Thieves in towards that boat side. Should be able to capture A pretty quick. The Subliners, they have spread across the map. No chance of looking at that trap setup, looking to take care of B.
I mean, it's always the same thing. Anytime you look at New York on the defensive end on the mini-map, it is always looking like a pretty picture. Whoa. Envoy might clear out this side, but you still need to make sure you actually secure this A point. New York have been on point with their defensive round, and I don't think they're going to give it up. Crimsix is getting in to try to make moves, but there should be enough wide arrows. There you go. A zone secured. Come on, man.
Not yet. Kenny gets it. A minute now added to the clock. 21 lives left for the Los Angeles Thieves to attack the point. Now, Envoy, once again, in the back line.
And again, they just want the extra take. They're looking for the extra play. And hey, this might be the opening. Envoy behind enemy lines. Kenny gets a pick towards ring, but you have Crimsix. He makes the miraculous kill, and well, you go back to the standard. A minute and a half for LA to work with. Woo! Crim right now, beams on point.
Absolutely beaming. Minute 20. 17 lives left for the LA Thieves to throw at this point. I'm going to try to just watch every possible angle. No more 2 pieces there as Kenny gets it. You've got 2 members now of the LA Thieves trying to make their way through the back. Drazah's going to be the first man. As he's playing as sneaky as he possibly can. Crim makes the easy reads. Kenny towards the front as a big win. The Subliners continue to hold on the defensive end.
Maybe the opening, though, for Drazah to be annoying. Crim, though, reads it. Head, though, is gone. Headshot multiplier in effect. Now Drazah maybe play for the spawn kills, maybe make moves towards the point and help your team with the gunfights. Ring, there's the help. Ring boy. Drazah able to pick up 2. This is a force spree. He is the cutoff man.
1 more kill and the boys are on the point now. Here we go, the stack. 2 players for the LA Thieves into it. The big kills out of Drazah, the 5 spree, but not done just yet. Kenny's still making the capture happen. How many more players can you get onto the point? You give up ring control, now the hit towards it. Octane loses the fight. Hydra's there, and that is a massive save for the Subliners.
Well, look, we're pretty much playing TDM in this moment. Right now, in terms of actual kills, it is, what, a 1 kill difference? Maybe just about tied up. I think LA might be up by 1, so both teams right now got to be on point.
30 seconds. 30 seconds left. LA Thieves still got a chance to make this happen. We're squaring up for the solid fight. Octane, the man. with the AR in hand. Kenny now hits the flank. Here comes the aggression. Looking at that minimap, red dots are up. Here we go, into the back. Kenny once again finds a huge kill, no lives left, 15 seconds. That's it, that's a huge kill. There are only 2 members of the Subliners left as Kenny's 3 spree. What a play this has been. Crim comes around a corner, does find the kill. If you can get this player off the point, that's amazing, but the shots from Drazah stays alive. Contest is there. This is not over just yet.
I mean, it basically is. You only got 2 more remaining. Drazah hits by you all the time, and he buys you the Gavutu victory. For a map that has been phenomenal for the New York Subliners, LA Thieves taking the task, get the offensive win, and that will be the swing map of the series.
Once again, control proving to be the mode for the LA Thieves here in this grand final. 3-3. As once again, we're tied up, and man, look, the way this major has gone, we've gone to a lot of game 5s, we've seen a lot of close matches, it's gone the distance, and this grand final feels a hell of a lot like that so far, Chance.
And that's just a tough one in the end as well, because in effect, like all the lives you did not have towards the tail of the round, funnily enough, it's because of how much pressure you put on A in those attempts to defend. So a few moments, as it turns out towards the end up haunting you, and you got to give all the credit. Drazah, without question, just makes that game-winning play. I mean, efficient work in the spawn. He turns that 1 kill on Crimsix on the flank, turns it into 3 more, turns it into all the pressure for his teammates, and even just the fact that he's helping his teammates with the gunfights on ring. And just little things like that, those little decisions go a long way. And Gavutu, man, what a map to get an offensive win.
Well, an interesting chapter of our grand final comes to a close now. I mean, look, I'm just looking across the board here. We've got Berlin Search and Destroy coming up next in the final saga of this best of 9, the Tuscan side of it. Man, I just don't know where the hell we go. This could be a Game 9. The only other Game 9 we have had in CDL history all the way back in Cold War, Crim was a part of that one as well. Back in the old Dallas Empire roster against Atlanta FaZe. Game 9 was a raid, search, and destroy. It did not go Crim's way. Don't get there. Don't get to Game 9, Crim. Just try to get it done now, brother.
I mean, both teams want that, right? This is vying right before a chance to prove that you are the best team in the game to try to get that win. And honestly, both teams are making an incredible case. They have taken down so many of the top dogs along the way. One of the teams' hard point has been on point. The control for LA Thieves, the exact same. I think Subliners maybe not like afraid of the Game 9. I know their search and destroy has been on point so far. Hydra has put up 10+ kills in both of them, but now we go to Berlin. We see if he can replicate that success, because obviously, I mean, I've said it so many times, it's not as much pressure now that they've qualified for champs, but you still want to get that victory.
Crim wants to win indeed, looking to set the record again for the most victories here on Call of Duty as one of the console GOATs. We're not quite done yet, though, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to throw to a quick commercial break as this Major 4 Grand Finals continues deep here into the night. Vibes are an all-time high, though, as this series gets tied up. We're going to play Search and Destroy after this one. We come back after the break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to rock and roll back into this series. And we're going the distance, boys and girls. Kings here in Brooklyn still enjoying themselves as the series is not quite done yet. We're going to Search and Destroy. We're going to Berlin. It's going to be fun.
And it's going to be an exciting map, too. Hydra in Search and Destroy has absolutely been on point, and I know Envoy can be that player to match him that main SMG, and I'd say for Envoy, hey, no ladders on this map. Or wait, maybe just a few, but it'd be a scary thing for him. Also, I know a boomstick possibility on this map. You got to keep in mind, all the way back to the Desert Siege, Octane, incredibly efficient with it, should he decide to use it.
It's interesting. We don't see that many snipes on Berlin. Given the size of the map and the space to work with, interesting enough. But here we go. Berlin Search and Destroy. 3-3, tied up in this series as these two Titans go blow for blow. Here we go.
Straight towards B. They are looking for the pick on Kismet. See if he can dodge those nades. And yeah, found the corner for it. Envoy, though, already in a spot to make a play.
Kismet hit, though. Gas there, man. He's flying forward. Crim's going to find the open tags into Drazah, but no kill. Hydra's going to get that first blood. Envoy's down and out. Back and forth we go. Just over a minute on the clock, and it's already a 3v3. Here comes Kenny. And he's in, and he's planting.
I mean, this is all you need. Man advantage, bomb down over towards this B site. You have all your bases covered. Drazah's going to be watching the flank. Get those doors wide open.
Oh-ho. Possibly
Take your time with this one.
We'll see if the timeout does come through, but for now, it's a 3v2. The Subliners with the advantage. Paul's last man up. Goes for the gunning, flying forward. There's the kill. aLLeY Thieves win the round. Timeout has been requested. A slight pause now. We look to be dealing with something on the aLLeY Thieves side of the stage. Referees and admins will be working on that one ASAP. The aLLeY Thieves working through what seems to be a minor technical issue on Envoy's side of the stage, Chance.
Envoy might have had his headset on the correct way, and it just freaked him out because the sounds made sense and everything wasn't backwards, but either way for aLLeY Thieves, get the first round on board, and he did it without Octane. Or Octane, excuse me, Envoy, wow.
Envoy's going to rejoin the lobby in just a moment. Just making sure everything is all good here. As we are able, thankfully, to pause the matchup. Almost ready to dive back into this. How we doing, Brooklyn? I'm doing good too, thanks for asking. Almost ready to get back into this one. The lobby is now full, populated. Envoy's back in the game, we're almost ready to rock and roll. But Chance, Search and Destroy has been a match been spicy so far here at the major. The last major of the year, the Vanguard season nearly done. Champs, so close. We're very, very close to getting back into this match.
I mean, I'm just seeing players try to keep that gunny warm as well in the lobby. Waiting for this round to start. Envoy still with the headset off, though, so still trying to figure out what it was with his headset. I can definitely appreciate off the opening break, though. It truly was that Envoy versus Hydra battle, right? Both players just trying to live inside each other's spawn, and is that what it was? Was his headset just on correctly?
No, I don't think that's what it was, but as far as opening breaks on Berlin go, it was a solid bit of work. Envoy's still trying to work something out here. Kenny doesn't look nearly as concerned with what's going on, but we might be good to go. Headsets are back on. It looks like we are hot to trot, Brooklyn. Here we go. Round 2 of the search.
And just for what it's worth, you know, since the Pro-Am for New York, 5-2 record on this map compared to the 5-5 of aLLeY Thieves, so slightly better, but it's not like Thieves are shabby or shy on Berlin in the slightest. I'd say this has been some of the finest S&D we have had at this major throughout the year. Team's pulling out all the stops, maybe pulling out the first blood. Kenny found his corner.
Sweet corner to be in. He is surrounded right now by New York Subliners players. Hydra and Kismet on the stairwell, shoulder to shoulder, waiting for the call. Paul's going to back him up. On the outside of train, Crim's watching the flank. Slow and steady, waiting for the advantage. No one wants to give anything away just yet.
I mean, it's Kenny by himself. He's got a little bit of help from Drazah. Well, maybe Octane coming to join him. So LA Thieves on this read. They've been on point.
Oh, Kenny, here they come. Waiting for it. As no one wants to give anything away. Hydra spotted at least one on the outside there. So now we back on up. But man, look at that clock. We are down to 45 seconds, ladies and germs. Drazah, we're in. The fight's done. Kenny guns them both. And Kenny, my word, absolutely ripping. And he's going to push the advantage. 4 kills now on the trot. Your boy is nasty.
Yeah, so patient and so locked in the 2v4. Where you go? Look at number 5 on the minimap, by the way. If you have Crimsix ever try to make a move through mid, he will get spotted. So Paulehx, what do you do in this 1v3 with bomb down over around this side?
On that side of the map, you're going to wait for the players. Paul's going to find one. Takes her. Kenny. Spree's done. 15 seconds remaining now. Paul trying to clean him up. No more. 2v3. Times are ticking, though. You got to get going. Can Crim find the kill in the mid as well? Paul's got the bomb. And that is it. Surely the round is done. Now Crim can't kill 2 players in 5 seconds, but it's Vanguard, and ladies and gentlemen, anything can happen. No. LA Thieves. They run the clock down. And dude, you slow start. You waste a lot of time dithering around. You wait for the perfect play. You get pieced for Kenny. Not a great round from New York.
And maybe that's a situation where Kenny or like no one on LA Thieves plays that corner because they did not check it. There are no stuns coming through to clear out all the sites. And there are some teams, I think LA Thieves especially, where like clockwork, they will use stuns to check every single little spot in that A room. But New York, they go for it blind, and obviously they get punished for it. Thieves last go around, they got the bomb down at B as quickly as you could possibly want. They're headed that direction again.
Berlin continues to be a wonderful place to be right now for the LA Thieves. Drazah, whoa, it was Octane, man. He absolutely guns the pair of them, and another dreadful opening round for the Subliners.
Good as it gets. Bomb not down yet, though, but at least collected, and it's 2 players around fire. You're trying to get in close, and maybe if you can see some feet under the tank, praying for a pixel.
Whoop. Crim, not a feet guy, goes for something else, and he gets blown up. Now Paul is the last man left alive. It's another 1v3. The timeout has been requested. There's the plant over towards B.
And it's Kenny. Kenny on the cross. And hey, Paul with the read, but down to 8 HP. And there you go. I think a nice little wall bang maybe coming through to take him down. LA Thieves, whether or not Envoy can hear anything or whatever's going on with the setup, the rounds have still been incredibly clean.
Yeah, whatever happens, yeah, the timeout has been requested. We are going to go back over to the main stage. Referees are dealing with another Envoy issue, but for now, he has been an issue. Great looks from the LA Thieves thus far, Chance. The first bloods typically come in pairs right now. I mean, as New York have not found a whole lot of success here on Berlin.
And Drazah is also 5-0, I believe, so even a glide bomb you got to think about in the back of your mind. Talk about the mid-round adjustments all the time, but at a deficit like this, you have to figure something out incredibly quickly. Also, we always know dealing with delays, you hear the tiltedness of the crowd. The players have to deal with that as well. Maybe for Subliners a little bit of extra time to talk something over and figure out what the game plan is going to be. But again, they did not check all their corners when they went towards A last time. Absolutely get shut down, and they have a few problems they need to solve.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, for the New York Subliners, it's been piece after piece, but it does look like we're almost ready to get back into this one. Some thumbs up, and referees and admins there on stage just making sure that everything is all good in the hood. 3 straight rounds. We're going back into it now. Here we go. Round number 4 here on Berlin Search and Destroy. Let's get it.
I think if I'm New York, maybe make an aggressive play call. Start kicking in some doors, make some moves, and maybe that'll be the case. We saw Thieves do it, nades over top, nobody home from LA. That means that side is open. Didn't get the slide, but hey, he still got the safety. Kismet around the point with only 4 HP. And Thieves, they are quick to respond.
And the mere fact he's already in the site now pulls so much aggression on. Smart dodge there. Stays alive, doesn't give away anything. Kismet's now trying to make the plant happen. In a brief moment, it will be done. Will the members of the Thieves now go for it? Here we have the hit, straight onto it. Kismet doesn't get out with his life. Already got a lot of space to work with on the bomb site. It's a 2v3, Thieves with the advantage.
And keep in mind, Drazah's on a 5, and they got the full flank coming through as well. So he's looking for picks, and hey, there he goes.
Wins it.
Octane will just know that he's trapped, and with 30 seconds, Paul has to fight everybody, and completely surrounded, gunned down LA Thieves. Perfect thus far on Berlin.
The technical timeouts have not slowed them down whatsoever. 4-0 so far. Don't forget, we are tied up here in the grand final. closer to the lead.
And they're just digging this map, man. I mean, the control was perfect, 3-0. The hard point was incredibly dominant, like 250 to 140 victory. They are looking flawless on this map. A little bit of ways to go, though. Still need a few more rounds. We know Subliners and the other S&Ds, again, guys like Hydra were popping off. We haven't seen it just yet. Kismet on a donut, Hydra 1-4, and Drazah 1 more for the Glide.
Single kills all Drazah needs now. 4 straight rounds from the LA Thieves. We have seen plenty of full sales. We have seen plenty of 0-6 comebacks. 0-5, excuse me.
1 on the LA Thieves.
1 on the LA Thieves, indeed. Slower looks right now on defense from the New York Subliners. Hydra's checked out the B-bomb site. He's managed to make that relatively safe. We're not going to move whatsoever. And that's Drazah. Slowly now making his way forward to Kenny.
Oh my God.
Just give it a hit, son. Gets it. And now we're in, but you know the play's coming. Gunshots out, doesn't land a single bullet. They're going to back on up, but hey, Paul could make something happen.
I do. Ladders, windows, doors, you name it. Don't want to deal with any of them. Hydra, though. This is a lot of players coming around the corner. He's able to take down one, but the trades are in. And now, once again, the bomb site is open, but LA Thieves maybe playing just a little bit of mind games. You have number 3. If Kismet spots this out, they should know to stay around A. And Envoy does get spotted. Should be a freebie. There you go. They catch him again.
3v2. Kenny making his way through mid with that bomb in hand. Oh, Kismet's got eyes on, looking to find his first on the round. Damage dealt. No, Kenny somehow gets a kill and gets out. Less than 15 to play with. 2v2.
Where's Drazah? This might be the Glide. And there it is. Waiting for it the whole round, but with 8 seconds. Don't let the bomb get planted. You know what he might be forced to do, or maybe he's too far away. It's a battle for the kill. The only way for Kenny to win the round, and Kismet doing the smart thing. Subliners finally get a round win, which is the good news. Bad news, now they have to deal with that Glide.
Brains and brawn for Kismet here. 1 kill, so important. Takes care of business. You get the New York Subliners on the board. Maybe you can start to chain that into a few more rounds. The LA Thieves, they have continued to prove the dominance here. I mean, Kenny, 6-1. Drazah, his son, 7-1. Bring your kid to work day, and they are putting in the work.
And if you know you're dealing with a Glide, B-bomb site is very risky, so this would be 4 men directly over towards A. Kenny and Drazah, that father-son duo, be on defense. Kenny has switched up the spot. You got to use some nades in this moment. Or actually, maybe they've all banged this before. They're going for it again.
Kismet's on the hunt. Can you find anything? Oh, he's making noise. Here comes Kenny. Dives in, finds it, traded out immediately. 3v3.
So though you have all the site control, it's similar to like a control or even the hard point. Not a fun moment to try to retake. So I'd say Subliners happy to take their time.
Slowing it down. You have the advantage right now if you hold on to that bomb site, but right on the outside, the LA Thieves. They have the backside covered as well. So if you try to flank through mid, you are in trouble. Crim with the range there, big shots. Crim's going to get that bomb. You might be able to get the plant towards A, but you know, here we go. Envoy's on it.
Paulehx is waiting for it, though. Paulehx is waiting, but the angle isn't good enough, and the timing is perfect. And now you're running out a little bit of time. Only 30 seconds left.
Oh, it's a big win for Paul wins the fight on the front side. Now it's a 2v2. You still have to worry about Octane in the middle of the map, and on the flank, once again, it's Envoy. You might be able to get the plant down, but Envoy is making moves. He is hitting it now. Here he goes. 2v2, he could win it all right here. Hydra standing out in the middle of seemingly nowhere. Here comes Paul, trying to do what he can on the point. He is in so much trouble. Octane's there. The round is done. The Thieves suffocate the Subliners once again.
And how good is that teamwork? I mean, Envoy, the timing perfect. Paul just not the angle for the job. And even in that moment, you see Octane posted up in P5. He's watching the cross, just saying to Envoy, go make the play. They are there. Feel free to take your time, and even just playing with Paul towards the end. I mean, that is efficient. 1 more round now for the map advantage in this best-of-9 series. Again, LA is still striving for perfection on Berlin.
New York certainly need the help, as does Kismet. The worst performance he's had in the match so far here in the entire tournament at 1-5. It's 5-1 in the round count. So, LA Thieves, this is to take the lead here in the series. And they are on offense. Here we go. Glides out. An opportunity to land, it does. Paul is gone. A-bomb site's open. Envoy finds a second. It's a 2v4. Oh my God, Crim now, the last man alive. Crim in the 1v4 to stay alive on Berlin. It's a big win, but he's going to need a whole lot more than that.
It's impossible. There's nothing you could do. You got to beam all these players, but hey.
Wait a minute.
There's one.
Wait a minute. Crim's still going. Sliding out, making a lot of noise. Nah, that's the round. That's the map. And I believe for a second, I can't lie to you, friends. I'm going to be completely honest, word to Veli, I actually believed he may have done it there. But ladies and gentlemen, the Thieves don't. They close that one down. They take the round, they take the map, they take the lead.
And they are, I mean, again, just complete control on this map. The game mode did not matter, and now just one more map away from crowning new champions and Vanguards. I mean, honestly, on Berlin, they're having more troubles with the windows than they are with any players on the other team. Vanguard is a tricky one, and I think the trick's right there, played on the side of New York Subliners. Crim, the only one that even vaguely had anything resembling success. Met is dominant from start to finish. Drazah obviously on point, able to get those glides as well. Now, the good news for New York, we are going back to hardpoint, and that has been their bread and butter, especially so against LAT. I mean, I think there's something along the lines of like 8-1 against them with this roster in the game mode. And we will be going to Tuscan. One New York is very happy to see a 9-3 record overall with these 4 players on the stage. But if it's map point, LA Thieves, they enjoy some Tuscan too.
Oh man, here we go, the final chapter of this epic grand final. We get to the Tuscan portion. Hardpoint first. We need to go to the game 9, search and destroy to decide it all. Nerves got to be kicking in, fatigue kicking in. Think of how hard the Subliners had to go just today to make sure they qualified for champs. They get that job done. Crim wants the major win. The boys want that major win as well. And now, you dig deep, you try to force the game 9, but it's hard to do, man. Thieves have just got hotter and hotter and hotter as the series has gone on.
You know, what is interesting for the Subliners roster too, obviously the initial matches that they had, as electric as it gets because of what was always on the line when it came to champs, they started out the tournament, they lose the first 2 maps, and then everything after that, it is just non-stop, exciting Call of Duty. And when you're playing on the stage, you feel the crowd. These past couple maps, they have just gotten bodied. They're losing defenses on Gavutu, getting picked apart on Berlin. And it has been, what, 20, 30 minutes since Subliners have been able to feel good.
Gosh, do what we can to keep the crowd feeling good. The boys on stage, they certainly need the help. We've said it a few times, and we ain't lying. Subliners, have they run out of magic here at the major? Historic moment to get into the champs. 2 more maps. And they stay alive here in the tournament, and they can walk away with a win. And don't forget the trophy, that incredible trophy. Kingsdeer, here we go. Tuscan Hardpoint is on its way. Tournament point for the LA Thieves.
And I am very excited to see this Kenny versus Kismet matchup. I mean, Kismet is the guy that creates that magic in the hard points for his team. Does it in every category. Kenny, though, I mean, he's been looking like an MVP throughout this tournament thus far in this series. Octane has also been shredding.
I don't know if the stream can hit Gush, but that boy's lit. New York's bringing the noise. That guy, I thought that guy's shirt was coming off. I was thinking about the terms of service for a moment there, but now we're just thinking about Tuscan Hardpoint. We're just thinking about MVPs. We're thinking about the big win here. I mean, one side of the board, man, Kismet's been that guy. One bad map all tournament long. That was the last one we saw. Everything else has been sensational. On the other side for the LA Thieves is Kenny. Kenny has been a demon. He has been the man to run it for the LA Thieves time and time again. Nothing but love. We have heard Kenny screamed out throughout the halls here in King's Theatre so many times, and we may get to do it once more. Here we go. Fist bumps are out. It is now time. Tuscan Hardpoint, match point LA Thieves.
In New York in this tournament, I mean, what, 6-1 in Hardpoint? They were 13-2 throughout stage 4. They have played LA Thieves on Tuscan 3 times, beat them on every single one. They played him earlier today, 250 to 176. Subliners teed off on him. But I gotta say, I don't know if I would feel comfortable in the slightest. Map point for the tournament. Victory oh so close for LA Thieves. And how sweet it would taste to take him down on the hard point.
Finally getting a big major win. Essential for both these teams. They've had such exciting seasons. They both guaranteed themselves a spot of champs. Here we go, though, right into the hard point. The kills are up, and Paulehx is the guy getting them. Hydra now to back him up, find the time indeed, but there you go. A foot race is on. Paul's looking to add to the pile, and so far, so good. Your boy speaks parcel tongue.
Dude, and that felt like delayed nades from the opening break from LA, by the way. Like, New York was waiting for him to rain through, but LA still ended up putting up that little extra work. So, opening break, solid. This is as good as it gets when you start on this side. Now, Kismet, he feels the pressure. His team are getting picked apart, so he's trying to flank. Number 5 reading it. The gunfight in the hill. Kenny, every single time he starts a map, he fries. Every time you try to flank, Envoy shuts you down. As good as it gets from the jump, LA Thieves with the early edge.
Thieves with the edge now, the rotation down. Envoy was a little bit of warning shots, letting those boys know he's coming. And here comes Octane now into the kill feed. A ladder behind, Envoy finds a 2, but that's going to be an opening now for the subliners to work with. Over towards the hard point we now go. Drazah, the man to soak it up. Back spawn's all covered. Here towards the front we go. Kismet trying to make the entry, and now the time being ticked up, and that's not going to be for too long. Here comes Drazah. Breaks good. Thieves are back in.
It's such a smart little play, the slight reposition from the nades, and all the little things right now going right for LA. 30 seconds left on this hill is a great chunk of time, so New York Subliners, they're going to fight for it. They're going to be hitting through green, and they know where a couple of these players are, but someone's floating. It's Octane. He does get traded, and Subliners get the break. An important moment to make it happen, but look at what it cost them. Potentially that rotation, it turns into a foot race.
See how it goes. Left-hand side of the minimap in just a few moments. You're going to see that all lock appear, and that is what these teams now need to lock down. P3, the dreaded fountain on Tuscan, and it is all LA Thieves. They are running it here. As these Italian cobbled streaks now fill with the bodies of the subliners, it's their hard point now.
Yeah, that's that devil you dance with, man. You fight for the scrap, you risk losing those spawns. And now in that rotation, not a fun place to start. Roof spawn is going to be locked down by Octane. You try to work through the back. Welcome to the head glitch. Kenny is here. A Fountain Hill, if the nades aren't coming through, you collect all of this time. And these right now, they are feeling sweet.
And Kenny running it again. That's a 3 spree now, looking for the 4th Paul with just enough gunning. Oh my God! Paul with a 3, straight to the point now, trying to stay alive. Here comes the hit from the Thieves. Paul somehow finding the kills, somehow finding the time, and finally the nades, and it's a peach from Kenny. 2 in the feed, Drazah joins in.
But you look at that, Paul does it with the gunny, but the tack, well, they were on point. Fell off a little bit there, but even for the 15 seconds, LA Thieves looking to collect. Already a 60-point lead, gets bumped up a bit, and again, the rotation. Look who's here, it's Octane, where he falls, Drazah there to pick up the scraps. Can only get 1, but look at the spawns. I mean, out-rotating right now, out-playing and out-gunning. LA Thieves bringing the fire.
They're bringing it big time here on Tuscan. We cracked 100 points. They start to bring the noise as once again the kill feed seems to be theirs. Not willingness to see that whatsoever, not willingness to see the time. Now to the outside of field, Crim trying to make his way forward. Your Mountain Dew featured player looking to find at least 1 more kill, level up the feed, and there we go. Into it, we have no one from the subline. They are getting choked out, man.
Everywhere you go, nades land at your feet. It slows you down, but hey, if you're perfect on the push, you can deal with it. A couple kills go their way. Envoy, though, he's looking for more. Hey, good reads for New York. They take their time. They get the break, and they need more moments like that, because, hey, Kismet popping pieces, but the rotation again. Look who's getting there first. It's LA. Maybe the timing doesn't go their way. Hydra winning the big one.
Dang.
But that 50-50 split, man. Once again, Thieves in the hill first.
Yeah, the odds are good for the LA Thieves, didn't they, get? It was an essential 20, not actually the full 20, towards that previous hard point. Crim, entry to the point. 1 is all he's going to get. As Kenny and Envoy now in the feed once again. Over to the point we have it. LA Thieves doing a great job of literally running up the scoreline right now, looking to close out the major. Kismet looks for the entry, finds 1. Not to be deterred by the hit, as now the trays are there. Hydra is coming in through as Crim on the downstairs and right hot on his tail. It is going to be a member of the Thieves.
Survive the nades. That is the plan right now on P5. You know Thieves are going to be coordinating. They're going to be chucking him in the point, and already a couple players weak. Hydra's gonna fall from a wall bang, or actually whatever, just hit him in the face, and maybe getting in the face works out. The team kill from the nade for LA in survival in P5 for the Subliners. And now, for the first time, maybe in a long time, New York have an opportunity to win the rotation battle. 10 more seconds before the hill pops. Paul looking for pieces.
Oh, Paul. Looking for pieces, a little bit of patience would have gone a long way, but now Octane, I mean, twice with the team kills! There have been so many team kills in this tournament, I can't wait to see the stat line at the end of it. How many we've seen on this map alone, as that might have been a friendly nade, who knows at this point?
Well, it's a late flank right now for New York that is being read. You try to push through the front, you get cut down, you go through mid, it is on lock. For a team that has not had success on Tuscan against the Subliners, they are cranking up the heat just now. More pressure to mid, picked apart again. LA running the show.
Doesn't matter what's happening right now in game. There's 30 seconds left. The crowd is not necessarily behind the Thieves, but that don't matter. They are bringing the noise themselves. Envoy can't get any more out of the kills. Big tags as Drazah still retains the hard point. So can up. Finding 3 now in a row. Final 15 should be theirs. Rotation down. Eyes to the minimap. Bottom side. That's where those yellow arrows of the Subliners are. How long can they hold it? Because here come the Thieves.
These guys have stuck together through thick and thin, and they have turned this into a potential dominant performance. Subliners desperate for life as they are getting bullied, and Envoy again on rotation causing problems. Paul trying to get a little bit of life, and maybe that's enough. Subliners finally win a rotation. It took them a long time to make it happen, but hey, P2, for the moment, they're in.
Big win for Kismet now. There's a lot of time here to be had on P2. Tags it through. Kismet finding kills again. I don't know how he found that. That's 3 in a row. As Kismet now looking to find a bit more out of this spree. Getting aggressive. Crim pushing the front line forward. No one now from the Thieves aside from Kenny. Close! And not even enough. Another massive kill as Paul finally taking care of Thieves with a break.
And they get the break and they get them pinned in their spawn. This might make it free for this rotation.
Oh my God.
And they want to collect the scraps.
Oh my.
Pick them apart along the way. It strays back and forth. But New York is still stuck on the right side. You're fighting for this scrap and hey, maybe you get it. But now you are so far away from Fountain and they're spawning up on both sides of the map. They are gifted the setup. LA Thieves in full control.
Full control right now. If the breaks are not fast, this could actually be it. Envoy's up. Here comes Kismet. Wins a big. That's great. Spawns should be a little bit difficult now as Kenny makes his way forward, seemingly unstoppable as he finds another kill. Looking towards that roof side of the map now, and fire. It's a two-pronged attack for the LA Thieves. In they come out of seemingly nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. They're running it. Kills keep coming as Kismet finally finds a breather. Time still ticking, LA Thieves.
Everywhere New York goes, nades are landing at their feet.
Oh, baby.
They have been stuffed, made motionless, unable to get to the point. Heads getting ripped off when you approach, losing the gunfight inside of the hill. LA Thieves now just 20 points away from being champions.
They cannot win it here, but they can win it by church. Every second counts as the New York Subliners have come so far in their own major, but they did not account for the might of the LA Thieves. 5 seconds for the win. Here we go. New York Subliners, you cannot let them get on that point. Who through the front door but Kenny as he's trying to make this one happen. One break is all you need. Send your prayers to the COD gods. Here we go. The contest is on. The first fights are through. The trades are abound. Last man in is going to be Octane. The kills are there. And no one. Oh my God! They line up! The Thieves are in! The counterattack is on. There's 2 seconds to go. This hard point's not done yet.
It's surviving for the moment, but is it enough? You get inside, but they hold on. 2 more seconds. That is all LA needs.
One more hit. One more hit. Crim tries to hold it. Envoy through the front now. Going for the contest immediately. Guns up. Kismet's there. Drazah through the side door. Octane through the kills. Oh my God, it's in! They've finally done it! In front of a New York crowd, the LA Thieves have defied every odds. And for the first time since Black Ops 4, 100 Thieves get to put a COD trophy in their cabinet.
A long time coming for the LA Thieves. It was not an easy tournament run for them. Playing FaZe a couple different times, The only team to beat them, well, they just got their revenge. Moments like that Tuscan where they flip the switch and outright dominate. Run the show on Berlin. Ridiculous plays through and through. And finally, after all the pressure, after all the hate, after everybody saying player X should be dropped, why is Kenny running the sub? What are all these switches? Well, those are switches that has made them champions.
Elation on the stage. The longest time coming. The LA Thieves have done it. And it is heartache for the New York Subliners. They walk away with a major victory, but not the major victory. As for the LA Thieves, man, I mean, it's been such a battle, such an uphill struggle for them for so long. They get it done. Odds against them, it didn't seem to matter. They're going to be so happy with this going into champs, a massive victory. Ladies and gentlemen, your major 4 champions, the LA Thieves.
Tip the cap and pay your respects. Champions on stage, and I mean, again, across the board, lights out. I feel like for Drazah, just a long time coming. A 5-3 victory that was dominant towards the end and deserves smiles on their faces.
They just ran away with it, man. There was no hope of the Subliners. They run out of steam. They put so much heart and soul in front of this incredible crowd to make sure they get to champs. That was the #1 goal for so many teams coming into this one. There were 2 available spots left, you know what, yesterday, late into the night, and today they get the job done. So it's a huge win there in the grand scheme of things. But for now, the victory goes to the LA Thieves. Hard-fought battle. There was lightning pace towards the end of that series, man. I mean, no one could bring them down. Unreal. Took FaZe down twice, bringing down the New York Subliners there in the finals. You have to tip the cap. You have to.
I mean, without question, one of the coolest tournaments I think we've ever had in Call of Duty history. You had impressive runs coming in from the Subliners, the Miracle run to qualify. LA Thieves also qualified at this one for champs as well. And I think, I mean, when it comes to champs, good luck making those predictions. There is literally all 8 teams can show up and win. And if there was doubts about either of these teams that are on stage, proven contenders, proven champions.
Well, that's it. I mean, I made a prediction coming in this one, but thank you, New York! Now we throw the guy Blaze on stage.
Yo, Miles, Chance, thank you for a fantastic cast. New York City, can we run it up one time for 100 Thieves? Make some noise! Wow, what a series. Envoy, you get your first major win with the LA Thieves, man. How are you feeling right now after a crazy series?
I'm feeling on top of the world, man. It's been a long time coming, and we've been through so much this year, man. I'm just happy we could do it together, and I mean, Zach's first win too, so I'm happy with the guy.
Theo, pass the mic on over to Zach. Drazah!
Yes, sir. Fucking done! Come on!
Blowing it up all weekend. What was this series like for you playing against the hometown crowd? Everyone against you. It was a tough season, but you locked it in.
Yeah, I mean, playing against the crowd is, I honestly kind of like it because we were getting booed a little bit, but I mean, GG's to New York.
Yeah.
Those guys fucking suck.
Oh, no! The dub.
My bad, home crowd.
Hey, you know what? Yo, pass that on over to Mud Dog real quick, okay?
Hey, I want to shout out Shane. He can't be here. We have some visa issues. Shane has done so much for us. I know he's at home watching right now. I love that man. And shout out Cap. He got so much shit talking on him, but I love what our coaching staff has done. I'm so proud of these guys to overcome all this adversity.
Yeah.
And I couldn't be happier for Zach getting his first land shit.
Yeah. Let's go. Hey, Kendrick! Yo, man. Hey, tell me about this series, because you were absolutely frying. We talked about it beforehand, but you came onto the stage, y'all were down a bit.
Yeah.
How did y'all manage to regain control after that 5th map when New York went up?
Well, I think everybody was waiting for us to play Bocage Hardpoint. We're going into it like, we might win this low-key. We win this as a series, but overall, I mean, we just kept our composure. We knew our map pool was deep, and we knew if we just played together, we were gonna come out the dub.
Oh, man, there you go. Well, hold on. Hey, Kenny.
What's up?
I want to let you know something as well.
Yep.
You are our Major 4 MVP. Give it up for Kenny.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
You've been beaming all weekend, man.
Who would have thought? I mean, I think everybody saw, I wasn't playing the best with a sub, but I feel like the past few weeks I've been getting really comfy on it, and our team overall just been playing together a lot, just shooting together and everything, and I think it's made it easier for me to get comfy.
Yeah.
I think it showed this whole weekend. I played pretty good. All of us played fucking amazing.
Yeah.
GG's to New York.
Man, yo, classic form, okay? And speaking of classic form, can you pass that mic on over to Octane, okay? The man himself, the anchor with the beams. Octane, man.
Feels good to be back.
It's been a while since Black Ops 4, but you and Kenny together, y'all got it done. What does this mean for you?
To be honest, I feel like I could cry right now. The last 2 years have been nothing special, but to win under this banner, it's the best feeling in the world. In front of maybe the best crowd I've ever played in front of in my life.
Man.
This is, it just feels good to be back, man. That's it.
There you go, man. Pass the mic on over to big old J-Cap over here in the back. J-Cap, coaching his team, I know it's been something special right here. Tell me what it's been like for you, and also talk to me about the organization of Los Angeles Thieves, because I know Nate Shot and John Robinson wish they could be here, and this is a special moment.
I mean, dude, it's been an up and down year, but everyone's, in my roster change this, roster change that, Kenny came out and stuff, Sam's, Octane's watch. Bro, I can evaluate talent, I know these guys have the potential, and we didn't show it all year, but we finally put it together, and we played some beautiful Call of Duty this week.
Beautiful Call of Duty.
Beautiful work, and shout out Nate, shout out John Robinson. Wish those guys could be here, but nah, we're good.
Yay.
Love those guys, love the org.
Let's go, Drazah.
Looks like there's a new king of LA!
Hey! One more time, make some noise for your Major 4 champions, the Los Angeles Thieves!
And just like that, LA Thieves joined the winner's circle here in the 2022 CDL Vanguard season. Shout out to the MVP, Kenny. The man was absolutely frying all weekend long.
Guy was going off, man, when they needed him most. 4 majors and 4 different champions. The season that LA Thieves had, it's been so tough, but finally they're able to put it together. They figure out their gameplay. Their search and destroy was cleaner. The SMG duo was hitting those routes. We saw it in this series. Do not challenge them on Berlin. They only lost a couple of boat cages and a Desert Surge S&D, but in the end, the map pool is deeper. When you have a guy like that in MVP form, he's done it before, he could do it again. He certainly did today.
Woo! aLLeY, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I mean, overall, this was such a feel-good major, and I love hearing from all the players in LA Thieves where, they were facing so much adversity. Everybody, the roster changed. I was one of those harsher critics. I was like, I don't know if this is going to work. Obviously, they know what they're doing over at the LA Thieves camps, and they really proved everybody wrong here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a surprising result for a lot of people based on the season they've had so far, but they've started to fulfill the promise that we thought we would see from them. A really good result from them, and it's so great to see Kenny back to that kind of level. It brings me back to World War II kind of vibes, and that guy was insane then. He was insane this weekend, thoroughly deserved.
Not just Kenny as well, Octane definitely had a big shift this year, and he started to dominate big time. But still, hats off to New York Subliners, because here in Brooklyn, we showed them a lot of love, and they gave us a lot more of that love back.
I mean, listen, they had an impossible feat to do this weekend. It was to make it to finals, to punch their ticket into champs, and they did that. They gave us some crazy moments, and that series is a long series, right? Endurance comes into play. They just played against an LA Thieves team where those guys have a ton of experience. On the other side, it's really only Crim, and the other 3 guys are still young in their career. That is a lesson learned. I have no doubt in my mind that with the plays like Kismet is making and Hydra, how elusive he is as a player, they they will get their championship eventually. It just was not right now as the LA Thieves are ready to go.
Right, and aLLeY, I mean, that's a great example set by Crimsix, and the fact that he was able to will it with this roster and everybody put in that hard work to make it to champs, that's what legends do.
I mean, they willed the impossible. We talked about Crim cementing his career, cementing his legacy.
Yes.
I think he's already done that with this run, specifically with the New York Subliners. Absolutely cemented. But I think something really well learned from the LA Thieves win here is that even veteran players that we have seen for a very long time can continue to grow, can continue to impress us and show us something new. And I feel like I really got that out of Octane and Kenny this day.
Yeah, and honestly, I think I kind of just go with the same sentiments in terms of that run. We were having meetings talking about what they needed to do. The performance online translated over towards land that time, and that was the problem last time. This time around, though, they got the job done. The fact that they have qualified for champs is miraculous.
Incredible.
Miraculous that they found themselves there. So the fact that we get to see them again, they get to go again, they should be proud of themselves.
Right, so ladies and gentlemen, Major 4 has been something special. We could all feel it in the air, baby. But from all the teams that competed at this event and the teams that are going to champs, Nameless, it's quite obvious to see, man. The level of competition is just so high. We don't know who's going to win at this point in time.
We've had 4 different champions. We actually have no clue who is going to win champs, but we know these teams are going to be grinding, trying to improve. A lot of the big name teams, there's holes in their gameplay throughout this weekend. A couple of weeks until champs, man. I cannot wait to crown our season champion.
Yeah, heading into champs ton, man. How are you feeling?
Oh man, as I said, like literally anybody can win it. And again, I'm so happy that NYSL have qualified because it is literally the best 8 teams that we have in the CDL. Without question, there's no sort of like, you know, these teams should have made it through. NYSL made the changes that they need to. LA Thieves made the changes that they need to, and they will find themselves in champs. Of course, it will sting for New York right now, but the fact that they have that opportunity once more, Veli, is just such a testament to that team.
I'm gonna say now, heading into champs, LA is definitely feeling it. Drazah has his swagger on a million right now, and when it comes to the way that these guys are playing, aLLeY, LA, they're one of my favorites going into that.
I'm right there with you, especially because we're heading to LA for champs, so technically it'll kind of be like a home event for them. They thought the crowd here was crazy. Well, when we go to LA for champs in August, it should be even crazier, but I will worry a bit just because we've had 4 different major champions. Technically 5 different land champions if you count the Pro-Am where New York made the run.
True.
So that's, you know, it's a toss-up. Either one of these teams are going to go back-to-back, or we're going to have 6 different champions this year.
Right, you saw the bracket. It was nothing but craziness. Here are the final points. And Nameless, you see the grayed out teams? They will now be joining us at the Galen Center for champs next month.
We bid them farewell, man, but the bracket is going to be nuts. I mean, we're going to have Atlanta FaZe and New York Subliners, round 1 of COD champs. I mean, who would have drew that up?
Man, and honestly, I think it was just, I was going to reflect on the bracket there as well. Sometimes you'll see some of these events where some teams get maybe a slightly easier bracket.
There's no such thing.
Both these 2 teams do not get it here. They do not get it champs, but for the victories that these teams pulled off to get it, Thieves beat FaZe twice. That's wild.
I have a question. Would you guys like to preview the champs bracket right now?
I would love to see the champs.
All right, let's go ahead and get the champs bracket on the screen. I don't know what to expect at all, but with NY being the 8th seed, oh my God! Subliners versus FaZe at the top of the bracket. Let's have an open discussion. How y'all like this?
I mean, I think that matchup is definitely the spiciest that we have in round 1. I mean, we also saw the OpTic Ultra match went all the way to a game 5, and, you know, OpTic were able to edge them out there on that bow cage. But yeah, I mean, I think those 2 matches are going to be absolutely insane. But if there's anything we learned from this weekend, there is just no way to predict what's going to happen.
Not at all. And I think one of the craziest things when it comes to a champs bracket is these teams have 2 weeks knowing who they are going to play. Like the VOD review, the amount of work and counteracting strategies they're going to go into this championship weekend, into your round 1. It should be game 5 all around.
All right, this is day 1, champs weekend. I can't wait. We're going to kick things off with the Seattle Surge, a.k.a. your Major 3 champions, baby, facing off against Your boys turned to London Royal Raiders.
Yeah, both of these teams are very, very disappointing weekend. They will both be looking for the bounce back. Of course, joint last place in with these two teams. So they'll both be looking at it as a winnable one, but very much work to do for both squads.
All right, now, I don't know about you guys right now, but if you saw just a second of Major 4, or even if you was in this venue, you felt the electricity in the air, make sure you copy your tickets right now to meet us in Cali at the Galen Center live August 4th through 7th.
I mean, you gotta go. Now we see all the teams. It's all the best teams we have in the league. We thought New York was crazy. LA is going to be nothing but a step above.
All right, so it's about that time to close out the desk. Any last words?
Can I get like?
Just go, start talking.
If I was to give another MVP, this crowd, best we've ever had in North America side,
100%.
easily. I would say, you know, this London crowd that we talk about quite often would rival that as well. I'll be biased on that front.
Okay.
100% the best crowd we've had in NA ever.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to shut the desk down, and this has been a treat, something I will never forget for the rest of my life. I want to thank you all for making this experience so great. But shout out to the Los Angeles Thieves for winning it all here in Major 4. The up and down season, it was so worth it because that taste of victory was probably so sweet. Also, shout out to the New York Subliners for throwing a fantastic event, from the venue to the activations to the crowd to the people. You guys make Call of Duty what it is. Thank you so much for pulling up, because this crowd is so friendly and so fun. I love the chants and the noise. But coming up next in LA is gonna be it, baby. It's gonna be the conclusion of the CDL 2022 season. You do not wanna miss it, live at the Galen Center next month. We'll catch you guys in Cali. But that's it for me, aLLeY, Nameless, Ton, and the rest of the crew. Shout out to production, shout out to Activision Blizzard, and once again, shout out to you guys at home. Without you, we are nothing. I hope you all have a great night, and we'll catch you next month for more CDL action. We love you. Take care.